pushing Russia back. Third, we continue to provide significant aid to address the acute humanitarian crisis caused by the Kremlin's war. More than a quarter of Ukraine's population, over 11 million people, have been displaced. That's roughly equal to displacing the entire population of Belgium, the country we're in now, in the space of 6 weeks. President Biden announced that the U.S. government is prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new humanitarian assistance to those affected by Russia's war of aggression. That comes on top of $293 million we provided in 2022 alone to vulnerable communities in the region, including to neighboring countries that have opened their arms and
Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 6 a.m. here on the East Coast. Happy Monday. And we do want to get you out the door this morning with your top stories coming in from around the world. Let's take a look at all of the stories that we are monitoring this morning. And here is a triple box view of everything that we are going to keep an eye on over the course of the next couple of hours. We, of course, will begin in Ukraine, where Ukraine is ready for a full-scale combat in the eastern portion of that country on day 47 of this war. Hard to believe that we have already surpassed the 6-week mark, but we can confirm today that today, once again, is week 6 and day 47 of this conflict in Ukraine. We can also confirm this morning that Vladimir Putin has named a new commander in charge of this operation over the weekend. We'll work on getting you all of those details in the coming hours this morning, but that is going to be one story that we are covering, of course, 360 degrees as we have done for the previous 6 weeks. We also are going to get the latest after panic in Times Square overnight, after a huge explosion caused by manhole fires. No injuries were reported, but once again, what began as a normal Sunday night in Times Square turned into quite a bit of chaos after a manhole explosion. We actually do have video of this explosion that I do want to show you live, raw, and unfiltered here, coming in courtesy of someone's telephone. But here is what the scene was like last night in Times Square after, once again, right around 7 o'clock, a loud bang was heard. A video posted to social media, obviously showing crowds, massive crowds. If you've ever been to Times Square, you know that this is the Mecca of New York City. And these people heard a loud bang and they instantly began to run. Con Edison confirmed that one manhole exploded in the Times Square area due to cable failure, and that a second manhole was smoking. Despite the shock and all of the chaos that you see in this video, no one was reportedly injured during this time. So that is definitely good news this morning to bring into all of our newsrooms today. And of course, we are also keeping an eye on the U.S. gas average. We know that all of you tuning in at home are concerned about going to the gas pumps. Ever since, obviously, this invasion began, it has had an impact on all of our lives and certainly on our wallets. Well, we can confirm today that the average U.S. gas price has dropped 10 cents to $4.27 per gallon. We also want to report this morning that Elon Musk is no longer going to be joining Twitter's board of directors. So we'll have a couple of more details on that, but there's a little business block for you, for all of you tuning in that, of course, have an interest in that. We do want to get you started, though, this morning, as promised, with the latest details coming into our newsroom on the war in Ukraine. And I do want to bring this map up full for you all so that you can all understand where it is that we currently stand. President Zelenskyy has said that Ukraine is, quote, ready for a major Russian offensive in the eastern portion of that country. He has accused Moscow of lying to deflect blame for the war. He has said, quote, they have destroyed the lives of millions. But once again, he has confirmed that his country is ready for that offensive that is going to happen in the east. And I do want to kind of give you a 360 look at this map here. At the beginning of this invasion, 47 days ago, Russia's main goal was to overtake the country, and obviously with a strong emphasis on the capital of Kyiv, which is where you see that red star there on your screens. Over the course of the last week or so, Russia's tactics have changed, and we'll see new tactics as Putin has named a new commander in charge of this operation. But more on that in just a bit. But let's get back to the tactics that we are currently seeing. Russian forces have now retreated from areas surrounding Kyiv. So Russia was not able to take control of the Ukrainian capital. They were, however, able to take control of various suburbs surrounding that capital. Well, over the course of the last week, those forces have retreated from those areas, which has allowed President Zelenskyy himself, U.S. and world Western officials, Ukrainian officials, to go and visit those areas. That is where we have seen the atrocities and the videos that we have shown you all week long, primarily coming out of Bucha, mass graves, women and children killed, men tied up with their hands behind their backs and shot, ran over by tanks. These are the atrocities that we have heard President Zelenskyy outline, and the aftermath of those areas that were Russian occupied. Once again, those Russian forces are now retreating away from Kyiv, and they are now heading east and heading south. We can confirm that there is an 8-mile-long convoy headed to Kharkiv, and we actually have a video of this convoy coming into our newsroom right now. I can bring you out to take a look at this imagery. This is the 8-mile-long Russian convoy that is on its way to eastern Ukraine, headed to Kharkiv. We can confirm that this offensive is very much underway, and we are expecting, as is Zelenskyy, a strong offensive in the east. I do want to bring you back out to this map so that you can understand where it is that these Russian forces are headed. They are headed once again to that area on the right side of your screen called Kharkiv. We can also confirm today that the Dnipro airport has been hit very severely over the weekend, almost destroyed entirely. The humanitarian crisis in Mariupol continues to worsen. This is an area that has been without basic human needs, water, electricity, food, for a very long time. Humanitarian corridors have been largely unsuccessful in this area. And this is on a day that we can confirm that the United Nations has put the refugee count at past 4.5 million now. That is the latest number coming into our newsroom. And so this is where we currently stand on day 47 of this war. As we have brought to you since the very beginning of this conflict, President Zelenskyy addresses not only the people of Ukraine, but the world via social media almost daily. And anytime that we get one that is subtitled in English, we like to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. Here is his latest address. Let's take a listen.
Українці, українки, найсміливіші народи найкращої в світі країни. Завершується ще один тиждень нашої боротьби за свободу, за державу. Ще один тиждень, коли Україна живе, попри усі зусилля Росії знищити нас. Ми захищаємось, ми відповідаємо на удари, розвиваємо наші зв'язки з партнерами, отримуємо допомогу, забезпечуємо максимальну увагу світу до наших потреб, впливаємо на глобальну дискусію, пропонуємо і просуваємо нові санкції проти Російської Федерації. Робимо все, щоб притягнути до відповідальності кожного покидька, який прийшов на нашу землю під російським прапором і вбивав наших людей, катував наших людей, руйнував наші міста, мародерів і знущався. А що робить Росія? Чим зайняті її посадовці, її пропагандисти та звичайні люди, які повторюють те, що почули по телебаченню? Вони тільки виправдовуються і заперечують, намагаються перекласти відповідальність, брешуть. І вже настільки втратили зв'язок з реальністю, що звинувачують нас у скоєнні навіть того, що очевидно для всіх у світі зробили саме російські війська. Вони кажуть про вбивства в Бучі, що це не вони, а нібито ми. Хоча для всіх очевидно, що люди були вбиті, поки російська армія контролювала це місто. Вони кажуть про ракетний удар по Краматорську, що це не вони, а нібито ми самі. Хоча це їхні пропагандисти анонсували цей удар. Хоча це з контрольованою ними територією полетіли ракети. І про будь-яке наше зруйноване місце, про будь-яке наше спалене село вони кажуть однаково, що це також не вони, а нібито ми. Російські військові добрехались вже до того, що і після більш ніж 6 тижнів війни стверджують, що нібито не влучили по жодному з цивільних об'єктів. А знаєте, чому це так? Тому що це боягузтво тотальне усіх, знизу доверху. Вони бояться визнати, що уся російська політика по відношенню до України протягом десятків років була помилковою і тільки зруйнувала усе, що було у Росії у відносинах з Україною від попередніх часів. Вони бояться визнати, що десятки років робили помилкові ставки і витратили колосальні ресурси на підтримку повних нікчем, про яких думали, що це нібито майбутні герої українсько-російської дружби. А ці нікчеми були тільки в одному умільцями – в тому, щоб витягувати гроші з Росії в свої кишені, щоб не визнавати помилки. Вони робили нові помилки. Вони самі позбавили себе будь-яких політичних інструментів і, не бажаючи відмовлятись від нереалістичних амбіцій, розпочали цю війну. Причому, як і усьому іншому, вони звинувачували нас, що війна почалась. Вони захопили Крим, а ми нібито винуваті. Вони знищили нормальне життя на Донбасі, а ми нібито винуваті. Вони збили малазійський Боїнг, а ми нібито винуваті. Вони 8 років вбивали людей, дітей на нашій землі, а ми нібито винуваті. Вони зруйнували найбільш могутній промисловий регіон Сходу Європи, а ми винуваті. Вони зламали життя мільйонів людям, а ми нібито винуваті. Вони розпочали проти нас повномасштабну війну, а ми нібито винуваті. Вони витратили на удари по Україні вже під 2000 ракет, незліченну кількість авіабомб, артилерійські снаряди, міни, а ми нібито винуваті. Вони катували, вбивали на нашій землі, а ми винуваті. Вони депортували сотні тисяч українців, українок, наших дітей, а все одно ми нібито винуваті. Усе це пішло від боягузтва. Коли боягузтво наростає, воно перетворюється на катастрофу. Коли людям не вистачає сміливості, щоб визнати свої помилки, вибачитись, адаптуватись до реальності, навчитись, вони перетворюються на монстрів. А коли світ це ігнорує, монстри вирішують, ніби це світ повинен адаптуватись під них. Україна усе це зупинить. Російському боягузтву ніщо не допоможе. Настане день, коли їм доведеться усе визнати правду. І для цього всі наші сили і кожна хвилина – оборона, дипломатія, економіка, інформаційне протистояння, юридична відповідальність на всіх напрямках у нас є алгоритми дій. Кожен державний посадовець знає свої завдання і повинен виконувати їх на 100%. Наступний тиждень буде не менш важливим, як і цей, як і попередній. Він буде такий же напружений і ще більш відповідальний. Росія буде ще більш боятися програти, боятися, що правду доведеться визнати. Російські війська перейдуть до ще більш масштабних дій на сході нашої держави, можуть використовувати проти нас ще більше ракет, ще більше авіабомб. Але ми готуємось до цих їхніх дій. Ми будемо відповідати, будемо ще активніше забезпечувати Україну зброєю, будемо активнішими на міжнародній арені, будемо ще більш активні інформаційно. Я продовжу звертатись до парламентів і народів світу. Ми будемо приймати в Києві та інших українських містах наших партнерів, лідерів інших держав. Будемо залучати ще більше коштів та ресурсів на допомогу Україні. Звичайно, ми будемо обґрунтовувати сильніші санкції проти Російської Федерації, щоб була відповідальність, щоб була справедливість. І як би вони не боялися визнати свої помилки, трагічні помилки, страшенні, їм доведеться. Бо наша сміливість і наша правдивість однозначно переважають і переможуть. Сьогодні 12-та річниця авіакатастрофи під Смоленськом, яка забрала життя президента Леха Качинського і представників польської еліти. У цей день ми солідарні з нашими польськими друзями та союзниками, які твердо стоять у протидії російській агресії. Говорив сьогодні з канцлером Німеччини Олафом Шольцем про те, як притягнути до відповідальності усіх винних у воєнних злочинах, як посилити санкції проти Росії та як примусити Росію шукати мир. Радий відзначити, що останнім часом німецька позиція змінюється на користь України. Вважаю це абсолютно логічним, оскільки саме цей курс підтримується більшістю німецького народу, і я йому вдячний. Але очікую, що все, про що ми домовились, буде реалізовано. І це дуже важливо. І кілька хвилин тому, готуючись до запису цього звернення, я підписав указ про відзначення державними нагородами наших героїв. 18 захисників України, 5 військовослужбовців Збройних сил України, 3 зв'язківців Державної служби спеціального зв'язку і захисту інформації України, 10 поліцейських. Вдячний усім нашим захисникам, усім нашим захисницям. Вдячний усім, хто відновлює життя на звільненій території нашої держави. Вдячний усім, хто забезпечує нам перемогу в інформаційному протистоянні. Усім журналістам, усім журналісткам, редакторам, редакторкам, інформаційному марафону «Єдині новини», усім нашим сайтам, усім медійникам, які не дають російській пропаганді перемогти. Правда переможе. Україна переможе. Обов'язково. Слава Україні!
And that was the latest update overnight from President Zelenskyy of the Ukraine, a confident President Zelenskyy who says that Ukraine will most definitely win. He also outlined the lies that Russia continues to tell. They continue to be adamant that they are not hitting any civilian areas. They continue to blame Ukraine for the atrocities that they are seeing on the ground. But of course, President Zelenskyy calling them out on those lies. If you are just joining us, good morning. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. It is 6:20 here on the East Coast, and a look on your screen gives you the latest rundown, everything that we are monitoring this morning on Live Now from Fox. We are officially into day 47 of the war in Ukraine. We can confirm today that Vladimir Putin over the weekend has actually appointed a new commander of this war in Ukraine. Some more details on this new general who will now take charge of this operation in Ukraine. His name is Alexander Dvornikov. He is the commander of Russia's Southern Army District, and he will now lead this invasion. He has known experience in Russia's campaign in Syria that was notably very, really vulgar. It was a horrific kind of experience and campaign that Russia did do in Syria, and that is where this commander's work is known for. So certainly not a good sign when we kind of take a 360 view at what we have currently seen on the ground happen thus far in the first 47 days of this war, and now here that Vladimir Putin has named this general in charge of this operation. On the upper right-hand corner of your screen, you're also seeing a live now look at New York City, and there we are seeing Radio City Music Hall, and a look at the New York City, because overnight a huge explosion caused by manhole fires caused quite a bit of panic in Times Square. No injuries have been reported. We'll work on getting you a live shot with our team out at Fox 5 New York on the latest on how exactly those manhole fires started and the latest injury report if those no injuries still stand. It was quite a bit of craziness that was experienced on the ground in Times Square, but luckily no injuries reported at this time. We also want to keep you all updated on the business side of things this morning. U.S. gas average has dropped 10 cents a gallon, which is always great news to begin a Monday morning. We also are hearing that Elon Musk no longer is going to join the Twitter board of directors. He's caused quite the stir last week when he purchased a very large amount of Twitter shares, more than 9%. It actually made him the largest single Twitter shareholder. Initially, it was reported that Elon Musk would join the board of directors, but it has since been confirmed that he will not be joining that board of directors. But we do want to continue to get you up to speed on the latest coming out of Ukraine. And lucky for all of you, and lucky for us, really, since the very beginning of this invasion, we have had our team of reporters on the ground to keep us up to date on the very latest. Today, we can confirm, and we do want to bring you out to a larger look at this map, because this map really puts into perspective what it is that we are going to be monitoring in the coming days. As Ukraine has said, they are, quote, ready for a full-scale combat in the east. Ukrainian fighters are gearing up for a potentially decisive showdown in the eastern part of this country. We can confirm that an 8-mile-long convoy is headed to Kharkiv, where Russian forces are now focused on securing the few gains they've made in their now more than month-long invasion. Meanwhile, those caught in the crossfire still trying to escape as evidence mounts of potential war crimes by the Russian military. Our Fox News correspondent, Jeff Paul, he has the latest from Lviv. Let's take a listen.
To be safely out of the eastern half of the country. They say they just narrowly escaped a Russian rocket attack that killed dozens at the train station in Kramatorsk.
We arrived a few minutes after the explosion. If the first taxi came on time, we would have been at the epicenter.
Russia is focusing its military offensive in the east after withdrawing from the capital. The devastated city of Mariupol now under constant siege and nearly inaccessible to outside aid as Russia tightens its grip on the key Black Sea port.
We went there with buses, we moved, we try again and again, but unfortunately the situation around Mariupol was too dangerous.
Ukrainian forces retaking territory ceded by the Russians are encountering a stark scene on the ground. In some suburbs around Kyiv, civilians have been lying dead in the street for days or weeks. Ukrainian authorities say they've collected evidence of more than 5,000 Russian war crimes. They want Moscow's leaders to be held accountable, even though many are protected by diplomatic immunity.
Putin is the main war criminal of 21st century. If prosecutor of International Criminal Court decided to prosecute them, they will be responsible for all their crimes.
Ukraine's prosecutor general says the European Union is now involved. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And thank you to Jeff for that report. We are now taking a live now look at the White House this morning. The U.S. and its allies continue to denounce the deadly Russian attack on a train station where hundreds of innocent civilians were trying to flee to safety. Alex Hogan has the latest on this story from Lviv, Ukraine. Let's take a listen.
Ukrainian officials say that those wounded in Friday's missile strike at a train station have been successfully evacuated to other cities, but dozens are dead, including children. Brutal footage shows the aftermath of the two missiles striking the railway station where thousands were waiting to flee the eastern city of Kramatorsk in the highly contested Donbass region, where fighting is only expected to increase. The attack at an evacuation corridor comes days after the discovery of what took place in previously occupied towns in the north. The government of Kharkiv now saying that Russian forces have attacked the town 50 times over the past day. Among the sites struck, an apartment building where firefighters evacuated 15 people, one of them just happy to be alive.
I got hit on the head, and the shockwave threw me back. The stairs collapsed, the windows and doors were knocked out. Miraculously, I survived.
New footage also coming out of the suburbs of Kyiv. Blown up buildings turned to rubble, cars and tanks set on fire. 50% of the buildings in Irpin outside of Kyiv have been demolished in the last month and a half. In Bucha, where hundreds were found, their bodies laid to rest in mass graves, killed civilians, men, women, and children. Over in Bordoyanka, the search continues for the bodies not yet found. Police this week say that hundreds of civilians have been trapped and buried under the rubble of blown-up buildings. World leaders are pledging their support, condemning the attacks and calling them clear and undeniable war crimes. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson traveling to Kyiv today, pledging both financial and military aid in the form of anti-aircraft and anti-tank missiles. Russian forces continue to amass in the east, where Ukrainian forces say they will expect continued attacks in the coming days. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And we do want to take you through all of the latest imagery coming into our newsroom this morning. Satellite imagery shows an 8-mile-long convoy moving to Kharkiv. I did allude to this earlier when we took a look at the map. New satellite imagery released by Maxar Technologies on April 8th shows a military convoy moving through this area of Ukraine and headed towards Kharkiv. Maxar Technologies said the convoy was at least 8 miles long and consisted of hundreds of vehicles, including armored vehicles, trucks with artillery, and support equipment. Ukrainian armed forces said Russian troops were attempting to gain access to the city of Izium in eastern Ukraine. And these types of imagery continue to come audio for you all, because this is drone footage coming into our newsroom. Crews and volunteers in the Kyiv town of Borodyanka were continuing to clear rubble in search of victims. Alex Hogan, actually, her piece on that train station also touched on the atrocities that happened here in Borodyanka. Aerial footage released by the SES shows destroyed apartment buildings in Borodyanka and crews working to clear rubble in this town. During a visit to the town, the Minister of Internal Affairs said Borodyanka was one of the, quote, biggest tragedies in Ukraine, adding that, quote, the town of Borodyanka is one of the most destroyed towns of Ukraine. And this type of imagery continues to come into our newsroom. Unfortunately, here is a look at another one where Ukrainian officials say that its forces struck and set fire to a site in eastern Ukraine that was being used by Russian forces to store ammunition. Footage released by a branch of the armed forces shows an explosion in the village in an area of Donetsk. So once again, this kind of works hand in hand and does support the claims that there is now a heavy, full-scale combat mission in the east Luhansk, Donetsk, of course, in both of those eastern regions. But we're also seeing heavy fighting to the south. And here is a look at the situation on the ground on a Mariupol beach. Footage posted over the weekend shows a far-right paramilitary group absorbed into the Ukrainian National Guard, showing a military vehicle being hit in the port city of Mariupol. Several attempts to reach Mariupol by the Red Cross have been made over the past couple of weeks or so. Local officials reported that more than 94,000 people have been evacuated. However, many residents remain trapped. We did hear from the mayor of Mariupol last week, who said that over 100,000 civilians still remain in this area. He also outlined that 90% of the city's infrastructure has been essentially entirely destroyed. And more imagery continues to come in. Here is a tribute that happened in Convoy. Children of this northwest city gave their toys in order for them to spell out Bucha on the sidewalk. This footage was released by the Convoy City Council, showing the service. Once again, including, there you're seeing on your screens there, children donating their own toys to spell out Bucha to honor the hundreds of civilians' lives, women, children, innocent people who lost their lives as a result of this war. And American aid groups are working around the clock to rescue these kids, orphans from eastern Ukraine. Our Fox News correspondent, Alexis McAdams, reports on some of these courageous groups. Let's take a listen.
Civilians into targets during this attack on Ukraine, killing men, women, and children who are just trying to escape from that war zone. This has left thousands of Ukrainian kids as orphans, having no family to turn to as their parents are gone and they're stuck in the middle of this war zone. Take a look on your screen. This is video of those kids trying to get out of their war-torn area that used to be safe, where they all grew up. Ukrainian orphans waiting to board those trains to evacuate from their country. Many lost their moms and their dads during this invasion. Some were killed by Russian troops. Others died after they were left without food, water, or medical care for so many weeks. These kids were left on their own in that war zone, so American organizations are stepping in. So with the help of military veterans, they're organizing safe passages for those kids. The aerial recovery and global empowerment mission going into those war zones to help those kids. Now, human trafficking has been a major concern for these groups because they thought it was okay to bring them here to Poland, and then started to realize that some of the people who were picking these kids up were not there to help. They were there for trafficking. So now they're trying to keep those kids in parts of Western Ukraine.
And that's the atrocity that happens a lot in disaster zones, again, man-made or natural. And so it's really important to make sure the process of moving them doesn't make these kids end up in a double disaster, or they just lost everything. They've been living in terror, they've experienced trauma, and now they're trafficked. Like, we can't have that happening.
As those attacks continue, the number of refugees fleeing from Ukraine keeps on climbing. UNICEF says a Ukrainian child has become a refugee almost every single second since the start of the war. Now, this refugee crisis is unprecedented in terms of speed and scale since the Second World War. Here in Poland, they've really stepped up, but they're running out of space. In Rzeszów, Poland, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexis for that report. She has been on the ground covering this story for quite some time now. We appreciate all of her hard work and her concise reporting. While millions of Ukrainian refugees are choosing to resettle in European countries, a growing number of them are trying to seek safety from the Russian invasion by entering the United States. This is now going to become a topic of conversation for the Biden administration as we do take a live now look at the sun rising in the nation's capital here. A look at the White House on this Monday morning. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has more on this story. Let's take a listen.
They're arriving in massive numbers. Thousands, in fact, of Ukrainian refugees seeking entry into the U.S. are now said to be pursuing a new route through the U.S. southern border with Mexico. Currently, more than 2,000 have already gathered in shelters popping up in Tijuana as they await passage into the U.S. Hundreds more are expected to arrive daily on flights bound to Mexico City and Cancun.
When people are coming to airport, we bringing people here, and they're staying here for 2-3 days.
The Biden administration promising last month to accept up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees as the ongoing Russian invasion continues, triggering a global humanitarian crisis, with more than 4.3 million Ukrainian refugees having escaped their homeland since the start of the war.
It's cold, yes. But, you know, we stay not dangerous. We stay without war.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents are enhancing immigration facilities in San Diego to help process the influx of arrivals. Officials are aiming to admit roughly 600 refugees a day.
All these volunteers that helps us Ukrainians, that we have food, we have place to sleep, you know, we have everything. Because like people in Mariupol, for example, they don't have anything, no water, no food, nothing.
So far, the Mexico border is the main port of entry for Ukrainian refugees. Many say it's actually easier than trying to secure an appointment at U.S. consulates in Europe. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
And thank you to Kevin for that report. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, we'll get you the latest details out of Times Square, where a massive explosion caused by manhole fires caused quite the panic last night. And we'll also give you the latest on U.S. gas prices as they are down 10 cents per gallon. We'll touch on why Elon Musk is once again making news this morning, and also take you through the latest COVID news. All of that coming up right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 6:40 here on the East Coast. And we do want to get you up and out of the door this morning with your top stories. Today, we can confirm that we have hit day 47 of the war in Ukraine, and Ukraine are, quote, ready for the full-scale combat that is expected in the eastern portion of this country today and in these coming days. We can also confirm that Vladimir Putin has named a new commander in charge of this operation in Ukraine. And just about 12 hours ago, panic in Times Square after a huge explosion caused by manhole fires. We can confirm that no injuries were reported, but we'll take you through the video coming into our newsroom and also the latest details that have emerged since that bit of panic in one of the busiest areas of the country. We also are monitoring U.S. gas prices today as they have dropped 10 cents a gallon. Good news to get you all started on this Monday morning. And we're also monitoring the latest business news as Elon Musk is making headlines once again. We have now learned that he will not be joining the Twitter board of directors. We'll take you through those details as well. But we do want to get you started in New York City. Let's take you out live to New York, why don't we, this morning. A beautiful look at New York City, and there you're seeing Radio City Music Hall for those of you that have been to New York. The sun is just beginning to rise here on the East Coast, like I said, 6:40 in the morning, but we do want to go back in time to around 7 o'clock at night yesterday, where it was a normal Sunday evening that turned into panic. A loud bang caused by multiple manhole fires near Times Square on Sunday evening sent people scrambling in Midtown Manhattan. We actually do have video of this incident. Let's play that for you right now. And here's a look at the video coming into our newsroom. I will bump the volume a little bit, just so that you can really take in the sense of panic and urgency that occurred in the moments after that loud bang. Now that time has passed and officials have been able to kind of dissect what happened there, it was 3 manholes caught fire at around 6:45 p.m. Last night on late Sunday evening on West 43rd Street between 7th and 8th Avenues. If you are familiar with New York City, as I am, I grew up in the Northeast. That's very, very close to Times Square. Of course, Times Square around 42nd Street between 7th and 8th as well. So this was definitely a loud bang that you could most certainly here in this busy area of the city. And this, once again, an area that's packed with tourists at almost every hour of the day. There were no injuries as a result of this incident, according to preliminary reports from the NYPD and FDNY. Firefighters discovered elevated carbon monoxide levels near where the explosions happened and are in the process of venting the area. An FDNY spokesperson told Fox News Digital in the moments after this incident. Videos posted on social media showed people carrying shopping bags, running in all directions. There you're seeing fire trucks making their way through Times Square. And once again, this is an area that is heavily populated at almost all hours of the day. When you hear a loud bang, of course, people of New York and people all around the world, they think the worst. But luckily, this was a manhole fire that occurred, and it did not leave anyone injured, which is the positive news. We do have a bit of information on manhole fires. Manhole fires more than doubled in New York City from fiscal year 2020 to 2021, jumping to 6,104 last year. So it does appear that we're seeing more of these manhole fires in the city. But once again, the good news is that this did cause panic. It did cause alarm, but there were no injuries to be reported. Certainly a positive way to begin the morning. Always great to hear that a situation of panic ultimately did not cause anyone any kind of harm. This is a live look at the White House this morning, and we are going to get you through our top stories coming in from around the country, beginning with Biden's border crisis. Both sides of the aisle are coming together to try and stop the rollback of Title 42 and avoiding more chaos at our southern border. Bipartisan bills were introduced in the House and Senate on Thursday. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is at the White House with the latest on this story. Let's take a listen.
DHS expects a record number of migrants across the southern border this summer, some 18,000 a day after that Trump-era public health measures repealed next month. Here's the Senate's top Republican on what he thinks will happen.
It will produce a gusher, be far beyond the open border we already have, produce a gusher of additional people coming in. Totally inconsistent, by the way, with them asking us for $10 billion for vaccines and therapeutics.
Border Patrol arrests reached an all-time high last year. Since Title 42 was put in place 2 years ago during the Trump administration, 1.7 million migrants have been turned away, according to DHS. Moderate Senate Democrats co-sponsoring a bill to delay lifting the measure for 2 months, while asking the White House to submit a plan to deal with the expected border surge. Many Republicans want to link the delay of Title 42 to the $10 billion COVID relief bill, as you heard from Senator Mitch McConnell earlier. It's been over a year since Vice President Kamala Harris was named point person on immigration policy. She has visited the border once since taking on the role. Joe Biden has not been to the border as president. Earlier on Fox News Sunday, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki acknowledged the challenges facing the administration.
We agree that the immigration system is broken. It should be addressed. We should do more to fix it. And Democrats, moderate, whatever, wherever they fall in the party, Republicans of any flavor who want to work with us on that, we'd love to do that.
The expected border surge this summer takes place just months before the midterm elections. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Thank you to Lucas for that report. We're going to stay in the nation's capital, where more and more congressional lawmakers are revealing they've tested positive for COVID-19. This includes just days ago, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi announcing that she has tested positive. On Friday, the White House acknowledged with an uptick in cases, it's possible that President Biden could at some point become infected. Our Fox News correspondent and reporter Caroline Shively, she has more on this from Washington.
From Tuesday through Friday this week, 13 members of Congress tested positive for COVID.
We've had these outbreaks periodically over the months, and I think COVID is not completely over.
Among those infected, Senators Susan Collins and Raphael Warnock.
Mr. Warnock, aye.
After they'd voted on Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination to the Supreme Court on the Senate floor Thursday.
And this nomination is confirmed.
Vice President Harris was on the Senate floor presiding over that vote, then on the White House lawn Friday afternoon, giving Judge Jackson a maskless hug at the outdoor event.
I will tell you that the Vice President has been wearing a mask inside. When there was a private greet, they were all wearing masks.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also tested positive for COVID on Thursday, 2 days after kissing the president's cheek. White House officials report the president tested negative on Friday and didn't isolate because his interaction with Pelosi didn't fall under the category of close contact.
The contact was certainly close from the photo we saw.
Dr. Anthony Fauci points out that the president faces the risk that all Americans do.
It is conceivable that the president will get infected.
Lawmakers left town without passing a $10 billion COVID relief package. Now they're on recess for the next 2 weeks. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And thank you to Caroline for that report. We do want to hear a full excerpt from Fauci. We just heard some clips there in Caroline Shively's report, but he did speak with us on this new variant and the possibility of returning to masks indoors. Let's take a listen to this short excerpt from Mr. Fauci.
We really need to concentrate a lot more on that, about getting new tests, getting drugs, getting vaccines, which I hope the Congress comes through and gives us the resources so that as we get into what might be another surge, that we're prepared with all of the tools that we need to address it. But right now, if we don't get that support, John, we're not going to be ready for it.
And that was Fauci on this new COVID variant and how the United States should prepare for a potential new surge. A wild story out of the nation's capital here. 2 men have been charged with impersonating federal agents. This really does sound as if it's out of a movie, but ladies and gentlemen, it is not. This was actually real life. Our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff takes a look at this story with quite a few twists and turns. Let's take a listen.
Among the Secret Service agents who were allegedly wooed by these suspects and their gifts, one worked in the vicinity of the vice president's residence. Another was assigned to protecting the first lady and perhaps even filling in protecting the president, according to a Fox News source. The big question is why that these two men wanted to get into the good graces of those agents. On Wednesday, Aryan Taherzadeh and Haider Ali were arrested at a luxury D.C. apartment where items like weapons and equipment used for fraud and surveillance were seized. Federal prosecutors allege that the two pretended to work for the Department of Homeland Security and gave 4 Secret Service agents things like phones, TVs, even a rent-free apartment.
The president remains confident in the leader of the Secret Service, and beyond that, I would point you to the Secret Service and to the FBI.
While the White House has not expanded, Jamil Jaffer, founder of the National Security Institute, says that there is still concern over where this money for those gifts came from.
Was this an effort by a foreign power to engage in some sort of either compromise these law enforcement officers, or even worse, access what they knew and get access to their information and travel details and all that other sort of stuff?
Yesterday, the judge said that he needed more information on Taherzadeh's travel history to Pakistan and Iran, and therefore the detention hearing will continue on Monday. And interestingly, this case was brought to the FBI by a postal inspector who had gone to the suspect's apartment for an unrelated assault allegation. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexandria for that report. This is a very complex story that luckily for us, our very own Andrew Kraft sat down to kind of dissect all of the ins and outs of how this happened and what the repercussions are. Let's take a listen.
The story has so many twists and turns and details. Joining me now to discuss it even further, police practices expert Darren Wyatt, friend of the program. Darren, thanks so much for being with us here. Just wanted your first thoughts on this story when you read about it, and we'll get into some of the particulars.
You know, I actually was kind of flabbergasted, but it's mainly the fact that you have 4 Secret Service agents that were duped by these two men, and for all intents and purposes, didn't realize that they were being duped all the way up until the time they were placed on administrative leave.
Yeah, and of course, let's talk about the angle of the Secret Service. Now, the Secret Service has to take things so cautiously and carefully, and yet to have members, especially on the First Lady's detail, or formerly of her detail, to have gotten caught up in this. That brings the White House into it, having to respond there. We saw in the White House briefing today. That is serious, and so they're conducting a review. What will that review, you think, look like?
Well, it's going to be, it'll expand beyond these 4 agents that have been placed on administrative leave. They'll be interviewing anybody that they had contact with, that they were probably even hanging out with off-duty in an off-duty capacity, to find out if it really stretches beyond the 4 that are currently on administrative leave, and to find out exactly what the suspects were trying to get, what kind of information they were trying to obtain from the Secret Service, because it's a very targeted group of law enforcement officers for them to go to the Secret Service and the information that they might have.
And, you know, you have been a law enforcement official for most of your career, and impersonating one and impersonating a federal agent carries a very hefty penalty. That is not something that is taken lightly.
It's not. It happens occasionally. U.S. 18 Section 912, I believe is what it is, 18 U.S. Code Section 912. It carries a penalty of up to 3 years in federal prison for this. I think what's really the biggest thing here is that they weren't just impersonating federal agents, they were doing it to civilians, but also to high-level law enforcement officials. Like you mentioned, somebody that's on the presidential security detail. Those are high-level officials that they're going after it, and they had to have been good at what they were doing for these high-level agents to have been tricked.
But not only good at what they were doing, but some of the gifts and kind of items that they were offering these other federal agents, these other Secret Service members as well. And I want to talk about some of those. A penthouse worth over $40,000 a year, rent-free. iPhones, surveillance systems, drones, flat screen TVs, gun cases and other policing tools. Many, weapons and parts of weapons were also found in this apartment. And if you're familiar with the D.C. area, this is in Navy Yard. This is a very high-end luxury area of Washington. It looks like a really beautiful apartment complex itself. So they had some financial backing to this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that what really is interesting about this is that they were so brazen about it that they were telling people, other residents in the apartment complex, who they were. They were an undercover unit. People in undercover units don't tell the general population what they do. So that would be a red flag. But I think what's really ironic about this is that the U.S. Postal Inspector is usually determined a fairly low-level law enforcement position. Yet they're the ones that broke this and were able to see the criminal activity that was going on and take it to the FBI, which launched this investigation about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, of course, I think the postal angle is kind of the wildest part of this story because the plot, that is how it unraveled. According to the Associated Press, U.S. Postal Inspection Service began investigating after an assault on one of their own mail carriers. And then these two individuals essentially told that inspection team from the Postal Service what they were up to. And so, they weren't really careful in kind of covering up their tracks if they needed to be. They also had a list of everyone who had an apartment in the complex where they had the apartment, also a list of some congressional staffers. And then, of course, we're getting reports, Darren, that they had Pakistani and Iranian visas on their person, or in the apartment, I should say. 3 Pakistani visas, 2 Iranian visas after the raid by the FBI. What does that tell you? That is one of the other curious aspects to this story.
To me, that means that this is probably sponsored by a foreign government, which leads you even more to wonder what was their intent, what information were they trying to elicit. It was a long-term operation. It was 2 years, at least 2 years in the making that we know of so far. And could it have been going on even longer than that? I think the investigation will vet that out, as well as who else they might have been in contact with, and hopefully what their end game was and why they were here and why they were doing what they were doing.
Yeah, of course, the two men both are being held. Well, the government is asking them to be held, and there's likely a conspiracy charge coming, as well as these other charges, and their attorneys are kind of working with prosecutors to determine how this will be prosecuted in court. Darren Wyatt, final thoughts here on this story. I bet it's going to be developing even further in the next couple of days.
Without a doubt. We're going to get more information as this continues to go forth. I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't know about it sooner than when the raid happened yesterday. Usually something like this, you'll hear little inklings. Of course, the indictment was under seal, is still under seal. I saw that there are some photos of the front page, but when I tried to obtain it, it is still under seal and wasn't available as part of public record yet. But I think eventually we're going to have more information about what this was, who was sponsoring them, what they were looking for. And I think there's probably going to be some policy changes with the Secret Service coming out of this as well.
Yeah, and just thought of this question too, just lastly. I mean, what does it say, though, about, real federal agents kind of commiserating, talking with fake federal or alleged fake federal agents? Should, more of these agencies put things in place to prevent things like this from happening? Or is it just too hard to tell? How would you know?
Well, I think that there from what we've seen right now, there were some red flags that probably somebody should have picked up on, especially, in the law enforcement realm. We're kind of a tight-knit community, and I think that an agency in D.C. would know if another agency in D.C. had this new special unit that was working undercover, investigating the January 6th insurrection. They would know that, and even being able to talk jargon with these people, and I certainly think that there would have been some red flag that somebody should have picked up on. And the other thing is that many times the federal, what we call the ABC or the abbreviated agencies, they're very proprietary about their information, and they don't often have that crossover unless they're working on a task force together, which does not. I know that they said they were on a task force, but the Secret Service agents were not part of that task force, obviously, because it wasn't a real task force. So I think that there should have been some red flags seen.
Definitely. Some people, it looks like, did not do their due diligence here. Darren Wyatt, as always, thanks so much for joining us. Have a good night.
Thanks, Andrew. You too. Take care.
Thank you to Andrew for that interview. It's a very complicated story with a lot of twists and turns, and we'll get more information as this investigation does continue. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get you up to speed on the latest out of Ukraine on day 47 of this war. We'll give you the details of why Times Square was in utter panic last night after some manhole fires caused a massive explosion. And we'll also give you the latest business news. U.S. gas average down 10 cents per gallon, and Elon Musk is back in the headlines, this time for not joining a specific board. We'll explain right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, just past the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. And if you are just joining us, good morning. Happy Monday. We do want to get you out the door this morning with your top stories. And we are monitoring quite a few stories all around the world this morning. Let's take a Live Now look at our panel here of everything that we are keeping a close eye on this April 11th, 2022. We can confirm that today is day 47 of the war in Ukraine, and Ukraine are, quote, ready for a full-scale combat situation in the eastern portion of this country. Vladimir Putin over the weekend has named a new commander in charge of this operation, and President Zelenskyy of Ukraine says that his people, his forces, are prepared for the 8-mile-long convoy of Russian military officials headed to Kharkiv. And also, we've seen over the past 48 hours or so heavy shelling in the eastern and southern portions of this country. We're going to get you up to speed on all of the video coming into our newsroom, in addition to reports coming in from our reporters who have been on the ground covering this story from all 360 degrees. We also want to get you up to speed at just about 12 hours ago now. It's 7 a.m. here on the East Coast and 7 p.m. on the East Coast. Utter panic in Times Square after a huge explosion caused by manhole fires, that is. We can confirm that no injuries have been reported, but obviously Times Square, a very busy area of New York City filled with tourists. At pretty much all hours of the day and night. You can imagine the frenzy that this situation caused. We'll bring you our latest video that came into the newsroom. And once again, we can confirm that no injuries have been reported. And we, as always, are keeping up to speed on the latest business and economy news. The U.S. Gas average has dropped 10 cents a gallon this morning. That is great news to get you all out of the door. We've all been feeling the pinch at the gas pump, and we can confirm that it is now down to $4.27 per gallon. That is the national average. So gas prices trending down. Elon Musk, though, always trending up. We can confirm that he's back in the headlines today because he is no longer joining the board of directors of Twitter. We do know that last week he purchased more than 9% of Twitter shares, making him the largest single Twitter shareholder. We had previously heard reports that he was expected to join the Twitter board, but we can confirm today that he is no longer going to join the board of directors. We will begin, though, in Ukraine, as Ukraine are, quote, ready for full-scale combat in the east. I do want to bring this map that you are looking at on your screens and make it a bit bigger for you all so that you can take in what it is that we are referring to when we say that this war has entered a new chapter, that Russia are changing their tactics, and that a full-scale combat in the east is expected in the coming days. At the beginning of this war, 47 days ago, Russian forces obviously had the main goal of taking over Kyiv, which was the Ukrainian and is the Ukrainian capital. There you're seeing the star in red. Russian forces were able to take control of various suburbs surrounding the Ukrainian capital, but were ultimately unable to take control of the capital itself. Over the past week, Russian forces have been retreating away from the capital, moreover, exiting those suburbs and heading not only east, but heading south as well. That is why over the past week or so, we have seen President Zelenskyy himself visiting those suburbs in Kyiv because those Russian forces have exited, allowing Ukrainian officials to go in and assess the damage. Well, what we have seen has been absolutely atrocious imageries of war crimes. That by definition, President Biden, President Zelenskyy, Western officials calling these images that we have been seeing of women, children, innocent civilians, hundreds of them killed in mass graves. They have considered these to be war crimes. Today, we can confirm, and we do want to take you through the latest imagery coming into our newsroom, that an 8-mile-long convoy is actually headed towards Kharkiv. So there you're seeing to the right side of your screen, Kharkiv, which has a little blue dot next to it. It's very close to the Russian border. Well, there is a military convoy that is about 8 miles long headed to this area. And here is satellite imagery that has come into our newsroom provided by Maxar Technologies of this military convoy moving towards Kharkiv. That is why Ukraine and Zelenskyy are adamant and publicly saying that they are, quote, ready for this full-scale combat that is expected in the east. Luckily for us, we do have our reporters on the ground covering this story. And as Ukrainian fighters are gearing up for a potentially decisive showdown in the eastern part of the country, where Russian forces are now focused on securing the few gains they've made in their now more than month-long invasion. Meanwhile, those caught in the crossfire still trying to escape. We've seen humanitarian corridors attempted in multiple cities across Ukraine. A large emphasis on Mariupol, which, if we bring this map back, is that southern port city there, right under Dnipro. Mariupol, a humanitarian crisis has been in that city and really wreaking havoc on that city for quite some time now. Humanitarian corridors largely unsuccessful, as we can confirm that the United Nations has said that the refugee count has now surpassed 4.5 million. Our Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul, he is in Lviv reporting, and he has the latest on all of these stories. Let's take a listen.
Sunday in Lviv, relieved to be safely out of the eastern half of the country. They say they just narrowly escaped a Russian rocket attack that killed dozens at the train station in Kramatorsk.
We arrived a few minutes after the explosion. If the first taxi came on time, we would have been at the epicenter.
Russia is focusing its military offensive in the east after withdrawing from the capital. The devastated city of Mariupol now under constant siege and nearly inaccessible to outside aid as Russia tightens its grip on the key Black Sea port.
We went there with buses, we moved, we try again and again, but unfortunately the situation around Mariupol was too dangerous.
Ukrainian forces retaking territory ceded by the Russians are encountering a stark scene on the ground. In some suburbs around Kyiv, civilians have been lying dead in the street for days or weeks. Ukrainian authorities say they've collected evidence of more than 5,000 Russian war crimes. They want Moscow's leaders to be held accountable, even though many are protected by diplomatic immunity.
Putin is the main war criminal of 21st century. If prosecutor of International Criminal Court decided to prosecute them, they will be responsible for all their crimes.
Ukraine's prosecutor general says the European Union is now involved. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And thank you to Jeff for that report and for his reporting for weeks now on the ground in Ukraine. We're taking a live now look at the nation's capital. Here's a look at the White House as the sun is now shining. It has risen 7:10 here on the East Coast. Well, the United States and its allies continue to denounce the deadly Russian attack on a train station where hundreds of innocent civilians were trying to flee to safety. We did hear a man in Jeff Paul's piece just a minute ago referring to he was actually headed to that train station. He missed the attack because his taxi was late. Just unbelievable stories that our reporters on the ground have been able to capture for us. Speaking of the reporters on the ground, we have another, Alex Hogan. She has the latest from Lviv. Let's take a listen.
Ukrainian officials say that those wounded in Friday's missile strike at a train station have been successfully evacuated to other cities, but dozens are dead, including children. Brutal footage shows the aftermath of the two missiles striking the railway station where thousands were waiting to flee the eastern city of Kramatorsk in the highly contested Donbass region, where fighting is only expected to increase. The attack at an evacuation corridor comes days after the discovery of what took place in previously occupied towns in the north. The government of Kharkiv now saying that Russian forces have attacked the town 50 times over the past day. Among the sites struck, an apartment building where firefighters evacuated 15 people, one of them just happy to be alive.
I got hit on the head, and the shockwave threw me back. The stairs collapsed, the windows and doors were knocked out. Miraculously, I survived.
New footage also coming out of the suburbs of Kyiv. Blown up buildings turned to rubble, cars and tanks set on fire. 50% of the buildings in Irpin outside of Kyiv have been demolished in the last month and a half. In Bucha, where hundreds were found, their bodies laid to rest in mass graves. Killed civilians, men, women, and children. Over in Bordoyanka, the search continues for the bodies not yet found. Police this week say that hundreds of civilians have been trapped and buried under the rubble of blown-up buildings. World leaders are pledging their support, condemning the attacks and calling them clear and undeniable war crimes. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson traveling to Kyiv today, pledging both financial and military aid in the form of anti-aircraft and anti-tank missiles. Russian forces continue to amass in the east, where Ukrainian forces say they will expect continued attacks in the coming days. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And thank you to Alex for that report. We do want to take you through all of the latest imagery coming into our newsroom from the ground in Ukraine. And we will begin once again with this satellite imagery showing an 8-mile-long convoy moving through Kharkiv region. Now, Maxar Technologies have been providing us with this great footage from the air of satellite imagery. Weeks ago, we're monitoring a 40-mile-long convoy that was headed towards the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. We were keeping you all updated after that convoy was stalled for what felt like weeks, a largely unsuccessful convoy. Well, now we're seeing another one, this time headed east all the way to Kharkiv. Maxar Technologies have confirmed that this convoy, once again, is at least 8 miles long and has consisted of hundreds of vehicles, including armored vehicles, trucks with artillery, and support equipment. We do want to continue to take you through all of the latest imagery coming in. so we do want to lower the volume for you all, as it is raw, unfiltered imagery coming into our newsroom. But these are videos of crews continuing to search for victims in Borodyanka. Crews and volunteers in the Kyiv town. So this is one of those Kyiv suburbs that I was speaking to you all about. These were areas right outside of the Ukrainian capital that were ultimately occupied by Russian forces. Russian forces have since retreated. They have exited these areas, and this is what these cities are left to, just complete and utter ruin. Aerial footage released by the SES shows destroyed apartment buildings and crews working very diligently to clear this rubble and find any potential victims. The Minister of Internal Affairs said Borodyanka was, quote, one of the biggest tragedies in Ukraine, adding that, quote, the town of Borodyanka is one of the most destroyed towns of Ukraine. This type of imagery continues to come into our newsroom. Here is another video. Ukrainian officials saying that its forces struck and set fire to a site in eastern Ukraine that was being used by Russian forces to store ammunition. This footage released by a branch of the armed forces shows an explosion in the village, in a small village in Donetsk. And all of this, once again, supporting claims that heavy shelling, that a full-scale combat is expected in the eastern portion of the country. This happening, once again, in the east, in that Donetsk region. We've also spoken so often about what is happening on the ground in Mariupol. Well, here's a look at the situation. This footage posted over the weekend shows a military vehicle being hit. Now, Storyful has not verified the exact date of this recording, but it is confirmed that this is near a beach in Mariupol. Another military vehicle nearby is marked with the letter Z, a symbol being widely used to distinguish Russian military. So this, once again, is the situation on the ground in Mariupol. Just days ago, local officials reported that more than 94,000 people have successfully been evacuated from Mariupol. But we did just hear from the mayor of Mariupol about a week ago, who said that more than 100,000 civilians are still stuck in this besieged city, a city that has been without basic humanitarian needs, food, water, electricity, for weeks now, as we enter well into the 6th week of this war. And the imagery continues to come into our newsroom. Here is a tribute put together by Convoy, which is a city, and these photographs are released by the Convoy City's Council, of children of Convoy donating their toys so that the members of this city can write out Bucha on the sidewalk to honor all of the lives lost on the ground in Bucha and in many cities across Ukraine. American aid groups are working around the clock to rescue children, innocent people, orphans from eastern Ukraine. Our Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams reports on some of these courageous groups. Let's take a listen.
Have turned innocent civilians into targets during this attack on Ukraine, killing men, women, and children who are just trying to escape from that war zone. This has left thousands of Ukrainian kids as orphans, having no family to turn to as their parents are gone and they're stuck in the middle of this war zone. Take a look on your screen. This is video of those kids trying to get out of their war-torn area that used to be safe, where they all grew up. Ukrainian orphans waiting to board those trains to evacuate from their country. Many lost their moms and their dads during this invasion. Some were killed by Russian troops. Others died after they were left without food, water, or medical care for so many weeks. These kids were left on their own in that war zone, so American organizations are stepping in. So with the help of military veterans, they're organizing safe passages for those kids. The Aerial Recovery and Global Empowerment Mission going into those war zones to help those kids. Now, human trafficking has been a major concern for these groups because they thought it was okay to bring them here to Poland, and then started to realize that some of the people who were picking these kids up were not there to help. They were there for trafficking. So now they're trying to keep those kids in parts of Western Ukraine.
And that's the atrocity that happens a lot in disaster zones, again, man-made or natural. And so it's really important to make sure the process of moving them doesn't make these kids end up in a double disaster, or they just lost everything. They've been living in terror, they've experienced trauma, and now they're trafficked. Like, we can't have that happening.
As those attacks continue, the number of refugees fleeing from Ukraine keeps on climbing. UNICEF says a Ukrainian child has become a refugee almost every single second since the start of the war. Now, this refugee crisis is unprecedented in terms of speed and scale since the Second World War. Here in Poland, they've really stepped up, but they're running out of space. In Rzeszów, Poland, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexis for that report. Our coverage of the refugee situation continues. While millions of Ukrainian refugees are choosing to resettle in European countries, a growing number are now trying to seek asylum and safety here in the United States, which is going to be a situation that the Biden administration now has to deal with. Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke has more on this story. Let's take a listen.
They're arriving in massive numbers. Thousands, in fact, of Ukrainian refugees seeking entry into the U.S. are now said to be pursuing a new route through the U.S. southern border with Mexico. Currently, more than 2,000 have already gathered in shelters popping up in Tijuana as they await passage into the U.S. Hundreds more are expected to arrive daily on flights bound to Mexico City and Cancun.
When people are coming to airport, we bringing people here, and they're staying here for 2-3 days.
The Biden administration promising last month to accept up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees as the ongoing Russian invasion continues, triggering a global humanitarian crisis, with more than 4.3 million Ukrainian refugees having escaped their homeland since the start of the war.
It's cold, yes, but, you know, we stay not dangerous, we stay without war.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents are enhancing immigration facilities in San Diego to help process the influx of arrivals. Officials are aiming to admit roughly 600 refugees a day.
All these volunteers that helps us Ukrainians, that we have food, we have place to sleep, you know, we have everything. Because like people in Mariupol, for example, they don't have anything, no water, no food, nothing.
So far, the Mexico border is the main port of entry for Ukrainian refugees. Many say it's actually easier than trying to secure an appointment at U.S. consulates in Europe. I'm Kevin Corke, Fox News.
And thank you to Kevin for that report. As Russia's invasion of Ukraine approaches the 50-day mark, we are on day 47, so just 3 days shy of 50. A bipartisan group of U.S. lawmakers is visiting neighboring Poland. Our Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni is in Warsaw, Poland, with the latest on how U.S. lawmakers are actually headed on the ground. Let's take a listen.
For the first time during this war in Ukraine, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy came to visit Poland, and with him he brought a bipartisan delegation. Those lawmakers were able to meet with the Polish Prime Minister and the Secretary of Defense here in the capital city of Warsaw. And then they visited the Poland-Ukraine border to meet with the 82nd Airborne. While at the border, they were also able to get an assessment of the refugee crisis. As Congress approves billions of dollars in aid, I'm told lawmakers wanted to get a sense of the needs of both Poland and Ukraine firsthand. During a sit-down, I asked Leader McCarthy if Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine. He said yes, and that the damage Russia has done in places like Bucha is not something anyone can ever forget. Meanwhile, House Foreign Affairs ranking member Michael McCall spoke with me exclusively about his discussions with Polish leaders. I asked him if anyone truly thinks negotiations with Russia are even tenable anymore after the atrocities committed in Bucha and eastern Ukraine.
I think the negotiations obviously are much more difficult now since we're seeing, Putin and his troops committing these horrific war crimes. They remember the past and they look at Ukraine and they think we don't want to stand back and witness something like that happening again.
McCall says the narrative has changed amongst world leaders who now believe Ukraine can win this war if it gets the weapons it needs. But when that happens exactly is still the big question that remains. I asked Leader McCarthy about it, and he told me that his assessment is this war could continue for months or even longer. In Warsaw, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
And thank you to Aisha for that report. Over the weekend, Prime Minister Boris Johnson held talks in Kyiv with Ukraine's President Zelenskyy. This happening just on Saturday in a show of solidarity with Ukraine. Here he is walking the streets of Ukraine. It really is quite really powerful imagery here. This is a war-torn country that the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson is walking the streets of. Johnson said the United Kingdom would send $100 million worth of high-grade military equipment and announced 120 armored vehicles and new anti-ship missile systems would be sent to support Ukraine. We actually have his full address to the media along with President Zelenskyy here to bring to you of that full kind of press conference. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We bring you things in full so that you get a full 360-degree view of each and every story. Let's take a listen into this media address from over the weekend.
Country. I'm very grateful, Boris, for this visit. It's very important at this very difficult and turbulent times for our country. In the same time, you came here, and we are especially grateful for this to happen. This is a true reflection of the decisive and significant support to Ukraine from United Kingdom, and we always are grateful for that. We shall always remember that. Just recently we had a meeting in Kiev, and you've recalled this. We draw some conclusions on our joint work in the frames of a strategic dialogue. We were planning future projects. We were wandering around Kiev, and today you can see in your own eyes how our country looks like. You know how our villages, how our settlements look like because of Russian aggression. There could be only one conclusion. It's our common conclusion. We have to exert even more pressure on the Russian Federation, to exert pressure through supporting Ukraine in defending itself. We have to exert pressure in the form of sanctions, and I'm grateful to the United Kingdom that continues and intensifies the sanctions and also provides significant support of Ukraine by reinforcing our defense capacities. The other democratic Western countries should follow the example of the United Kingdom. It's time to impose a complete embargo on Russian energy resources. They should increase the amount of weapons being supplied. The people of Ukraine value the support of United Kingdom on our path to peace, and we were absolutely united with the Prime Minister in terms of the need to reinforce the anti-war coalition. I have informed Boris Johnson on the negotiation process about our clear position. The peaceful negotiations and agreements should provide for a mechanism of effective security guarantees for our country. This is something we've also talked. We count on London to play a key role in this, and for reaching peace in Ukraine. That would be our joint future victory. Today we've discussed some major areas that we need to focus on. We've identified the key objectives. We've coordinated our further work. We have consolidated the maximum support to our country for the reinforcement of the defense capacities of our forces in supporting our citizens both in Ukraine and outside of Ukraine, in reconstructing Ukraine. This is also something we've talked upon with the Prime Minister. We shall be reconstructing, rebuilding our cities and regions. Once again, I would like to express words of gratitude for the support, for your leadership, for assistance in the weapons, and for your direct and very clear and specific position of your wonderful and powerful country, and thank you for this visit at this very difficult time for our country. You've did this. Thank you to you and to your team.
Kingdom of Great Britain, Northern Ireland.
Thank you very much, Volodymyr. Dziękuję. Thank you very much for having me here today at this incredibly difficult time for you and for your wonderful country. I want to begin, Volodymyr, by saluting once again the bravery of the people of Ukraine in defying the appalling aggression that we have seen. In the last few weeks, the world has found new heroes, and those heroes are the people of Ukraine. When I was here just a few weeks ago, and we were in another room, I think in your palace, the defense intelligence that we had suggested that the Russians believed that Ukraine could be engulfed in a matter of days, and that Kiev would fall in hours to their armies, and how wrong they were. And I think that the Ukrainians have shown the courage of a lion, but you, Volodymyr, have given the roar of that lion. And I thank you for what you've been able to do. I think your leadership has been extraordinary. And I think in what Putin has done in places like Bucha and in Irpin, his war crimes have permanently polluted his reputation and the reputation of his government. And it's clear, we discuss this at length, it's clear that what he is doing now, he has suffered a reverse, but his retreat is tactical, and he's going to intensify the pressure now in Donbass and in the east. And so that's why it's so vital, as you rightly say, Volodymyr, that we, your friends, continue to offer whatever support that we can. And together with our partners, we are going to ratchet up the economic pressure, and we will continue to intensify week by week the sanctions on Russia. Not just freezing assets in banks and sanctioning oligarchs, but moving away from use of Russian hydrocarbons. And we will give you the support that you need, the economic support, but also, of course, the defensive military support, in which I'm proud to say that the UK helped to lead the way. And just the other day, we raised, I think, £1.5 billion at a donor conference from friends, partners around the world, dozens and dozens of countries who now want to support Ukraine. We want to liberalize trade with Ukraine as we go forward to help your economic circumstances, barley and other commodities. There are things we should be doing. We want to help you with demining your country, getting rid of the savage traps that the Russian armies have left behind. And to come to your central point, Volodymyr, I think we are evolving a vision now for the future. Heraclitus, I think, said war is the father of all things. I mean, that was an exaggeration. War isn't the father of everything. But what this war is certainly producing is a clarity about the vision of a future for Ukraine, where together with friends and partners, we, the UK and others, supply the equipment, the technology, the know-how, the intelligence, so that Ukraine will never be invaded again, so that Ukraine is so fortified and so protected that Ukraine can never be bullied again, never be blackmailed again, never be threatened in the same way again. In the meantime, there is a huge amount to do to make sure that Ukraine is successful, that Ukraine wins, and that Putin must fail. Over the last few hours, I've been able to see quite a lot of your beautiful country, and it's an amazing country. I've also seen the tragic effects of the war, an inexcusable war, an absolutely inexcusable and unnecessary war. But having been here in Kiev just for a few hours, I have absolutely no doubt, Volodymyr, listening to you, listening to your team, your redoubtable team, I have no doubt at all that an independent, sovereign Ukraine will rise again, thanks above all to the heroism, the courage of the people of Ukraine. Thank you very much, and Slava Ukraini. Thank you. Thank you.
And that was the full address from Boris Johnson in his visit to Kyiv, Ukraine, in a show of true solidarity. It was a visit that made headlines. He walked the streets of Ukraine, of Kyiv, once again, a wartime country. I want to lower this volume for you. And yeah, once again, all of this happening in the days leading up. We are just 3 days shy of the 50th day of this war, well into the 6th week. And we are keeping an eye on a full-scale combat that is expected in the eastern portion of this country this week. When we come back, we are actually going to head out live to New York City. Let's take this image full for you all to take in a beautiful morning in New York. We are going to recap the panic in Times Square just 12 hours ago after a huge explosion was heard and was actually caused by manhole fires. We can report no one was injured. We'll give you all of the details on that. Plus, we are going to speak live with our Fox 5 New York team as President Biden is expected to make a big announcement when it comes to ghost guns. We'll get all of those details, plus take you up to speed on also the latest Elon Musk news. Elon Musk making headlines this morning because he is not going to sit on the Twitter board of directors. We'll explain why and also give you the latest on gas prices that are trending down. Yes, good news to start your Monday morning. All of this coming up right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, just past the 7:30 hour here on the East Coast. And if you are just joining us, it is Monday morning. We do want to wish you all a happy Monday morning and get you out the door with a look at all of our top stories. Here's a look at everything that we are monitoring on this April 11th, 2022. We are, of course, keeping a very close eye on the situation on the ground in in Ukraine, as Ukraine is, quote, ready for a full-scale combat situation in the eastern portion of this country. Once again, on day 47 of this war, we can confirm that Vladimir Putin of Russia has named a new commander in charge of his operation in Ukraine. We are going to be touching base with our reporters on the ground, taking you through the latest video, and that will be coming up a little bit later on in our show. We do want to get you updated on a very tense situation happening in Times Square overnight after a huge explosion caused by manhole fires left quite a few people, New York City tourists, panicked. Once again, all of this happening in Times Square. Let's go out to and look at some of the video imagery that came into our newsroom of this situation overnight. I do want to put up the volume a little bit here so we could just listen in to what the situation was like and what it sounded like. Let's listen in.
The people is running! Why the people is running? Parece que allá pasó algo. Pero me les juro que me cagué de miedo con ver a toda la gente corriendo.
Actually, this video, the person who is speaking in Spanish. She's actually saying in Spanish, what's happening right now, it looks like everyone is running. And that is what everyone did. They heard this loud bang and they began to run. Here you're seeing just the utter chaos on the ground in Times Square. For those of you that are not familiar with the city, Times Square, obviously a very busy area at essentially all times of the day and night. And a loud bang caused multiple manhole fires to occur near Times Square on Sunday evening. This happened at around 6:45 p.m. Eastern Time on West 43rd Street between 7th and 8th. So while these manhole fires were not in Times Square itself per se, you could hear the loud bangs, and it did happen very, very close to Times Square on West 43rd Street, which is essentially a portion of Times Square. There were no injuries as a result of this incident, which is the good news according to preliminary reports from the NYPD and the FDNY. Firefighters discovered elevated carbon monoxide levels near where the explosions happened and are in the process of venting the area. An FDNY spokesperson has told Fox News Digital. Now, videos posted to social media show people carrying shopping bags running around 48th Street. So obviously these people, tourists and both locals as well, because many locals, although you try to avoid Times Square and crossing Times Square because it is such a tourist destination, many locals still have to cross through as well. And when you hear a loud bang, obviously it is only natural that you think the worst. So it did cause a bit of panic. But once again, the conclusion is that no injuries were reported, according to the FDNY and NYPD. New York City has seen an uptick in manhole fires, so we'll try and work on perhaps a report on why this is happening, because this is a situation, once again, that caused quite a bit of panic. They're seeing fire crews headed towards downtown, headed to the very crowded downtown area. And so as soon as we have more details on this situation, we'll be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here, as always, on Live Now from Fox. We do want to take you through the other top stories that we are monitoring this morning. And coming up next is a story on Elon Musk, who will no longer join the Twitter board of directors. Elon Musk, the founder of Tesla and SpaceX, has decided he will not sit on the board. Musk is a critic of Twitter's free speech policies, as we know, and as we have heard, he's been very open about this on Twitter itself. He recently purchased more than 9% of Twitter shares, making him the largest single Twitter shareholder. Musk will be he was board contingent upon approval, but Twitter says Musk will not ultimately and has decided not to join the board. We do have a statement here from Twitter CEO Agrawal saying, quote, Elon has decided not to join our board. I sent a brief note to the company sharing with you all here. And attached is the note saying, quote, Elon Musk has decided not to join our board. The board and I had many discussions about Elon joining the board. And with Elon directly, we were excited to collaborate and clear about the risks. We also believed that having Elon as a fiduciary of the company, where he, like all board members, like all board members, has to act in the best interests of the company and all our shareholders. We thought that this was the best path forward. The board offered him a seat, but of course we can confirm now that he has decided not to take that seat. We are working to get you a live shot with our Fox 5 New York team on an update, an announcement that we are expecting to hear from Joe Biden in just a couple of minutes. You will definitely want to stay tuned for that. But let's head out live to New York City now, where we are taking in the latest news coming out of the city. Of course, stocks set to open in just under 2 hours. And it is certainly an uncertain time period for the U.S. economy with the war in Ukraine, gas prices rising and also dropping. We do have an update on gas prices for you that we want to bring you now. And it is good news, a great way to start your Monday morning here. We can confirm that the U.S. gas price average has dropped 10 cents to $4.27 a gallon. So it does appear that gas prices are trending down, which is great news for all of you tuning in at home who have felt the pinch at the pump. The average U.S. gas price of a regular grade of gas is currently $4.27 per gallon. The current price is nearly $1.32 higher than it was a year ago. That's the bad news, but the good news is that it is down 10 cents today, and we certainly hope for all of you tuning in at home that this trend does continue. Fox News' Caroline Shively has a closer look at some of the economic challenges ahead from Washington. Let's take a listen.
Perhaps to the 1%, perhaps, I think, reasonably to a recession in next year.
It's comments like that that make investors' ears perk up. The former president of the Kansas City Federal Reserve expressing his concerns about future interest rate hikes aimed at lowering inflation. Many economists believe the Federal Reserve is walking a tightrope, and the decision to make borrowing more expensive could halt growth over time.
The Fed has to continue to raise interest rates because I've lived through 5 recessions in the last 25 years, and they are miserable things. We want a soft landing, not a crash landing.
Republicans have made rising prices a central issue of their quest to take back control of Congress, placing the blame on policies by the Biden administration and Democrats.
Under Biden's policies, Americans are able to afford less and less and less.
President Biden believes the economy is in a strong position. Last week, jobless claims dropped to the lowest level in more than half a century. But there are still areas of concern, including the war in Ukraine and COVID-19.
Well, this is a worldwide phenomenon. We've got strained supply chains. I do hope and think that that's going to phase down. But when we're in a wartime footing, there is also going to be a cost associated with that.
Gas prices nationwide have seen a drop over the last week, but they are still up 45% compared to last year. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And here is a look at the Empire State Building as we continue to head live, wide, and worldwide. We are going to be touching base with our reporters down in New York any moment on a big announcement that President Biden is set to make. But all of this, once again, coming just hours after a very stressful situation in Times Square that has fortunately ended with no injuries. We do also have a beautiful shot here of the Hudson River. Let's take you out live there as well. And here we are getting in a beautiful shot of the Statue of Liberty. Like I said, we are just a couple of minutes away from a live hit with our Fox 5 New York team on a big announcement on ghost gun rules and laws that the Biden administration is set to announce in the coming days. All of that coming up right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you then. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we're taking a Live Now look at New York, as the Biden administration is set to release a finalized ghost gun rule. We are live on the ground with our Fox 5 New York team. Kayla Mamalak joins me. What is the latest on this, Kayla?
Yeah, well, Gabrielle, police departments across the country have been reporting a spike in ghost gun discoveries by police officials. Here in New York, the NYPD says 131 have been recovered just so far this year. Now the federal government is stepping in.
I am calling on the administration to go all after ghost guns by putting out regulations that will stop them.
The Biden administration expected to do just that, rolling out its long-awaited ghost gun rule aimed at reining in privately made firearms without serial numbers as early as today.
There is an epidemic of ghost guns now flowing into New York City and Long Island, and we have to do something to stop it.
Over the weekend, New York cops recovered a ghost gun believed to be the murder weapon in Friday's stray bullet shooting death of Angeli Yombo in the Bronx. The 16-year-old girl was walking home from school. 2 other teens were also shot and injured. Police arrested a 17-year-old boy in connection to the shooting.
Stop shooting and start living. This is disgusting. This is a disaster. No, our kids should not have to feel threatened to be successful in going to school and coming from school. It's just out of control.
Gun safety groups and Democrats in Congress have been pushing the Justice Department to crack down on these hard-to-trace guns for nearly a year.
There's no serial number. There's no background check. And you can order them online, no questions asked.
This new rule is expected to change the current definition of a firearm under federal law to include unfinished parts like a frame of a handgun. It would also require firearms dealers to run background checks before selling ghost gun kits, which contain parts to assemble a firearm. There's also talk of requiring those who make or sell ghost gun parts to be federally licensed, as well as requiring them to add serial numbers to the guns they plan on selling. For now, we're live here in the Mott Haven section of the Bronx in New York City. Gabrielle, I'll send it back inside to you.
Thank you, Kayla, for that report. We'll be sure to keep up to date with this story, and as soon as President Biden does make that announcement. Have a great day. And we are now taking another Live Now look at the White House. Actually at New York City here. Here's the live look at the Statue of Liberty. Once again, a beautiful shot to begin our Monday morning. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. But we do, of course, want to let you know that as soon as the Biden administration does make this announcement on the release and releases these finalized ghost gun rules, we will be sure to bring you that announcement live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. More news right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and it is a big week in the country. We obviously are rapidly approaching the tax deadline. And if you have a tax issue and need to call the IRS, your speed dial may not help you get a timely answer. The IRS says a record number of calls are coming in on tax issues, and Commissioner Chuck Rettig says it's currently answering only about 20% of calls. Rettig says the IRS also continues to work through a massive stockpile of back tax returns. Rettig says their IRS hopes to improve answering phone calls in fiscal year 2022, which would be at about a 70% rate. That's what they would like to see it. But last year, 145 million calls came in during peak tax season. And guess what, folks? We are currently in peak tax season. And speaking of the tax deadline, our Fox LA team has a special report on how you need to be aware of some tax scammers. Let's take a listen.
Welcome back at 7:50. All right, so the deadline to file your taxes is fast approaching. I know that you're probably very frenzied about it. The scammers are out there. They're trying to get you. Steve McFarland, President and CEO of the Better Business Bureau of Los Angeles, is here now to help keep that from happening. And first, Steve, thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. 3 types of scams primarily: phone impersonation, identity theft, and email phishing. Let's start with phone impersonation. What is that all about, and what should people be aware of?
Well, you know, Tony, if I can guarantee you a big refund this year, would you switch from Wally, your CPA, over to me to fill out your tax return?
Yeah,
maybe
you have to
maybe
be
not,
careful.
hopefully not.
Yeah,
but,
you have to be careful.
Those phone impersonators and the emails as well, solicitations, promising, hey, we can get you a big refund. And a lot of people are interested in that, you know, to try to get some more money back. So you got to be careful. Getting you a big refund is always a lure. Be careful on those. Another way that these impersonators for IRS, Franchise Tax Board, even for county tax, are asking for demands for more tax. You didn't pay enough, so you got to pay a little bit more. Or we find out information that your return's been filed under another name. We need to verify your information and your bank account and everything else to make sure that everything's okay. And these are phishing explorations, so you got to be really careful.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is the IRS is not going to call you up and demand that you make payments. They're just not going to do that. The State Franchise Tax Board is not going to do that. In fact, I had someone who had that happen to him. Someone called and said they were from the IRS and we're going to come and take you to jail if you don't pay. He said, I'll be home all day, come get me. And so they used a few choice words and then hung up. That's what you should do. Hang up on these people.
Right. Hang up on these folks. And then if you have been compromised, there's ways to check for a licensed return preparer. You can go to rtrpdirectory.com, because all preparers have to have a PTIN number. So that is a great thing to do. You can also contact the IRS at their 800 number. And you can also look for scams on scamtracker.org, which is the BBB site.
Now, you know what? Another, we kind of touched on it a little bit, but another area that you have to be really careful about, and that's with emails and clicking on links that you probably shouldn't click on.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of requests for additional forms that you see in emails. There's fake IRS messages claiming that you're owed a larger return. Well, that catches a lot of people's eyes, and they see this in emails and social and also in text as well. There's offer and compromise scams. And you know what? One other thing, Tony, to watch out for: if anybody asks you to pay for their services or more additional tax and demand tax payments in crypto, cash cards, or gift cards, run.
Yeah. Identity theft, Steve, that's a big one, and that's a tough one.
Well, not only are some of these ghost tax preparers not going to file your return for you, but now you've given up your information, and it's your social, your bank account number, birth date, and maybe even Medicare information. So you've given them prize information that they want. And not only are you not going to get your return filed, but you're going to get fleeced later on if you're not careful.
How useful is it to actually create an account with the IRS?
Well, it's critical because the PTIN system identifies you with the IRS, and unless you give that number to somebody else, they can't get it. So it's a great way for you to be able to identify yourself, to verify your information. Again, like you mentioned, the IRS is not going to call you. They're not going to email you. They're not going to text you demanding more information. They send you a letter, and you can respond to that. Have somebody qualified maybe help you if you're disabled or whatever. There are programs for you, and be able to verify the person asking for more information or that you owe more tax. You can always contact the IRS as well.
You say you should also go to a qualified tax preparer. How do you know who it is you're going to have your taxes prepared? What are some tips you can give us to make sure that we go to the right person and not to someone who's going to scam you?
Yeah, there are a lot of ghost tax preparers out there that want to take your money and information both. The IRS requires tax preparers, as well does the state of California. They require tax preparers to have a PTIN number. You've got to have a tax preparer identification number, and that you can request from the preparer, and then you can verify that by going to the state or to the IRS websites to be able to verify that number. You can also look for references as well to verify that number. That is at rtrpdirectory.com for the IRS. And you can also go to bbb.org to check out the credibility of that particular preparer. And the state has, the accountancy board has also a lookup system, of California has the accounting board. You can look up online there as well, but you need to be suspicious.
All right, Steve McFarland, thank you so much. Great information to have. Tax deadline is right around the corner, April 18th. So this is certainly important information we can use. Appreciate you joining us this morning.
All right. Thank you so much.
Welcome back.
April 18th is the tax deadline. Mark your calendars. We are just 7 days away. Here's a live now look at the White House in the nation's capital as the sun has fully risen there. It is just past the 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we do want to get you up to speed on all of the news that we are monitoring this morning. We are taking a close look at the war in Ukraine as it reaches its 47th day. We can confirm that Vladimir Putin has named a new commander in this operation in Ukraine. It was a commander that took charge in Syria. He is well known for his tactics inflicted in Syria, and he is now in charge of this operation in Ukraine. We'll get you up to speed on all of the latest video coming into our newsroom, all of our reporters on the ground who are putting together their concise reports, and we'll take you through the latest news in just a little bit. We also have a bit of breaking news to bring to all of your homes this morning at 2:15 p.m. Eastern Time. We are expected to hear from President Joe Biden as he is set to announce new action to fight gun crime. We will bring you those remarks live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We also are keeping a very close eye on U.S. gas prices as they have dropped 10 cents a gallon. The U.S. average is now at $4.27. Once again, down 10 cents per gallon. We're also keeping a close eye on Elon Musk, who is back in the headlines this time for his decision to no longer join the Twitter board of directors. We'll take you through all of our top stories and also head out live to Atlanta, where we are keeping and monitoring a very close eye on the Stacey Abrams-backed election lawsuit that will go before a judge. Our team on the ground in our Fox 5 Atlanta team on the ground in Atlanta, Georgia, that is going to have the details on that lawsuit. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. Our motto is live, raw, and unfiltered news throughout the day. And what we do is keep you up to speed on news coming in from all around the world. Well, here is a look at everything that we are monitoring this morning on this April 11th. 2022. I do want to bring in this side panel for all of you to enjoy and take in a bit of details. That's what we do here on the show. We bring you not only out live to all of the major events that are happening around the world and around the globe, but we also make sure that you are updated on each and every event that we are covering here. We have hit day 47 of the war in Ukraine as Vladimir Putin has named a new commander in charge of this operation. Ukraine say they are ready for a full-scale combat operation in the east that we are expecting to really take flight over the course of the next coming days. We also I can report today that Austrian Chancellor is set to meet face-to-face with Vladimir Putin in Moscow. Karl Nehammer will become the first European leader to hold in-person talks with the Russian president since the start of this war. This, once again, is going to happen today. As soon as we have details from this meeting, we will be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Mr. Nehammer, the Austrian Chancellor, has said, quote, "We are militarily neutral, but have a clear position on the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. It has to stop." So once again, worth noting that Austria is, in terms of the military, it is neutral, but it has condemned Russia's actions. And once again, they will become, and he will become, the first European leader to meet face-to-face with Vladimir Putin today. We can also confirm that the United Nations has put the total refugee count at past 4.5 million. Really just astounding numbers. About 2.5 million, so over half of them have gone to Poland alone. The others have gone to Romania, Hungary. We've even seen some make their way to the United States. We'll have a report on that a little bit later on in the show. The latest figures from the United Nations also has determined that over just under 6.5 million people have been displaced within Ukraine. So not only have 4.5 million left the country, but just under 6.5 million have been displaced within the country. So essentially had to flee their homes, but perhaps go to a neighboring city, travel to the opposite side of the country. All of this in an effort to reach safety. We do want to get you up to speed on the other top stories that we are monitoring as well. As we have reported to you, the U.S. gas average has dropped 10 cents. It currently is at $4.27 per gallon. While these numbers are still high, when you look at the numbers a year ago to date, trending down is certainly good news on this Monday morning. We're just about an hour and 20 minutes away from the stock market opening today. So as soon as that does happen, we'll be sure to take you out there live, raw, and unfiltered and take a look at what the stock market is going to do today. We also can report that Elon Musk is no longer joining the Twitter board of directors. In a Twitter statement put out by Twitter's CEO, Parag Agrawal, he has said, quote, "Elon has decided not to join our board. I sent a brief note to the company sharing with you all here." And he does attach the full statement, sharing that the board and I have had many discussions with Elon himself, and that the ultimate decision was for Elon Musk not to join the board. We do want to get you our latest reports from our reporters on the ground in Ukraine. Ukrainian fighters are gearing up for a potentially decisive showdown in the eastern part of the country. Our Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul has the latest from Lviv. Let's take a listen.
Out of the eastern half of the country. They say they just narrowly escaped a Russian rocket attack that killed dozens at the train station in Kramatorsk.
We arrived a few minutes after the explosion. If the first taxi came on time, we would have been at the epicenter.
Russia is focusing its military offensive in the east after withdrawing from the capital. The devastated city of Mariupol now under constant siege and nearly inaccessible to outside aid as Russia tightens its grip on the key Black Sea port.
We went there with buses, we moved, we try again and again, but unfortunately the situation around Mariupol was too dangerous.
Ukrainian forces retaking territory ceded by the Russians are encountering a stark scene on the ground. In some suburbs around Kyiv, civilians have been lying dead in the street for days or weeks. Ukrainian authorities say they've collected evidence of more than 5,000 Russian war crimes. They want Moscow's leaders to be held accountable, even though many are protected by diplomatic immunity.
Putin is a main war criminal of 21st century. If prosecutor of International Criminal Court decided to prosecute them, they will be responsible for all their crimes.
Ukraine's prosecutor general says the European Union is now involved. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
And we are taking another live look at the White House this morning as we are just learning that we are expecting an announcement from President Joe Biden at some point today. The announcement is slated for 2:15 p.m. Eastern time, and we will be sure to bring you live, raw, and unfiltered there on Live Now from Fox. He will hold an announcement to announce new action by his administration to fight gun crime. Vice President Kamala Harris will also deliver remarks at this announcement. We did just touch base with our reporters on the ground in New York City on this very topic. Kayla Mamalek outlining that this announcement is set to be a finalized version of ghost gun rules. So as soon as we have details on this expected announcement, what this new rules will kind of outline, we will be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. What we do here on this program is take you out live wherever we have a feed. Here we're taking a live look at the White House, and our journey is going to take us also out live to New York City. Here's a look at the Statue of Liberty on this Monday morning, just a minute shy of 8:15 Eastern time here on the East Coast. We also have a rare live look at the Eiffel Tower. And I mean, who doesn't love a trip to Paris to begin your Monday morning? Here is a look live in the capital of France, as this is a country that's been making headlines over the past couple of days, of course, because of the election happening. The first round of election did happen over the weekend, and now it is expected to go into a second round between President Macron, who is, of course, the current president, and his opponent, who is really running a very tight race. I believe she got about 28% of the vote yesterday, or Macron got 28% of the vote yesterday, and his opponent got just shy of 25%. So this is expected to be a very tight race heading into this final round of voting. But here's a live look at the Eiffel Tower in Paris. And our journey continues because we are going to head out live to Atlanta, where our Fox 5 team is covering a Stacey Abrams-backed election lawsuit that will go before a judge. I do want to take us out live to that shot where Brooke Zahner is joining us. Brooke, welcome into Live Now from Fox. The lawsuit was filed by Abrams' Fair Fight Action organization more than 3 years ago. What is the latest on this story?
Yeah, so perhaps you all might remember that Stacey Abrams was the Democrat who was running against the current Governor Brian Kemp, Republican, in 2018. It was a hotly contested race, and shortly after losing that race by a very narrow margin, that's when Stacey Abrams' group, Fair Fight Action, filed this lawsuit, essentially claiming that the 2018 election was mishandled. She puts a lot of that blame on current Governor Brian Kemp, partly because he oversaw the election. He was the Secretary of State at the time when this was happening. So again, Stacey Abrams' voting rights group here, Fair Fight Action, filing this lawsuit back in November of 2018. It will go before a judge today. And when the suit was initially filed, it called on widespread election reform, but that suit has been tampered down a bit. So it's now focused on the exact match policy here in the state, the statewide voter registration list, and the in-person cancellation of absentee ballots. And this suit essentially alleges that the system, the voter system here in Georgia, can cause voters to be turned away or have eligible voter registration deleted. It also alleges that election officials are not trained on how to cancel an absentee ballot if somebody would choose to go vote in person. So the plaintiff claims that can cause voters to, again, be turned away or force them to cast a provisional ballot, which can be an issue here. So lawyers for the state, though, they argue that the claims are not supported by the evidence. And Governor Brian Kemp, he's come out and denied any claims that he mishandled the 2018 election. And current Secretary of State here in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, he's also speaking out about this, saying that it undermines the current election system here in the state. And this is just a way for Stacey Abrams to continue to keep herself in the national spotlight. But what's somewhat interesting, Gabrielle, about the story is that last legislative session, there was a sweeping election reform bill that was passed and signed by current Governor Brian Kemp. It was a Republican-backed bill. That, of course, coming after former President Donald Trump made claims that the election was stolen. So there has been a lot of sweeping voter reform here already in this state. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this lawsuit. Of course, we'll be following it and have an update for you later today. Gabrielle.
Brooke, thank you so much for the time. It's certainly a situation that we're going to be keeping a very close eye on. We'll certainly touch base in the coming days. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you to Brooke for that report. Of course, as soon as we do get an update on what happens in this trial, as it does enter into the more advanced stage, we'll be sure to bring you those details. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news on the other side. We'll see you then.
Look live, Ken.
Or for noon, yeah.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. We want to welcome you into the show if you are just joining us on this Monday morning, April 11th, 2022. It's just past 8:20 here on the East Coast, and we are keeping up to speed on multiple stories happening around the world. The first and foremost, the big one, we hit day 47 of the war in Ukraine as Ukraine are, quote, ready for a full-scale combat in the eastern portion of this country. Here is a live look at the Polish-Ukrainian border, as we can confirm today that over 4.5 million people have fled Ukraine since the start of this invasion. We are, of course, also keeping up to date on a big meeting that is expected to happen today between Austrian Chancellor, who is set to meet with Vladimir Putin today, in the first face-to-face meeting with Vladimir Putin and a European leader since since the start of this invasion. As soon as we have updates on what is going to be discussed in this meeting, we'll be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. We also can confirmed today that Vladimir Putin has appointed a new commander of the war in Ukraine. A new man will lead this operation. His name is General Alexander Dvornikov. He is the commander of Russia's southern military district, and he is now going to lead this invasion, an invasion that certainly has changed over the course of the last 47 days. I do want to bring up a map for you so we can just take a look at how this invasion has changed, as I just alluded to. At the beginning of this invasion, Russian forces had a very clear target. It was the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. There was a 40-mile-long convoy headed to that capital. Russian forces were able to take control of various suburbs surrounding the city, but they were ultimately unsuccessful in their efforts to take control of the capital. They have since, over the course of the last week or so, retreated from the capital, retreated and exited those suburbs that were once under their control. And they're now launching a full-scale military operation in the eastern and southern portions of this country. That is why we are seeing a military convoy now headed towards Kharkiv. That is also why we are seeing and now being given access to the atrocities and the horrific, quote, war crimes. And these are, this is a term given by President Zelenskyy, by Western officials, by President Biden himself, war crimes that have emerged as a result of this retreat by Russian forces. That's why we have been able to see the mass graves, women, children, civilians murdered in the streets. And so this is where we currently stand. We are expecting to see, once again, a large and full-scale combat operation in the east. And Ukraine have maintained that they are ready. Obviously, one of the big talking points over the past 47 days, essentially, is how the West is prepared to help Ukraine in this fight. Ukraine is not a NATO country, but NATO leaders did meet just last week, and our Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, did address the media with how the United States is preparing to continue to help Ukraine in these efforts. I do want to play this clip for you so that we can get the latest update from our Secretary of State. Let's take a listen.
Weeks after my last trip here with President Biden, we're back in Brussels as part of this administration's ongoing and urgent efforts with allies and partners to counter the Russian government's war of aggression in Ukraine and to stand up for the principles necessary to maintaining international peace and security. Together, we are sustaining and building on our support for Ukraine: security, humanitarian, economic. Together, we're sustaining and building on pressure on the Kremlin and its enablers, including with unprecedented sanctions. Together, we're bolstering the defense of NATO itself, including by hardening our eastern flank. Just over the past 48 hours, I've had an opportunity to meet with my NATO counterparts. For the first time ever, foreign ministers from the United States Indo-Pacific allies, Australia, Japan, New Zealand, the Republic of Korea, participated as a group in a NATO ministerial. Ministers from Georgia, from Finland, from Sweden, and Ukraine also took part, as did the European Union's High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Joseph Borrell. In addition, I met with my counterparts from the G7, the world's leading democratic economies. The participation of all of these allies and partners highlights the remarkably broad coalition of countries from around the world that are united in standing with Ukraine and against the Russian government's aggression. Countries that recognize Moscow isn't just attacking one country, but the entire international rules-based order. The sickening images and accounts coming out of Bucha and other parts of Ukraine have only strengthened our collective resolve and unity. In Bucha, a woman described how Russian soldiers forced her and around 40 other people to gather in a small square. The soldiers brought 5 young men there and ordered them to kneel. Then, a Russian soldier shot one of them in the back of the head. He turned to the people gathered and said of the victim, and I quote, "This is dirt. We're here to cleanse you from the dirt." That's just one person Russian soldiers killed in Bucha. According to Ukraine's Prosecutor General, they've already found 410 bodies of dead civilians in that one town alone. And it's not just Bucha. In Mudugin, the body of the 50-year-old mayor, Ola Suhenko, was found in a shallow grave, along with her hands bound, alongside the bodies of her husband and son. They were last seen alive, being taken away by Russian soldiers. In Kharkiv, a woman was sheltering in a school with her 5-year-old daughter and neighbors when a Russian soldier picked her out and forced her to accompany him to an empty classroom. He cut her face and neck with a knife, threatened to kill her, and raped her repeatedly at gunpoint. With each day, more and more credible reports of rape, killings, torture are emerging. And for every Bucha, there are many more towns Russia has occupied and more towns it is still occupying, places where we must assume Russian soldiers are committing more atrocities right now. Here's what we're doing together with our allies and partners to stop this aggression, to stand with Ukraine and hold accountable those who are responsible. First, we continue to work in close coordination with allies and partners to raise the costs on the Russian government for its aggression. Yesterday, we announced new sanctions on Russia's largest financial institution and one of its largest private banks, on 21 members of Russia's National Security Council, on the adult children of President Putin. President Biden also signed an executive order prohibiting new investment in Russia by any person in the United States. The European Union is also actively considering robust new measures, including bans on Russian coal, on Russian vessels accessing EU ports, on transactions with 4 key financial institutions. Second, the United States continues to work at an unprecedented pace to help Ukraine defend itself. Last Friday, the Department of Defense announced $300 million in new security assistance. On Tuesday, I authorized an additional $100 million to meet Ukraine's urgent needs for more Javelin anti-armor systems. This will bring total U.S. security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of Russia's invasion in February to over $1.7 billion and over $2.4 billion since January of last year. More than 30 countries have joined us in delivering security assistance to Ukraine, aid that our Ukrainian partners are putting to very effective use, as we see in the Kremlin's retreat from Kyiv and other Ukrainian cities and towns. Today, I met again with my colleague and friend Dmytro Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, to discuss how we can continue to provide Ukraine's courageous defenders with what they need to keep pushing Russia back. Third, we continue to provide significant aid to address the acute humanitarian crisis caused by the Kremlin's war. More than a quarter of Ukraine's population, over 11 million people, have been displaced. That's roughly equal to displacing the entire population of Belgium, the country we're in now, in the space of 6 weeks. President Biden announced that the U.S. government is prepared to provide more than $1 billion in new humanitarian assistance to those affected by Russia's war of aggression. That comes on top of $293 million we provided in 2022 alone to vulnerable communities in the region, including to neighboring countries that have opened their arms and opened their homes to 4 million Ukrainian refugees. The global harm caused by the Kremlin's aggression is growing, including the disruption that's caused to the production and distribution of wheat in Ukraine, on which so many countries rely, something that I heard about and saw firsthand just a week ago when we were in, among other places, Morocco and Algeria. In Africa, where a quarter of the population is now facing a food security crisis, Russia's war of choice has raised the costs of basic staples, worsening the hardship that people were already feeling. So at the G7, we discussed in some detail ways that we can mitigate the war's impact on the most vulnerable people around the world. Fourth, the United States continues to work methodically to collect, to preserve, to analyze evidence of atrocities, and to make this information available to the appropriate bodies. We're supporting a multinational team of experts that's assisting a war crimes unit set up by Ukraine's Prosecutor General with a view toward eventually pursuing criminal accountability. These efforts will also ensure that Russia cannot escape the verdict of history. Just moments ago, as I was coming into this room, I learned that UN member states had come together once again to condemn Russia's aggression and suspend it from the Human Rights Council. A country that's perpetrating gross and systematic violations of human rights should not sit on a body whose job it is to protect those rights. Today, a wrong was righted. Fifth, we discussed ways we can shore up the collective security of our NATO allies. As the President has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. We now have 100,000 U.S. troops in Europe. NATO's established 4 new multinational battle groups in Romania, in Hungary, Bulgaria, Slovakia, in addition to those already in Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, to reinforce our eastern flank. Sixth, we discussed the additional support that NATO allies can provide to partners like Bosnia and Herzegovina and Georgia, who are most vulnerable to Russian aggression and threats, from cybersecurity to combating disinformation. Finally, we discussed at length a new NATO strategic concept. This is the public blueprint for how the alliance will continue to safeguard transatlantic security in what is a rapidly changing landscape. We'll release that document at the NATO summit in Madrid in June. President Putin thought, among other things, that he would weaken and divide NATO. This strategic concept will make clear that NATO is in fact stronger, it's more united, it's more capable of addressing 21st century threats. And I can say unequivocally, from my discussions with many colleagues here in recent days, colleagues from around the globe, the revulsion at what the Russian government is doing is palpable. There's a greater determination than ever to stand with Ukraine, to shore up and revitalize the international order that Moscow is trying to upend, to bring to bear even greater costs on the Russian government, to ensure that people are held accountable for their crimes. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions. We will start with Vivian Salama from the Wall Street Journal.
Ned. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. 2 questions, if you'll indulge me. UK Foreign Minister Liz Truss said today that allies have agreed to help Ukrainian forces move from their Soviet-era equipment to NATO standard equipment on a bilateral basis. She used very specific language there. And so is the U.S. going to match that pledge? And if so, can you tell me a little bit about the timeline, when you plan on doing that? Second question is, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Kuleba said today that as long as the West continues buying Russian gas or oil, it is supporting the Russian war machine. That's a direct quote. Are you pressing Europeans to commit to a timeline, a more aggressive timeline, for banning Russian oil and gas? Thank you.
Great. Thanks. So on the first question, first, as you know, and as I said, we have been individually as the United States and collectively as partners, more than 30 countries, providing to Ukraine the weapons and systems that we believe it can use most effectively and that it needs to push back against Russian aggression. And we're not going to let anything stand in the way of getting Ukrainians what they need and what we believe can be effective. So we're looking across the board right now, not only at what we've provided and continue to provide, but whether there are additional systems that would make a difference and that we could provide them. And we're doing that in close consultation with the Ukrainians as well as with allies and partners. On the energy situation, so we've seen over many years a dependence build up in Europe on Russian gas, especially, as well as on Russian oil. And I think what I'm hearing very clearly is a commitment to end that dependence. We've seen again and again Russia use energy as a weapon, as political leverage, and of course the proceeds that it gets from the sale of its energy is now, yes, helping to fuel its aggression against Ukraine. And my strong sense is that Europeans are very much committed, as I said, to ending that dependence. But it's also not like flipping a light switch. You have to do it methodically. You have to put in place the necessary alternatives. The United States is doing a great deal to help in that regard. As you know, for this winter alone, we've worked to make sure that there were sufficient supplies, for example, of LNG, to compensate for any losses from decreased sales of Russian energy or a cutoff in Russian energy. Going forward, you heard President Biden talk about this a couple of weeks ago when he was here. We're committed to increasing the supply of LNG. Other countries are taking steps to increase supplies of different kinds of energy. And as I said, Europeans seem committed to moving forward on this. I think it also tells us how imperative it is that we accelerate the transition to renewables. And we can, I think, and Europe can make a virtue out of necessity, not only by moving away from Russian energy, from Russian gas and oil, but moving toward sustainable energy and toward renewables. But it's a process. It takes time. But my strong sense is that Europe is committed to doing that. Thanks.
Missy Ryan, Washington Post.
Two questions for you. Foreign Minister Kuleba also today said that as Russia prepares for its concentrated offensive in eastern Ukraine, that Kyiv needs new kinds of weapons and more weapons in days, not weeks, or else more people will die. Has the United States committed, or will the United States commit to providing new kinds of weaponry to Ukraine within that time frame? And then the second question for you, do you believe that the apparent Russian atrocities revealed in Bucha and in other parts of Ukraine make it harder to attain a negotiated settlement to the war? Thanks.
So, Missy, again, on the weapons, we've been doing this, all along. By the way, the provision of weapons to Ukraine to defend itself against Russian aggression, President Biden moved out on that aggressively many, many months before the aggression took place because of our concern that Russia was planning and preparing for it. We did an initial drawdown. The President instructed back at the end of last summer, another one in December, and then, of course, many since the aggression. So one of the reasons that Ukrainians have been able to be so effective in pushing back this Russian aggression, of course, it starts with their extraordinary courage, but it's also because they already had in hand the weapons necessary to do that. And then since the aggression, we have repeatedly and continuously, along with many allies and partners, supplied them with the most effective systems that we believe they need to deal with the armored vehicles, to deal with the tanks, to deal with the planes, to deal with the helicopters. But as I just said, we are looking at day in, day out, what we believe they most need, to include new systems that have not heretofore been provided. We're listening to them in terms of their assessment of what they need. We're putting that all together, and we're proceeding. And we have a strong sense of urgency. That was something that I think was felt among all allies and partners here today. When it comes to Bucha, the atrocities, the war crimes, accountability in and of itself is absolutely necessary. And we've seen this in past conflicts where atrocities have been committed, where war crimes have been committed, and where we have determined to get the evidence, get the facts, build the case. We've been able to do that, and sometimes it's taken a long time. The conflicts have come to an end, often through diplomacy. Accountability is continued. Sometimes it's actually not come to a conclusion until many years after the conflict's ended, but it has. And one day, one way, there will be accountability. The Russians will have to decide if they want to meaningfully engage in diplomacy and in negotiations. The Ukrainians have made clear that repeatedly that they're prepared to do that, but they've heard nothing from the Russians suggesting that they're serious about it. I don't think, in a sense, Bucha has anything to do with that. It has everything to do with what President Putin's calculus is, what he decides. What we can do about it, and what we are doing about it, is making sure that the Ukrainians have everything that they need to defend themselves and also strengthen their hand in any negotiation, that we make sure that we're keeping the pressure on Russia and indeed increasing that pressure through unprecedented sanctions, and as well that we shore up NATO's defenses to take away any notion in Russia's mind of extending the aggression being committed against Ukraine to a NATO country.
Nick Schifrin, PBS.
Mr. Secretary, thank you. Der Spiegel and others are reporting that German intelligence picked up over open lines Russian soldiers specifically talking about indiscriminately killing civilians. Can you confirm that the West has recordings of Russian soldiers talking about that? But the larger question is, what does it say? The Russian soldiers were apparently discussing this over open communications. And one on diplomacy. In the lead up to the war, Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov either lied to you or didn't know what he was talking about. Can you deal with him in the future? And the connected question today is, European capitals are evicting Russian officials. Will the U.S. follow? Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. I can't comment on the specific report that you're referring to, but what I can say is this, because we said it before. We said before Russia committed this aggression that if it did, part of its campaign plan was to inflict atrocities, was to target individuals, was to commit the kinds of crimes that we're now seeing, to terrorize civilian populations. And so this, as we saw it, was part of the game plan all along. Now, horrifically, the world is seeing it as we see what happens in Bucha. And I've described it as there's a strange thing going on in the sense that, look, our TV screens have been filled for the last 42, 43 days with images coming out of Ukraine. Thanks to incredibly courageous Ukrainians who are filming things on their smartphones, and incredibly courageous reporters who stayed in Ukraine and are trying to bring this to the world. And yet, sometimes this constant flow of images almost normalizes and trivializes things to the point that people kind of see it as something that's in the background and don't respond to it. But then, something so stark, so outrageous emerges, like Bucha, that it hits people. And again, to me, it's like we've seen as the Ukrainians have pushed back this Russian tide, we see with the tide receding what's left behind, and that is horrific death and destruction. With regard to diplomacy, look, there are diplomats from various countries that one deals with in the course of doing your job who occasionally have, or more than occasionally have, an adversarial relationship with the truth. That's part of the job.
And the Russian officials, will the U.S. follow European?
We are always looking at this, and we'll continue to do so.
We'll take a final question from Terry Schultz.
Mr. Secretary. Sorry, just to follow up on Missy's question. You yourself called what happened in Bucha outrageous. Everyone knows the Secretary General says that we are preparing for more such atrocities in Mariupol, in Donbass, as a major offensive is coming. How do you sit across the table from Dmytro Kuleba and said, well, we're looking at what else we think you might need, when he surely comes with a list? He tells us he came with a list. He gives us his list. So, and he says he doesn't have the days that you are taking to look at this. How do you explain that to him?
I talk to Foreign Minister Kuleba multiple times a week, and we're constantly going over what it is Ukraine needs, what it is we're providing, what it is we're helping other allies and partners provide. And again, you'll have to, ask him, but I think we were just together maybe an hour ago, And I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he said very clearly the appreciation that he has and that Ukraine has for the support that we have been consistently providing. So as we're speaking, we continue to provide what Ukraine needs, but it's also a constantly evolving picture. They're coming forward with new systems that they think that would be helpful and effective. We put our own expertise to bear, especially the Pentagon, to help determine what indeed we think could be effective, what Ukrainians would be ready to use as soon as they get it, and what we actually have access to and can get to them in real time. So it is an ongoing process. And again, the fact that the Russians have been pushed out of Kyiv, that they've been pushed back to eastern Ukraine, is the product of two things. First, as I said, the extraordinary courage of Ukrainians. But second, the fact that they've had in hand, including from before the aggression started, the tools necessary to help achieve that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Kempfer with the latest. And Hal, let's first talk about this tragedy that happened earlier this morning at this rail station in the eastern Donbas region. More than 50 people were killed. Many more were injured in this Russian strike as civilians in Ukraine were trying to flee, knowing that the fighting is going to be picking up there. And many Western leaders have called this a war crime. And the pictures out of it have been so tragic. What does this tell us? That this is still Russia's playbook going into week 6.
Andrew, this is Russia's playbook. And what it does is it reinstills an impression that everybody has gotten that, Russian forces are undisciplined. They are brutal, but it's an undisciplined brutality. It's sort of an immature brutality where they attack civilians. They lack good order in terms of how they do things. It also shows that they're not afraid to use these types of weapons. This isn't like a stray round from artillery barrage or something. This was an intentional ballistic missile launch, and maybe it wasn't intended for there, but it looks like that. And of course, there was that writing on the side, which can be interpreted two ways, which is for the children in Russian, which could mean it was aimed for taking out Ukrainian children, although one could interpret it was for the Russian children as some sort of Russian slogan or something like that. But it's it adds on. It just adds on to all the other things. And by the way, Bucha is not just the only place where we're going to see these atrocities. As we're uncovering more cities up around Kyiv, we're uncovering more atrocities that are on the same level or even greater. And this just fits the narrative of the Russian forces.
Yeah, and to your point about the saying for the children on that weapon that we saw in the yard there outside the rail station, if it is the former to what you were saying, that is just so cruel and so craven on the part of the Russian army. And we're seeing just these scenes here and at the rail station itself there, this is what we were talking about here, the graffiti on that. But let's go into some of these other top headlines from the conflict. We learned, Hal, that the Defense Department says that Russia has lost up to 20% now of its combat power since launching the invasion. That's from a senior U.S. defense official who now says the goal of Russian forces is to occupy the Donbas completely in eastern Ukraine. And so that is what we are seeing. That is why, presumably, this strike on a civilian area happened today as they are now dug in the east.
Andrew, when this whole thing started, we looked at it before the invasion. And I remember we talked about, the number of forces they had, the size, the personnel, the stuff. And we're speculating, would they try to seize the east with Donbass and maybe go for that land bridge of Crimea, or where they try to take the whole country? And at the time, it seemed like trying to take the whole country, trying to take Kyiv was a bridge too far, so to speak, which is somewhat a metaphor, but also realistic because they blew up a bunch of bridges to stop them. But
completely.
But it really has turned out to be that way. that they have pulled back and gone back to that original, more achievable strategy, and that's very realistic. Now, for him to declare victory, he has to take both provinces in the Donbass region. He's already gone on record saying that, and they pulled back from so much else that he said. I just don't see any way that he can try and claim victory without seizing at least those two provinces, Donetsk and Luhansk, and then also trying to secure that land bridge. Now, something that came up today on that with Mariupol, satellite photos and other intelligence is indicating that the Russians are not quite as far into Mariupol as they claim to be. They may not have taken the central area of Mariupol. They appear to be being held at bay in the outskirts. So there's still a fight ahead. I remember reading at the beginning of the week, they said Mariupol was projected to fall within a few days. It's a few days, and if anything, the intelligence looks like they're less likely to fall in a few days than they were before. That may change, but that's what it looks like now. So the Russians are having a tough time. The other thing I want to mention too is, they pulled back these forces from Kyiv and from the north of Kyiv, and they're talking about moving them over to move to the east where they could reinforce that effort into the Donbass. And many experts have gone out there and said, well, that would add 40,000 forces or 40,000 more troops, plus all the associated armor, artillery, et cetera, they would bring in. Those who look closely at this just don't think those units can be reconstituted and put back into the fight that fast. They are truly decimated. They took enormous losses. Also, they weren't very good in terms of their professional capabilities. Lack of professionalism, undisciplined, poorly led, certainly morale just absolutely rock bottom and getting lower. So the idea that they're going to somehow swing these over and put them right into the fight, yes, other armies and other countries could do that. I don't think they're going to be able to pull that off. And it's very likely they may try and put them into the fight and just suffer more enormous casualties and attrition of those forces. So this Eastern offensive will be interesting, to say the least.
Definitely, and we'll be watching how it all unfolds. And that was one of my kind of main questions that I had for you, because we had been hearing that essentially Russian troops were going to just basically reconvene, resupply, reposition. We hear all these terms. And then possibly, strike yet again, more so in the east, and that would take, somewhere between 7 and 10 days. But we'll have to watch it, because you and I think, are on the same page here. We just do not think that they have the will, that they have the sheer numbers to commit to something like that this soon after these retreats that we saw. Hal, let's talk about Russian war dead, though. There are more and more reports that they are leaving them on the battlefield in Ukraine. Ukraine has offered to essentially give them back. They said they have, morgues full of thousands of Russian soldiers that Russia has simply not taken back. What does this say?
Well, it goes to that undisciplined force that we talk about. In the U.S. and most of the European tradition, we leave no man behind, or we leave no soldier or troop behind on the battlefield. We make extraordinary efforts to obviously save our wounded, to get them off the battlefield, but also those who have been killed. We always try to make sure we get all of our folks back. We're not always successful, but we always make a tremendous effort to do that. The Russians, by comparison, appear to have a complete disregard. And they've been leaving not just dead on the battlefield. There's been cases where they left wounded on the battlefield, made no effort to recover them. They were captured. And so you have to go back to the morale, the will to fight of those Russian troops. If you're going into a fight and you see somebody as your friend and they go down, and whether they're seriously wounded or they've been killed, and your chain of command doesn't care about recovering the remains for their family, for Mother Russia, just leaves them on the battlefield with complete disregard, that has a deep psychological impact on the other forces there. And the fact that Russia is making little effort to recover them across the board, when Ukraine says, here, we're willing to send them back, that to me says it's a ticking time bomb. Because with any large military organization, that will spread. the word of that will spread. It doesn't have to be officially told to them. The word will spread that Russia doesn't care. Russia doesn't care about getting them back, doesn't care if they're dead, and I'm sure some will say they don't care if they're alive. And that's going to debilitate their will to fight even more.
Hal, on that point, I want to read an excerpt from this just really wild Washington Post article about this topic we're talking about. It goes in part, Ukraine has about 7,000 unclaimed Russian corpses in morgues and refrigerated rail cars. Now, that is according to Alexei Arestovich. He's an advisor to the head of Ukraine's presidential administration. He said his government's figure of 18,600 Russian dead was based on Ukrainian reports from the battlefield and intercepted Russian military communications. Apparently, according to the Washington Post's reporting, Ukraine tried to return the bodies of 3,000 Russian service members on the third day of the war, to which they being the Russians, said, "We don't believe in such quantities. We don't have this number. We're not ready to accept them."
Stunning. This is where it's stunning, but it's also where the level of propaganda, they're defeating themselves. You know, there isn't a large military force in the world where word doesn't travel. You know, I can tell you many times in many wars where for operational security reasons, troops didn't know what was going on. You know, the troops in fighting in the Philippines at the beginning of World War II, the U.S. troops were told reinforcements are coming. The reality was, after Pearl Harbor, there was no way those reinforcements would ever get there, but it allowed them to fight harder and stronger for a little bit longer. In this case, this thing's dragging on for so long that all of this is going to seep back into the Russian ranks. And also the Russian troops, they've seen what's happened, especially those who are up forward. They've seen the sort of casualties they've been taking. And when they see that delta, that gap between what's being officially said and what they have personally witnessed and what they have heard from those that they believe, that's going to debilitate or diminish, I should say, their will to keep fighting this war. You're going to find more of that stuff where units will refuse to go into combat, as has been reported many, many times. You'll also see this vaunted shift to the east slow down. And I would not be surprised if we'll see some half-hearted things. One thing I want to point out with that too, in the east, for them to go into the offense, they need to push a huge force forward. I don't think they have that huge force in an operational capacity to do that. So they're going to do their normal doctrinal movements, which was they will launch out combat recon patrols to see how far they can get. And then they'll put out their advanced guard elements, which are, this is military doctrine, but they're it's a smaller part of a battalion. It's like a company size unit, maybe 15 or 16 armored vehicles or something like that. Those are small enough echelons, combat recon patrols, a few vehicles, you got maybe a dozen or so vehicles, whether they're tanks or armored personnel, carriers, or a mix of that go forward. There's enough switchblade drones and more than enough javelins and NLAWs and everything else that when they send those units forward, those units probably won't ever come back. And when that happens, when they send out units and they don't come back and everybody else is waiting to see which way to go, that slows them down even more. If you have a force that just doesn't have that will to fight, that is very tenuous to begin with, and everything they seem to send forward of the forward line of troops never seems to come back, or they come back all chopped up into pieces.
Yeah.
Not literally, I'm talking about little pieces of units and stuff, but that's going to slow them down even more. And by the way, that travels like wildfire throughout a military organization. And that gets down to every troop. They just don't have the leadership. That's the thing that really comes out of this is just, we knew it was bad, but it's much worse.
Yeah.
And the fact they don't have a non-commissioned officer corps is literally killing them.
Let's talk about the leadership, though. The BBC out with a report today saying Russia is changing its military command. According to an unnamed Western official, General Alexander Vornikov, who has experience in Syria, will lead the army amid the Kremlin's desire to reach some kind of success before May the 9th, and we can talk about the significance of that date, and possibly that date will be used as to claim some type of victory in the war in Ukraine. But let's talk about the military command structure. It's very different from the U.S. military. They look pretty much night and day. Who is in charge of the Russian the special military operation in Russia at this point in time?
At this point in time, 6 weeks into it, we still can't figure out who's in charge. When we do something like this, we have a singular commander. There's somebody who's in charge of at least I should be able to point and say this person is in charge of all ground combat operations or something like that. I still can't figure it out. It goes right up to the highest political level, the head of the Minister of Defense. It's just really not clear who on the ground. They don't have a unified command. One thing we always talk about, and it's a core principle, is unified command, and having a singular commander, a single chain of command that makes those decisions. Because if you don't have that, you're going to have different competing elements, units, if you will. Everybody's short of resources. Everybody's going to be trying to get resources. Everybody's going to be trying to seize glory, or every general will be trying to seize glory. And what you'll end up with is just a hodgepodge mess. If you look at Ukraine, what you see is a hodgepodge mess. They just don't have the southern. There was some unity command in the south. In the north, what they did was they brought a bunch of units that had traditionally not worked together. They didn't have a singular command and control system, and that's the mess you saw, which eventually resulted in the full withdrawal. The other thing that's been brought up over and over again, when we fight, and certainly modern militaries fight today, we do what's called combined arms. We have forces on the ground, maneuver forces. We have fire support, which could be artillery, rockets, missiles, and that gets into also going into close-in fire support from helicopters, like attack helicopters, and then close air support that comes from like fast-moving aircraft that drop bombs. This is all a carefully choreographed, a carefully scripted, if you will, evolution. Everybody knows what they're doing, and I say scripted, I don't mean it's something we can't shift very quickly. We have procedure, tactics, techniques, procedures that we can shift from. We can move quickly on the battlefield. We can maneuver to seize opportunities, and we train to do that. And it's very apparent the Russians just have not incorporated that philosophy. They have the artillery, they have the rockets, they have the planes, they have the tanks, and it seems like nobody's really working together. They do this. It looks like something literally from over 100 years ago,
wow.
The beginnings of World War I. It's that bad.
But why May 9th? What is the significance there? Because usually, from what I've seen, there's huge military parades in Red Square on this day. Do you think Putin will use this date to claim some type of victory?
Absolutely. Well, I think he wants to.
Okay.
This is a huge day, and that's the Great Patriotic War, which we call World War II, but they refer to there. If you've been to Russia, and certainly if you've been to the Soviet Union before that, there was a spiritual, a religious reverence for the bravery and courage of the Great Patriotic War. For him, he would love to be able to say on May 9th, we have won another great patriotic war to unify the Russian empire, if you will, or Greater Russia. And he wants to do that.
Yeah.
I'm very skeptical. I mean, it's possible he might get there, but there's just so many things undone. I think he's going to claim some sort of victory.
Yeah.
I don't care what it is.
My concern is that he will draw the comparison that they beat the Nazis in the Great Patriotic War, and they beat them here in Ukraine. That is the propagandistic line we've been hearing, the denazification of Ukraine. And so that's something I'll be looking out for. Lastly, Hal, I just want to talk about the European response, the diplomatic response. We saw these really stunning, we don't have them, but we saw these stunning videos today of Ursula von der Leyen. She is the president of the European Commission in Kyiv, meeting with Volodymyr Zelenskyy, other high-ranking EU officials there. They saw for themselves the body bags in Bucha. So I thought that was really kind of moving to see this high-ranking European official go to where this is all happening. Of course, this comes on the heel after the European Parliament, in fact, did vote in favor of an immediate embargo on Russian gas and oil by an overwhelming majority. They also approved the ban on Russian coal. And of course, here back home, the U.S. Finally moved to strip Russia's trading privileges and prohibit its energy sales in the American market. This is all really, really huge. This is a big deal, especially the European counterpart.
Well, she shows up, you know, she's the nominal head of the European Union. And I have to tell you, if, you know, this talk about how things have changed in the last 20 or 30 years, she holds tremendous political power. Her number, you know, essentially her number 2 for external affairs of the European Union for membership issues was there with her. A full entourage was there, and they felt it was safe enough to go to Kyiv. There's talk that I believe tomorrow, the head of Austria is supposed to show up there. A non-NATO country is supposed to show up in Kyiv. President Zelenskyy has publicly invited the diplomatic missions of all countries to return to Kyiv. I think we're going to probably see some of that, at least the beginnings of that next week, because they feel that Kyiv is safe enough that they can operate from. And with that, Ukraine is no longer an embattled country where the government might have to go in exile. Ukraine is a country with a war, but a capital that's safe enough that foreign dignitaries and foreign embassies can operate there. That is such a tremendous switch from where we were a month ago. It is truly stunning, and it just says a lot about the Ukrainian forces. And by the way, don't forget that in the background, they're moving tanks, Russian tanks from the NATO countries. The S-300 advanced more advanced anti-air system is being moved in there. Armored vehicles, all of this, not to mention all the defensive weaponry. In fact, Boris Johnson, I don't know if he's going to go to Kyiv, but he has already said he's looking at everything that the UK produces and wondering if they can ship that over to Ukraine. I got to tell you, it's an amazing shift from where we were at the beginning of this whole thing in terms of the amount of aid and support and recognition that the Ukrainian government is getting, and particularly what President Zelenskyy is getting. I mean, President Zelenskyy has taken on an international status, which is truly amazing. I mean, I think of Mandela, in South Africa in terms of the elevation of status as to where he is, you know, showing the bravery of the Western world against Russia. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, the biographies of Volodymyr Zelenskyy, 50 years from now will be, must-read books there. Hal Kempfer, thanks so much for offering everything this week. It's been a very, very tough week, especially for so many of us who have followed every minute detail in this war, seeing the grisly images in and around the suburbs of Kyiv as the Russians retreated. And of course, the war is ongoing, but like you said, there are some glimmers of hope out there for the Ukrainian people. Hal Kempfer, have a good weekend.
All right, you too, Andrew.
Kempfer.
All right, and a big thanks to our own LiveNow's Andrew Kraft and, of course, Hal Kempfer as well for that important conversation with this ongoing war in Ukraine. We do want to bring you this live feed that we have right now of President Joe Biden departing Delaware and returning back to Washington, D.C. So, again, this live feed coming into our desk here on LiveNow from Fox. We do know President Biden, of course, will be heading back to the White House, where later today at about 2:15 in the afternoon Eastern time, the president is expected to unveil a long-awaited ghost gun rule aimed at cracking down on privately made firearms that don't have serial numbers and are typically made from gun kits. So again, this is the very latest coming in from Delaware, where again we do have President Joe Biden departing Delaware for Washington, D.C. It is 9:10 in the morning here on the East Coast. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back with more top stories in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, joining you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. Right now, what you see on your screen is President Joe Biden departing Delaware, returning back to Washington, D.C., where we do know later today he is expected to make an announcement on gun crime. So we do want to, again, bring you this feed, show you this feed that we have right now of, again, the president leaving Delaware for Washington, D.C. We also want to bring you up to speed on several other top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. As you just heard, President Joe Biden is expected to unveil a long-awaited ghost gun rule, which is aimed at cracking down on privately made firearms that typically do not have serial numbers and are usually made from kits. Now, the NYPD recently recovered a ghost gun after a 16-year-old was shot and killed while walking home from school in the Bronx. So again, New York City, one of those cities dealing with a major issue with those ghost guns. It does look like the White House feed cut out, but that is a duplicate feed of something else we are covering today. Actors and exes Johnny Depp and Amber Heard expected to appear in court today in Fairfax, Virginia, to begin a defamation trial again in Fairfax, Virginia. They will be coming face to face over allegations that Heard defamed Depp. He is suing her for about $50 million over a 2018 Washington Post op-ed that she wrote. So again, that is going to be happening in about an hour or so in Fairfax, Virginia. So we, of course, will be bringing that to you as soon as we get it. Another top story, of course, the ongoing war in Ukraine reaching its 47th day today. The United Nations says 1,793 Ukrainian civilians have been killed since the war started. So again, at least 1,793 civilians have been killed. We also know Russian troops are regrouping in eastern Ukraine, and we did hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy overnight saying that his country is preparing for a full-scale attack on the eastern part of the country, where, as you just heard, those troops are regrouping again in eastern Ukraine. So just a few top stories that we are following for you here on Live Now from Fox. It does look like those feeds are cutting out, so we are going to take you to this live shot again coming out of Fairfax, Virginia, where that defamation trial is expected to begin, as we said, in about 45 minutes or so. But we do, of course, want to bring you up to speed with everything that is going on in Ukraine. So we are going to take you out to some video that we have here on Live Now from Fox. We do know, as you heard, Ukraine is breaking for the next big Russian offensive, and it could be a protracted, bloody campaign. Russian forces, of course, are hoping to expand their gains in the eastern part of the country. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater has more from Washington.
Ukrainian fighters may have expelled Russian forces from some parts of the country, but what comes next could be even worse. Russia showing off video of its attacks on Ukrainian positions, and a column of Russian vehicles was seen moving to eastern Ukraine in a prelude to what comes next, a focus on that part of the country where a notorious Russian general will hope to lock in gains. Appearing on CBS's 60 Minutes last night, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy expressed frustration with Western allies.
I don't have any more lives to give. I don't have any more emotions. I'm no longer interested in their diplomacy that leads to the destruction of my country.
Powerful images over the weekend as British Prime Minister Boris Johnson walked around Kyiv with Zelenskyy. The White House says there are no plans for President Biden to make the trip, but he is meeting virtually today with the Prime Minister of India, hoping to build more pressure on Russia. But the new Russian campaign will be a critical test, and some caution that Ukraine's allies are running low on the Russian-made equipment that Ukrainian fighters are familiar with.
They may have to move towards NATO equipment, which would require some training. That makes the situation more complicated, particularly when time is always going to be a major factor on the battlefield. But we have obviously a major operation in front of us.
And according to British intelligence, Russia has suffered so many casualties that they are now calling up discharged veterans to join the fight. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. We do want to show you this video coming in from Ukrainian officials saying that its own forces struck and set fire to a site in eastern Ukraine that was being used by Russian forces to store ammunition. Now, this video was released by a branch of the armed forces, shows that explosion in a village in eastern Ukraine. We also have some other video, these satellite images coming into our desk, released by Maxar Technologies over the weekend, showing a military convoy moving through Ukraine's Kharkiv Oblast. Maxar Technologies said that the convoy was, quote, at least 8 miles long and consisted of hundreds of vehicles, including armored vehicles, trucks with towed artillery, and support equipment. Ukrainian armed forces say that Russian troops are attempting to gain access to the city of Izium in eastern Ukraine. And this video shows the Donetsk People's Militia infantry units advancing through residential areas around the Azovstal factory in Mariupol's left bank over the weekend. An 18-year-old soldier there was studying to be a tractor driver when he says he got called up to the front lines, saying that he came on his own to volunteer, adding that, quote, the Ukrainians are prepared fighters. NATO trained them well, all right. The Ukrainian military command says Russian forces had kept up their siege in Mariupol, the key southern port city that has been under attack for nearly 6 weeks. And as we mentioned, Ukrainian fighters are again gearing up for a potentially decisive showdown in the eastern part of the country, where those Russian troops are now refocused on securing the few gains that they've already made. Meanwhile, those caught in the crossfire are still trying to escape as evidence mounts of potential war crimes by the Russian military. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul has the latest from Lviv.
A Ukrainian family arriving Sunday in Lviv, relieved to be safely out of the eastern half of the country. They say they just narrowly escaped a Russian rocket attack that killed dozens at the train station in Kramatorsk.
We arrived a few minutes after the explosion. If the first taxi came on time, we would have been at the epicenter.
Russia is focusing its military offensive in the east after withdrawing from the capital. The devastated city of Mariupol now under constant siege and nearly inaccessible to outside aid as Russia tightens its grip on the key Black Sea port.
We went there with buses. We moved. We try again and again, but unfortunately, the situation around Mariupol was too dangerous.
Ukrainian forces retaking territory ceded by the Russians are encountering a stark scene on the ground. In some suburbs around Kyiv, civilians have been lying dead in the street for days or weeks. Ukrainian authorities say they've collected evidence of more than 5,000 Russian war crimes. They want Moscow's leaders to be held accountable, even though many are protected by diplomatic immunity.
Putin is the main war criminal of 21st century. If prosecutor of International Criminal Court decided to prosecute them, they will be responsible for all their crimes.
Ukraine's prosecutor general says the European Union is now involved. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Jeff, thank you for that report. We do want to show you some other video that we have coming in from Ukraine as Russian troops prepare to launch a new offense. Crews and volunteers in the Kyiv town of Bordyanka are continuing to clear rubble in search of any victims or survivors. This aerial video released by the SES shows destroyed buildings in the city and crews, of course, working to clear all of this rubble and destruction in the town. Now, during a visit here, the Minister of Internal Affairs said Bordyanka was one of the, quote, biggest tragedies in Ukraine, adding that the town is one of the most destroyed towns in the entire country. And a solemn service was held outside of a church in Bucha, Ukraine yesterday. The Sunday service comes after war crimes prosecutors discovered more bodies at a mass grave just outside of this church where you see people praying. Now, we do know at least 9 more bodies closely buried together were found yesterday, bringing the total number of bodies discovered there to 30. And children in Kovel in Ukraine's northwest part of the country spelled out the word Bucha during a memorial for the civilians who were found dead in Bucha after those Russian forces withdrew from the city. Now, following their withdrawal from areas near Kyiv, video showed the bodies of civilians, some with their hands tied, scattered along the roads. And on Friday, local officials exhumed bodies from a mass gravesite that you just saw in the story before. And these photos here, posted by the Facebook of the Kovel City Council, show the service, including a moment where those children used their toys to spell out Bucha there on the ground as a tribute to those who died. Now, the United Nations' latest report shows at least 1,793 Ukrainian civilians have been killed and 2,439 have been injured since the start of the Russia-Ukraine war back on February 24th. Now, those figures include at least 458 men, 294 women, as well as 899 adults whose gender is not known. The number also includes 27 girls, 46 boys, and an additional 69 children whose genders are also not known. Now, as you heard in the story before, Ukraine's prosecutor general announced her team has 5,600 documented war crimes cases against Russia. According to the prosecutor general, at least 500 of the suspects are what they call top military agents, as well as top politicians in Russia. Let's listen in.
Now we started 5,600 cases in Ukraine only about war crimes. We have our anchor case from these 5,600 cases, 02 cases, sorry. And we have our main anchor case where we have 500 suspects. It's a case about aggression crime, aggression Russian Federation against Ukraine. And these 500 suspects, it is the top militarists, top politicians, top propaganda agents of Russia Federation who have done everything to start this war, and they continue this war in Ukraine.
All right, and we do want to take you out to this live shot we have coming in from the Polish-Ukrainian border, where we do know, as you just heard, at least 4.5 million people have fled Ukraine since this war began. Also, those war crimes investigations are underway after we have learned at least 1,932 Ukrainian civilians have been killed in this war. And we also know that Ukrainian, actually rather American aid groups are working around the clock to rescue people, and specifically orphans from eastern Ukraine. But there's some concern that the children who have already lost their parents and their homes could end up in the hands of human traffickers. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams reports on these courageous groups.
Russian troops have turned innocent civilians into targets during this attack on Ukraine, killing men, women, and children who are just trying to escape from that war zone. This has left thousands of Ukrainian kids as orphans, having no family to turn to as their parents are gone and they're stuck in the middle of this war zone. Take a look on your screen. This is video of those kids trying to get out of their war-torn area that used to be safe, where they all grew up. Ukrainian orphans waiting to board those trains to evacuate from their country. Many lost their moms and their dads during this invasion. Some were killed by Russian troops. Others died after they were left without food, water, or medical care for so many weeks. These kids were left on their own in that war zone, so American organizations are stepping in. So with the help of military veterans, they're organizing safe passages for those kids. The aerial recovery and global empowerment mission going into those war zones to help those kids. Now, human trafficking has been a major concern for these groups because they thought it was okay to bring them here to Poland, and then started to realize that some of the people who were picking these kids up were not there to help. They were there for trafficking. So now they're trying to keep those kids in parts of Western Ukraine.
And that's the atrocity that happens a lot in disaster zones, again, man-made or natural. And so it's really important to make sure the process of moving them doesn't make these kids end up in a double disaster, or they just lost everything. They've been living in terror, they've experienced trauma, and now they're trafficked. Like, we can't have that happening.
As those attacks continue, the number of refugees fleeing from Ukraine keeps on climbing. UNICEF says a Ukrainian child has become a refugee almost every single second since the start of the war. Now, this refugee crisis is unprecedented in terms of speed and scale since the Second World War. Here in Poland, they've really stepped up, but they're running out of space. In Rzeszów, Poland, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
Alexis, thank you for that report. Now, we do want to take you back out to that feed that we have coming in from the Polish-Ukrainian border. Our Fox 11 LA team first broke the story where hundreds of Ukrainian refugees are arriving each day at the U.S. Tijuana border, which, if you are unfamiliar, is right at the border of California. Now, again, our Fox 11 LA team first broke that story. And our Christina Gonzalez catches up with some of the refugees who made it into the United States and are now figuring out their next steps.
You're watching the Fox 11 News at 5.
The number of refugees from Ukraine arriving at the Tijuana side of the U.S. border is exploding, with desperate families hoping to be among the 100,000 that could be allowed in.
New details tonight as Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez updates us on some of the people she met during her coverage of the issue at the border last week.
She is live now in Hollywood with the update. Christina?
Yeah, in West Hollywood, where there is a huge Ukrainian population here, and they're hoping to get their loved ones here with them. But we have found that a lot of the people we checked in with are ending up far, far away. Watch.
Once we were able to pass, it was like the biggest sigh of relief for us.
You may remember Lonnie and his fiancée stuck on the Tijuana side of the border with other Ukrainian refugees during Fox 11's coverage from the border last week.
I was as scared as could be.
After long days on the TJ sidewalk, they were allowed into San Diego and flew to family in Maine, where they are figuring out their next step.
My goal is to hopefully bring attention to what's happening on the border with Ukrainians.
Where the crowd of immigrants hoping to be allowed into the U.S. is getting exponentially larger.
Unfortunately, it's going to get worse before it gets better.
She works with EachStepHome.org, which has been working to reunite parents with immigrant children detained by Homeland Security when they try to cross the border without legal papers, seeking asylum, an issue that came to a head recently with Central American refugees and is now repeating itself with the Ukrainians arriving via Mexico, where they can enter without a visa as opposed to the U.S. She's now helping in the case of 17-year-old Lisa, who you also saw waiting in TJ with her valid Ukrainian passport and an American sponsor. But she is a minor, and she was detained.
So she was held at the border for 3 days, which are these awful, awful places. I mean, these are the places where we saw the kids in cages and the Mylar blankets.
Lisa's U.S. sponsor, Molly, says she last heard from the 17-year-old during a phone call on a speakerphone saying she was being transferred to a facility in New York.
I didn't recognize it was Lisa because for some reason the agent on the other end with her was forcing her to communicate in English. She doesn't speak English. When I asked which facility will she be kept at, she told me I cannot tell you that information, but she will be allowed to make a phone call.
They are being detained in these congregate living facilities, and I don't think they're set up to deal with Russian speakers, and it's going to be a long process to get her out.
It would not only be the wait, it's also legal fees that have been quoted by lawyers, $3,000, plus the paperwork. One form costs $535 to fill out.
We do not have a system in place to let these Ukrainians in at the border, just like we don't have a system in place to let Central American kids in at the border.
Homeland Security is confirming that if a minor travels with their natural-born parent with proof, they'll keep them together even if detained. Anyone else, a grandparent, an aunt, a U.S. citizen with a passport, No. They're going to detain that child until they can prove that that person is not out to traffic them, and that takes time. Now, on our website at foxla.com, we've put on the contact for that organization that helps people in those circumstances, and for the GoFundMe that Molly's having to put together to try to, A, find out where Lisa is and try to help her get out. Her mother, her natural birth mother, is stuck in Poland with all the other refugees, so she's not coming here anytime soon. So we'll keep you updated. Live in West Hollywood, I'm Christina Gonzalez. Back to you in the studio.
You're watching.
Christina, thank you for that report. You are watching Live Now from Fox, where we are bringing you several live feeds into our desk right now. You can see stocks just opened about 3 minutes ago. Looks like they're dipping to start the week. The New York Stock Exchange opening at a low, down 118 points. We, of course, will continue to follow that throughout the day. We also know President Joe Biden is going to be announcing new gun rules pertaining to so-called ghost guns, which don't have serial numbers and are typically put together with a kit. That is going to be happening at 2:15 Eastern Standard Time, 2:15 later today. We, of course, will bring you that. And also, we do have actor Johnny Depp expected in court today alongside his ex-wife and fellow actress Amber Heard for a defamation trial in Fairfax, Virginia. This is coming 3 years after Depp sued his ex-wife, as you heard, Amber Heard, for defamation over an op-ed that she wrote for the Washington Post about being a survivor of domestic abuse. So that is expected to get underway at about 10 o'clock this morning with jury selection. So we, of course, will be dipping in and out of that as soon as we get that feed for you. Also, of course, we can't forget the ongoing war in Ukraine, now reaching its 47th day, as the United Nations now says 1,793 Ukrainian civilians have been killed as this war continues. So these are just a few of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. It is 9:34 in the morning. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, joining you live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 9:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and we, of course, do want to bring you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are following here today. Several live feeds we have coming into our desk right now. The first one you can see outside of the courtroom, outside of the courthouse, rather, where we do know actor Johnny Depp and his ex-wife, fellow actor Amber Heard, will be appearing in court today. That is going to be for a defamation trial in Fairfax, Virginia. This is happening 3 years after Depp sued his ex-wife for defamation over an op-ed that she wrote about being a survivor of domestic abuse. That op-ed appeared in the Washington Post. So again, this is coming 3 years after Depp sued his own wife. That is expected to get underway at 10 o'clock this morning. We do know jury selection is going to be happening, so we, of course, will bring that to you as soon as we get it. We do know that this trial is expected to possibly last up to 7 weeks, so this is something that we will definitely be continuing to follow. Also, we do have stocks dipping to start the week, opening just about 8 minutes ago, and you can see the New York Stock Exchange down about 81 points right there as we speak. We also have a live shot of the White House, where we do know President Joe Biden will be returning to Washington, D.C. today from Delaware. He is expected to announce new gun rules pertaining specifically to ghost guns. If you're unfamiliar, they have been a huge problem in New York City. Ghost guns are actually guns that don't have serial numbers and are typically made from kits. So that is something we, of course, will bring you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, coming up at about 2:15 in the afternoon. We also want to bring you an update on the ongoing war in Ukraine, where it is now on its 47th day. The United Nations reporting close to 1,800 Ukrainian civilians have been killed. We also know Russian President Vladimir Putin has appointed a new commander to lead his ongoing war in Ukraine. We also want to get to some video pertaining to the war in Ukraine that we do want to show you. We do know that the Austria Chancellor Karl Nehammer says he will be meeting Putin in Moscow today. The sit-down will mark the first in-person meeting between a European Union leader and the Russian president since the war started more than 6 weeks ago. Now, Nehammer just visited Ukraine on Saturday and actually met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Austria has been providing humanitarian aid to Ukraine during the war. A Ukrainian official says the number of deaths from the attack on the Kramatorsk railway station in eastern Ukraine, which we brought to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Friday, has now risen to 57 fatalities, with more than 100 people injured. That attack came as hundreds of civilians were waiting to board trains leaving for the eastern part of the country. And we also have this video coming into our desk from Poland. So as Russia's invasion of Ukraine approaches the day 50 mark, a bipartisan group of U.S. lawmakers is visiting neighboring Poland. The members of Congress, as you saw in that photo, led by House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, are meeting with U.S. troops, our allies, and refugees who have fled Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Aisha Hasni is in Warsaw, Poland, with the latest.
For the first time during this war in Ukraine, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy came to visit Poland, and with him he brought a bipartisan delegation. Those lawmakers were able to meet with the Polish Prime Minister and the Secretary of Defense here in the capital city of Warsaw. And then they visited the Poland-Ukraine border to meet with the 82nd Airborne. While at the border, they were also able to get an assessment of the refugee crisis. As Congress approves billions of dollars in aid, I'm told lawmakers wanted to get a sense of the needs of both Poland and Ukraine firsthand. During a sit-down, I asked Leader McCarthy if Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine. He said yes, and that the damage Russia has done in places like Bucha is not something anyone can ever forget. Meanwhile, House Foreign Affairs ranking member Michael McCall spoke with me exclusively about his discussions with Polish leaders. I asked him if anyone truly thinks negotiations with Russia are even tenable anymore after the atrocities committed in Bucha and eastern Ukraine.
I think the negotiations obviously are much more difficult now since we're seeing, Putin and his troops committing these horrific war crimes. They remember the past and they look at Ukraine and they think we don't want to stand back and witness something like that happening again.
McCall says the narrative has changed amongst world leaders who now believe Ukraine can win this war if it gets the weapons it needs. But when that happens exactly is still the big question that remains. I asked Leader McCarthy about it, and he told me that his assessment is this war could continue for months or even longer. In Warsaw, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
Aisha, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you another live feed here on Live Now from Fox that we are getting into our desk right now. This coming in from New York City, outside of the United Nations headquarters in New York City, as we mentioned. We do know coming up in about 18 minutes at 10 o'clock this morning, the UN Security Council is expected to discuss the ongoing war in Ukraine and, of course, those alleged war crimes, as you just heard in Aisha's report. Now, the U.S. and its allies, of course, are continuing to denounce the deadly Russian attack on a train station where hundreds of innocent civilians were trying to flee to safety. We do want to head out to our Alex Hogan, who has the latest from Lviv, Ukraine.
Ukrainian officials say that those wounded in Friday's missile strike at a train station have been successfully evacuated to other cities, but dozens are dead, including children. Brutal footage shows the aftermath of the two missiles striking the railway station where thousands were waiting to flee the eastern city of Kramatorsk in the highly contested Donbass region, where fighting is only expected to increase. The attack at an evacuation corridor comes days after the discovery of what took place in previously occupied towns in the north. The government of Kharkiv now saying that Russian forces have attacked the town 50 times over the past day. Among the sites struck, an apartment building where firefighters evacuated 15 people, one of them just happy to be alive.
I got hit on the head, and the shockwave threw me back. The stairs collapsed, the windows and doors were knocked out. Miraculously, I survived.
New footage also coming out of the suburbs of Kyiv. Blown up buildings turned to rubble, cars and tanks set on fire. 50% of the buildings in Irpin outside of Kyiv have been demolished in the last month and a half. In Bucha, where hundreds were found, their bodies laid to rest in mass graves, killed civilians, men, women, and children. Over in Bordoyanka, the search continues for the bodies not yet found. Police this week say that hundreds of civilians have been trapped and buried under the rubble of blown-up buildings. World leaders are pledging their support, condemning the attacks and calling them clear and undeniable war crimes. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson traveling to Kyiv today, pledging both financial and military aid in the form of anti-aircraft and anti-tank missiles. Russian forces continue to amass in the east, where Ukrainian forces say they will expect continued attacks in the coming days. In Lviv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Alex, thank you for that report. We do want to take you out to a live feed that we have today coming in from the White House, where we have been telling you all morning long President Joe Biden is expected to unveil a formal rule to rein in on these so-called ghost guns, which are privately made firearms without serial numbers. The president set to nominate an Obama-era U.S. attorney to run the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives to try and address this ongoing issue. Our Fox 5 New York team has more.
I am calling on the administration to go all after ghost guns by putting out regulations that will stop them.
The Biden administration expected to do just that, rolling out its long-awaited ghost gun rule aimed at reining in privately made firearms without serial numbers as early as today.
There is an epidemic of ghost guns now flowing into New York City and Long Island, and we have to do something to stop it.
Over the weekend, New York cops recovered a ghost gun believed to be the murder weapon in Friday's stray bullet shooting death of Angeli Yombo in the Bronx. The 16-year-old girl was walking home from school. 2 other teens were also shot and injured. Police arrested a 17-year-old boy in connection to the shooting.
Stop shooting and start living. This is disgusting. This is a disaster. No, our kids should not have to feel threatened to be successful in going to school and coming from school. It's just out of control.
Gun safety groups and Democrats in Congress have been pushing the Justice Department to crack down on these hard-to-trace guns for nearly a year.
There's no serial number, there's no background check, and you can order them online, no questions asked.
This new rule is expected to change the current definition of a firearm under federal law to include unfinished parts like a frame of a handgun. It would also require firearms dealers to run background checks before selling ghost gun kits, which contain parts to assemble a firearm.
And also on the topic of gun legislation, on the heels of the Sacramento massacre, new rallying calls for gun legislation are currently happening in California. Our Fox 11 LA team spoke with State Senator Bob Hertzberg, who's also pushing for new legislation in California to go after illegal guns.
You're watching the Fox 11 News at 5.
The number of refugees from Ukraine arriving at the Tijuana side of the U.S. border is exploding, with desperate families hoping to be among the 100,000 that could be allowed in.
New details tonight as Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez updates us on some of the people she met during her coverage of the issue at the border last week.
She is live now in Hollywood with the update. Christina?
Yeah, in West Hollywood, where there is a huge Ukrainian population here, and they're hoping to get their loved ones here with them. But we have found that a lot of the people we checked in with are ending up.
6 people were killed, at least 12 people injured in a shooting that police say was gang-related. Investigators believe at least 5 shooters fired guns. At least 2 of the shooters were firing stolen guns. Both Democrats and Republicans with very different responses to all of this. Let's start with the Democrats.
Collectively, our legislation could work to stop the kind of mass shootings that changed the city over the weekend.
This week, the legislature moved forward on legislation by State Senator Bob Hertzberg and backed by Governor Newsom that would make it easier to sue gun manufacturers. Joining us now is Bob Hertzberg. He is the State Senate Majority Leader Emeritus, which means he's been around for a minute. He's the former Speaker of the California Assembly, and he's currently running for a seat on the L.A. County Board of Supervisors. Senator Hertzberg, welcome to The Issue Is for the first time. Great to see you.
Hey, thanks for having me, and thanks for doing the show. I really appreciate it. It's an important contribution to the debate.
Thank you very much. So in the most basic terms, how does this legislation work?
Well, basically what it does in the simplest terms is it adds a new tool to go after illegal guns. Not your guns if you go deer hunting or if you want to protect your home or if you want to, protect your business. You're entitled to have that. That's not the issue. It has to be an illegal gun. An illegal gun is 3 types. An assault weapon, it's a 50 caliber machine gun, or it's what's called a ghost gun. What's a ghost gun? Generally what it is when somebody files off the serial number so it's not traceable, or they get a gun kit and put it together and it's never traceable. Now, why is that so important? It's important because 65% of all of the ATF guns that have been seized in the United States that are ghost guns have come from California. And the LAPD has declared what they call a ghost gun epidemic. So what we did in the simplest terms was to take the guidance from the United States Supreme Court in the abortion case in Texas, and we said, okay, we're going to give that same private right of action, to give a new tool, basically like an Amber Alert or a picture up in a post office or whatever it is, to see if we can get the community to come out. Don't know if it'll work, but you'll try anything given this gun violence, and said we'll give you $10,000 plus attorney's fees, and you can get an injunction. You can go after someone who you see manufacturing or transporting or selling these ghost guns or illegal assault weapons.
Do you think that law, the Texas law, where you can sue people who make abortions possible, do you think that's constitutional?
It's constitutional because the Supreme Court said it was constitutional. I don't think it was constitutional. I've been before the United States Supreme Court on issues with my father and others. I don't think it's constitutional, but I don't make that decision. 5 justices of the Supreme Court say that.
So if that's not constitutional, how is this one constitutional?
But it is constitutional because the Supreme Court said. I suspect someone will take it up, and the court will have to answer that question. And the one thing I want to share with you, because I'm a homework person, is I went and read all the briefs in the United States Supreme Court to make sure we did this right. And guess what? There was a firearms coalition that filed in a brief in the Supreme Court that says, please, please don't uphold the abortion law in Texas, because if you do, they're going to use this exact same thing for us against guns. And so I use that as guidance in drafting this law. It's going to be very hard for the United States Supreme Court to say, well, we didn't know about guns, because the issue is directly before them.
Right.
It's kind of an interesting brief, you know.
What do you say to critics who say that California already has the strictest gun laws in the country? The Sacramento shooting still happened. The early investigation there suggests that was a stolen gun. This legislation isn't necessarily going to stop somebody from stealing a gun. What do you say to those critics?
Well, it was a stolen gun, but it was also modified to be an assault weapon, and so the assault weapon is illegal in its case. And, you know, I don't know, what would I tell the mother of someone who was shot? Maybe if you can get one more gun off the street, it helps. Every bit helps. We've now reduced gun violence by 50% as a result of this stuff.
Finally, the Sacramento Bee first reported that one of the suspects in the Sacramento shooting, Smiley Martin, was serving a 10-year sentence for domestic violence and assault. He was granted early release, even though Sacramento DA Anne Marie Schubert argued against that. What do you make of the larger questions about criminal justice reform and whether we're making things too easy for criminals in this state?
What we know is that there's a lot of people who've been harmed by an overzealous system that's keep people in jail. There's also been some challenges that we now see in this case. The thing that we do in government that we're supposed to do if we're thoughtful and common sense and smart is we live and we grow and we course correct and we try to deal with the injustices that are happening in the system where people are stuck in jail because they can't afford to get out because they can't afford bail. But at the same time, we make sure someone's a flight risk or a public safety risk, they stay in. So it's a legitimate question. And the idea is we want to make sure the system is just. That's what it's about, criminal justice. The focus here on this bill that happened before Sacramento is trying to use a new tool that is actually tough on crime, because the idea is it enforces the criminal law about illegal guns.
All right. State Senator Bob Hertzberg, thanks for coming on The Issue Is and sharing your views. Good to see you.
Hey, listen, like Arnold Schwarzenegger says, I'll be back.
He actually said that on this show. Now, for another perspective.
I love it.
We're going to have a different view now from Republican Assembly Leader James Gallagher. We'll see if he does Schwarzenegger impressions or not. He represents the Western Sacramento Valley, including Chico. He graduated top of his class from UC Davis Law School and is a father of 5. I feel like we could do an entire show on what it's like to raise 5 kids. But Assemblyman, welcome to The Issue Is for the very first time.
We definitely could, Alex, and it's a pleasure.
You just heard from Senator Hertzberg. A lot to unpack in what he said, but let's start with the gun proposal itself. Should residents be able to sue makers of illegal guns for a $10,000 reward?
Well, I mean, the problem with the good senator's proposal there, and you kind of honed in on it, is it doesn't get at the heart of the issue here. You know, what is the problem? Overwhelmingly, these incidents of gun violence, and they happen in every city. You know, the most recent was this terrible incident in Sacramento, but they happen in every city in California, and it's the same MO. It's unrehabilitated felons, dangerous persons who are not supposed to have guns in the first place, who have modified or stolen weapons, and they're using them to victimize and kill people on our streets. And so we as Republicans say, let's address that issue, that exact issue that is the cause of this gun violence, head on. And so we've proposed what I think are very reasonable reforms, which is, one, stop this early release program at the state prisons that's going on right now, that's releasing people without any proven rehabilitation, releasing people back out onto the street. Second, let's have penalties and enhancements for those who are using guns in the commission of a crime. This legislature took that away 2 years ago. So, I think most people would agree, if you're using weapons to commit crimes against people, there should be a penalty for that. And so we should bring that back. And then third, go ahead, Alex.
Just to be clear, so would you vote against the Hertzberg proposal?
Yes, because I don't think it gets at the problem. I mean, going and suing a manufacturer, let's say you succeed, that doesn't stop these guns from being in the hands of dangerous people on these streets.
Yeah.
It's nothing to stop that. And so, look, to me, I think we need to focus on the problem. And that takes me to my third point, which is we have an APPS program. This is a program that is designed to go after prohibited persons, felons, others who are not supposed to have guns, and disarm them. 3 successive attorneys general in this state have failed to go out and clear the backlog of these felons. There's tens of thousands of them. There was 1,000 added last week to this list. It still has not been cleared. Why aren't we doing this? Why aren't we going out there and disarming the criminals who are the ones who are committing these crimes and are causing devastation in every city in California? That has to be the focus. And, to me, we need to address the issue head on.
Well, let's dig in a little bit more on some of the criminal justice issues at play here, specifically the news that one of the suspects in this shooting was part of that early release program. Here's a quote from you from this week. I'm going to read it right now. Quote, "This was a violent felon with a long rap sheet who should have been in prison. If he was, this tragedy might have been avoided. If this violence a few blocks from the Capitol doesn't serve as a wake-up call to the policymakers in this building, I don't know what will." Do you think it is serving as a wake-up call? And what's the most important change you want to see on criminal justice?
I really hope so. And look, we don't know all the facts yet. I mean, things are still coming out. But it's pretty clear this was an incident of gang violence. And one of the suspects here was someone who was released early. He was supposed to be doing a 10-year sentence. He only did 4 years. What he went in for was beating his girlfriend very badly. And he's had a history of possessing firearms that he's not supposed to have. And we have a system right now that's been implemented by emergency regulations at the state prison system, CDCR, that gives people like this automatic credits that help them to get out earlier without proving that they've gone through any kind of programming to be rehabilitated. And this is just one incident of many where folks are getting out early without showing that rehabilitation. And so to me, that's a big part of this. We have to end that program. The governor can do it. And that's why we're actually circulating a letter among legislators right now asking everyone to sign on, stop this emergency regulation program, which, by the way, they're proposing to make permanent, Alex. On April 14th, there's a hearing at CDCR to make this permanent. We have to stop this madness. We believe in rehabilitation. There are things that I think can be really helpful in getting people to, re-enter, to do things to get back on a productive life. But this program is not doing it. And we have dangerous people out on the streets as a result.
The challenge for you, of course, is that Democrats have supermajorities in the Senate and the Assembly. How do you get what you want when essentially they could completely ignore you and roll you on every issue?
Well, I think they can't ignore this issue anymore. I mean, this was a block away from where we, debate, where we have, our assembly floor sessions. This really hit home. And really, you know what? I think this is going to be bipartisan. We're asking our colleagues on both sides of the aisle, stop this early release program, and let's put some reasonable reforms in place that help ensure that dangerous people aren't getting back out on the streets, that there's penalties for crime. I mean, you have to have accountability. Certainly you can have rehabilitation, you can have programs that help get folks back on the right track, get them training and education, all those things, but there has to be accountability for crime. And certainly we've seen that throughout California, that when you have no accountability, we have, this rise in thefts in our stores from our small businesses. We've seen our murder rate increase 30% in 2020. It's time to have reasonable laws and accountability for these dangerous crimes. And I think that we can get Democrats to agree with us on this issue. I hope so.
6 people were killed, at least 12 people.
All right, everybody, switching from California to Georgia, happening today, a Stacey Abrams-backed election lawsuit will be going before a judge today. That lawsuit was filed by Abrams' Fair Right Action organization more than 3 years ago, right after Abrams narrowly lost her bid to become governor of Georgia back in 2018. Now, the lawsuit alleges that state officials grossly mismanaged the 2018 election, depriving some people the right to vote. Our Fox 5 team in Atlanta explains.
A lawsuit calling on change to how Georgia's elections are managed, going before a federal judge on Monday, months ahead of the 2022 election. The suit was filed in November of 2018 by Democratic candidate Stacey Abrams' Fair Fight Action organization after her narrow loss to Governor Brian Kemp in 2018. When the suit was first filed, it called for a sweeping overhaul of the state's elections, but the scope was narrowed after the state made changes to address some of those allegations, and others were dismissed by the court. Now the suit is focused on the state's exact match policy, the statewide voter registration list, and the in-person cancellation of absentee ballots. The suit alleges the systems can cause voters to be turned away or have eligible voter registration deleted. It also alleges election officials are not trained on how to cancel an absentee ballot if someone chooses to vote in person. The plaintiffs claim that can cause voters to be turned away or forced to cast a provisional ballot. Lawyers for the state argue there is not evidence to back claims in the lawsuit.
All right, thank you for that report. Now to some news coming out of Texas. Both sides of the aisle are coming together to try and stop the rollback of Title 42 and avoid more chaos at our southern border. Bipartisan bills were introduced in the House and Senate last week to try and block President Biden from lifting the policy without having a plan in place to address the flood of migrants that could follow. Now, Democrats from Texas to New Hampshire have signed on, saying that they don't think the president is prepared for a potential wave of migrants. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has the latest.
DHS expects a record number of migrants across the southern border this summer, some 18,000 a day, after that Trump-era public health measures repealed next month. Here's the Senate's top Republican on what he thinks will happen.
It will produce a gusher, be far beyond the open border we already have, produce a gusher of additional people coming in. Totally inconsistent, by the way, with them asking us for $10 billion for vaccines and therapeutics.
Border Patrol arrests reached an all-time high last year. Since Title 42 was put in place 2 years ago during the Trump administration, 1.7 million migrants have been turned away, according to DHS. Moderate Senate Democrats co-sponsoring a bill to delay lifting the measure for 2 months, while asking the White House to submit a plan to deal with the expected border surge. Many Republicans want to link the delay of Title 42 to the $10 billion COVID relief bill, as you heard from Senator Mitch McConnell earlier. It's been over a year since Vice President Kamala Harris was named point person on immigration policy. She has visited the border once since taking on the role. Joe Biden has not been to the border as president. Earlier on Fox News Sunday, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki acknowledged the challenges facing the administration.
We agree that the immigration system is broken. It should be addressed. We should do more to fix it. And Democrats, moderate, whatever, wherever they fall in the party, Republicans of any flavor who want to work with us on that, we'd love to do that.
The expected border surge this summer takes place just months before the midterm elections. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, everybody, more and more congressional lawmakers are revealing that they have tested positive for COVID-19 this week, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Now, back on Friday, the White House acknowledged with an uptick in cases, it is possible President Biden could at some point become infected. And it is, of course, a turning point for the administration and a test for the country now, learning to live with the virus. Our Fox News reporter Caroline Shively has more from Washington.
From Tuesday through Friday this week, 13 members of Congress tested positive for COVID.
We've had these outbreaks periodically over the months, and I think COVID is not completely over.
Among those infected, Senators Susan Collins and Raphael Warnock.
Mr. Warnock,
after they'd voted on Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination to the Supreme Court on the Senate floor Thursday.
And this nomination is confirmed.
Vice President Harris was on the Senate floor presiding over that vote, then on the White House lawn Friday afternoon, giving Judge Jackson a maskless hug at the outdoor event.
I will tell you that the Vice President has been wearing a mask inside. When there was a private greet, they were all wearing masks.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi also tested positive for COVID on Thursday, 2 days after kissing the president's cheek. White House officials report the president tested negative on Friday and didn't isolate because his interaction with Pelosi didn't fall under the category of close contact.
The contact was certainly close from the photo we saw.
Dr. Anthony Fauci points out that the president faces the risk that all Americans do.
It is conceivable that the president will get infected.
Lawmakers left town without passing a $10 billion COVID relief package. Now they're on recess for the next 2 weeks. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. In the meantime, Dr. Anthony Fauci says a return to nationwide masking rules could be in the future as coronavirus cases continue to rise. Not news that we want to hear, but that is because it's mostly going to be up to people to decide for themselves how much they're exposed to the virus. Let's listen in to what Dr. Fauci had to say.
We really need to concentrate a lot more on that, about getting new tests, getting drugs, getting vaccines, which I hope the Congress comes through and gives us the resources so that as we get into what might be another surge, that we're prepared with all of the tools that we need to address it. And right now, if we don't get that support, John, we're not going to be ready for it.
And speaking of COVID news, we do want to show you this video coming in from Shanghai, China. Some crazy video. Drones were actually used to broadcast messages about COVID-19 testing and fire safety at home in Shanghai, China, as the city was placed under a lockdown to try and control an outbreak of the virus back in April. This video posted to Weibo by Chinese firefighting authorities shows a drone, as you saw earlier. You see some people spraying some disinfectant. This is the drone video that we want to show you. You can see it flying above Shanghai's streets, announcing COVID-19 testing and asking residents to not cut in line when testing was taking place. Shanghai recorded 914 new confirmed cases of COVID-19 and 25,173 new symptomatic infections just today alone. So some pretty crazy news coming out of China related to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Now, we did earlier have a feed coming in from Fairfax, Virginia, to a story that we are following here on Live Now from Fox, specifically related to actor Johnny Depp. You may have heard, which we showed you earlier, as we mentioned, Johnny Depp is actually suing his ex-wife Amber Heard, and that defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife Amber Heard is set to begin today. We believe it started about 9 minutes ago. We did have a feed coming into our desk just outside of the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia. We do know that the Pirates of the Caribbean actor is suing Heard for $50 million, claiming that she defamed him when she wrote a 2018 op-ed in the Washington Post about being a survivor of domestic abuse. Now, even though Heard never named Depp specifically, his lawyers say that the piece was obviously about him, her ex-husband, and actually damaged his film career and reputation. So again, Depp has denied all abuse allegations. He has already lost a libel case in the United Kingdom against The Sun, which is a tabloid paper which called him, quote, a wife beater. Now, back in November 2020, a high court judge ruled Depp did assault Heard on numerous occasions, making her fear for her life after hearing Heard's testimony and evidence. So again, this defamation trial with Johnny Depp suing his ex-wife Amber Heard set to begin today in Fairfax, Virginia. As soon as we get that feed, we will of course bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Some other news that we want to bring to you: Elon Musk will not be joining Twitter's board of directors. Musk is the founder of Tesla and SpaceX. He is a critic of Twitter's free speech policies and actually recently purchased more than 9% of Twitter shares, making him the largest single Twitter shareholder. Musk, again, will not be a board member. As we just mentioned, he has declined to join Twitter's board of directors. We do have a tweet, actually, that we want to show you coming in from Twitter's CEO that we want to bring to you here on Live Now from Fox. This is coming in, as we said, from Twitter's CEO, saying that Elon has decided not to join our board, saying that I sent a brief note to the company sharing with you all here. So again, it's saying that the board and he had many discussions about Elon joining the board and with Elon directly, saying that they are excited to collaborate and again, collaborate and have a clear vision about Twitter in the future. Now, coming off of that news, we do want to show you stocks dipping a little bit, down 35 points to start the week. It is 10:12 here on the East Coast. We also have another live feed coming into our desk that we do want to show you here on Live Now from Fox. Actually, we are tracking several live feeds. As you saw, stocks dipping to start the week. President Joe Biden heading from Delaware back to the White House today to announce a new set of gun rules, specifically pertaining to ghost gun rules. That's coming up in about 4 hours. We will, of course, bring that feed to you as soon as we get it. And also happening right now in New York City, we have the United Nations Security Council meeting right now to discuss the ongoing war in Ukraine. So we do want to bring that feed to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Stark. Moldova has rightly been described as a small country with a big heart. Despite still reeling from COVID-19 pandemic, and with determination to achieve their national development priorities, they opened their borders and homes for those fleeing shelling and guns in Ukraine, the majority of whom are women, children, and the elderly. An estimated 95,000 Ukrainians are hosted in country to date. Thousands and thousands more transited since the war started. At the different temporary shelters I visited in Moldova, exhausted, anxious, fearful, tearful mothers shared their worries about the future of their country, about the future of their daughters and sons and their families. A young girl from Odessa, Tatiana, told me her city is beautiful. She has a dream to become a doctor, and had her studies abruptly interrupted by the necessity to flee. In an act of determination and resilience, she and her colleagues are continuing their schooling online with the help of their teachers as well. Tatiana is determined to not let this war disrupt her dream. Vitaly, a young boy of maybe 7, told me about his sleepless nights, worried about his father, who was left behind to patrol the streets in their hometown. I witnessed buses full of women and children arrive at the Palanca border, tired, weary, and fearful. There, they were met with dignity, with compassion, and volunteers from civil society organizations, many of whom we support as UN Women. I heard from women's civil society organizations how they adapted their work overnight, going from grappling with 2 emergencies, COVID-19 and the energy crisis, to a third. They were able to work with the government to ensure that basic needs were met and services provided. They do this without specific humanitarian response training. UN Women, at their request, is supporting them in this adjustment. And UN Women is acting on our coordination mandate, working with the refugee response team and civil society partners to ensure that the gendered nature of this crisis is addressed with a gender-sensitive response. This includes services to provide with a focus on protection and to address the increased trauma and psychosocial support needs that I saw so starkly. Young women who left their homes at night, families who are separated, the constant fear of the future, This trauma risks destroying a generation. We must continue our support, but most importantly, we must continue all efforts to advance peace. I condemn in the strongest possible way the recent attack on Kramatorsk train station, which also killed civilians and UN civil society partners. The people killed in the train station are like the people met at the border, women and children and the elderly looking for safety. Humanitarians are not a target. Civilians are not a target. Excellencies, we are increasingly hearing of rape and sexual violence. These allegations must be independently investigated to ensure justice and accountability. The combination of mass displacement with the large presence of conscripts and mercenaries and the brutality displayed against Ukrainian civilians has raised all red flags. This esteemed body will hear more on this from the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict on Wednesday. Excellencies, a war of this magnitude impacts the world far beyond the borders of Ukraine. I also heard from the government in Moldova and the border police a need for increased support to monitor border crossings. The risk of human trafficking is increasing as the situation becomes more desperate. Young women and unaccompanied teenagers are at a particular risk. I call on all countries to increase their efforts in combating trafficking and commend all the host countries for their collaboration on that and on prevention. I equally call on all countries to support Moldova and others with increased resources for the police forces so that they can ensure support to victims of gender-based violence and trafficking. Gender-sensitive and survivor-centered response must be at the heart of all humanitarian action. Excellencies, through all these horrors, women continue to serve and lead their communities and support the internally displaced in Ukraine. Women make up 80% of all health and social care workers in Ukraine, and many of them chose not to evacuate. We have seen the women members of parliament continue to fulfill their duties in the Verkhovna Rada while bombs fell around Kiev. And we have also seen the Deputy Prime Minister engage in the humanitarian response. I have seen Ukrainian women, refugees in Moldova also working in the shelters and taking on roles to support each other. Women's organizations within Ukraine have not stopped working, adjusting their work to meet the immediate needs of the populations they serve. They do this at great risk to their own lives. They were there before the war, they remain there during, and they will be there to pick up the pieces after. I salute their courage and their steadfastness. They need our continued support. The Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund is already supporting several women's organizations on the front line in Ukraine and in Moldova to aid displaced women and girls, including shelter, medication, food, psychosocial support, including to women and girls living with disabilities or HIV and AIDS. The fund is also providing institutional support to these organizations to sustain them. With your help, we can do much more. Excellencies, without fail, every Ukrainian man, woman, and child I met had one dream: to be able to return homes. However, I heard yesterday many do not have homes to go back to. I call on this Council to continue to use all avenues for peace. From UN Women's own rapid gender analysis, we know that women are asking to be part of the solution. I heard from women in the shelters that they too are taking on leadership roles and supporting the refugee responses in the host countries, and many of them are in touch with other women, their friends, their family, who are supporting the IDPs within Ukraine. We know from experience that women's participation makes response and recovery more effective and more sustainable. And women's organizations are uniquely qualified to help not just women, but other marginalized and vulnerable groups. It is vital that they are consulted and engaged in all decisions related to the crisis response and related to peace. They need not be seen as victims only, but as agents and leaders of change, which they are. This Security Council has adopted 10 resolutions calling for women to be meaningfully involved in any decision or negotiation about peace and security. And we know that women's involvement is both a right and an opportunity for better outcomes. This is especially important in a war that has so starkly illustrated gender-based differences. Let us not lose sight of this. I have seen firsthand the impact of women's leadership can have. Yet women are largely absent from any current negotiation efforts. We ask the Security Council, all member states, and our development and humanitarian partners to ensure the meaningful participation of women and girls, including from marginalized groups, in all decision-making processes, peace, diplomacy, and humanitarian. Without this, we will not have peace, development, nor human security. To conclude, we strongly echo the Secretary General's repeated calls for peace, an immediate cessation of hostilities, and the withdrawal of Russian troops from Ukrainian territories. Tatiana, the young girl from the shelter in Moldova, must be supported and enabled to pursue her medical degree and to be a part of the future of her country. The war must stop, and it must stop now. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Behus, for the briefing, and good morning. From me, I now give the floor to Mr. Emmanuel Fontaine.
Mr. President, Excellencies and colleagues, first I would like to express my appreciation to Ambassador Thomas Greenfield and to Ambassador Ferit Hoxha for convening today's meeting. I would also like to thank Ambassador Woodward and the United Kingdom for hosting this briefing during your Security Council presidency. I actually just returned from a mission to Ukraine, and I must say in my 31 years as a humanitarian, I've rarely seen so much damage caused in so little time. Friday's attack on Kramatorsk train station was particularly horrifying. The station has been a critical route for thousands of families fleeing Donetsk Oblast, an area that has seen some of the war's worst violence and destruction. When the station was attacked, it was filled with families desperate to escape the mounting violence. I note the tragic irony that our teams were actually offloading life-saving humanitarian supplies only a kilometer away when so many lives were taken away by this needless act of violence. The attack on Kramatorsk station is unconscionable, and yet it is just one of many instances in this war where we have seen a blatant disregard for civilian lives and international humanitarian law. Inside Ukraine, children and families and communities are under attack. Of the 3.2 million children estimated to have remained in their homes, nearly half may be at risk of not having enough food. Attacks on water system infrastructure and power outages have left an estimated 1.4 million people without access to water in Ukraine. Another 4.6 million people have only limited access. The situation is even worse in cities like Mariupol and Kherson, where children and their families have now gone weeks without running water and sanitation services, a regular supply of food and medical care. They are sheltering in their homes and on the ground, waiting for the bombs and violence to stop. As of yesterday, the High Commissioner for Human Rights Office has verified 142 children killed and 229 children injured. We know these numbers are likely much higher, and many of them were caused by crossfire or the use of explosive weapons in populated areas. I actually met one of those children in an intensive care unit in the hospital ward of Zaporizhia. Vlad, who is a 4-year-old, was shot twice in the stomach as he was escaping with his family from a contested area. Although still unconscious, Vlad is expected to live, unlike so many others. All the systems that help children survive are also under attack. Hostilities have damaged or destroyed hundreds of residential houses. Attacks on hospital, healthcare facilities, and medical equipment, and the killing and injuring of healthcare professionals are making it even harder for people to access emergency care, basic healthcare, and medicine. Hundreds of schools and educational facilities have been attacked or used for military purposes. Others are serving as shelters for civilians. nationwide school closure are impacting the learning and the future of 5.7 million school-aged children and 1.5 million students in higher education. In the Donbass region, a whole generation of children have already seen their lives and education upended during the past 8 years of conflict. We applaud the effort of the authorities to ensure continuity of education. However, this can only be a temporary solution. Lessons from the pandemic show that the importance of children learning in a school with their peers and teachers. Excellencies, I met families in Zaporizhia who told me that they wanted to stay in their homes, but were forced to flee when the shelling and violence became too much. Thousands of others now are trying to leave before the fighting closes in around them. They face further dangers along the way, missiles, crossfire, and explosive remnants. In just 6 weeks, nearly two-thirds of all Ukrainian children have been displaced. They have been forced to leave behind everything, their homes, their school, and often their family members. I have heard stories of the desperate steps parents are taking to get their children to safety, and children being saddened that they are unable to get back to school. A social worker told me a story about parents who were forced to send their children with a truck driver just to get them away from the line of fire. Such unaccompanied children, of course, are at much higher risk of violence, abuse, exploitation, and trafficking. Women face a particular risk. We are extremely concerned by increasing reports of sexual violence and other forms of gender-based violence. Fortunately, there has been an outpouring of support from neighboring countries to welcome refugees. The solidarity expressed for Ukrainian refugees has been a very welcome development, one that surely should be replicated globally for all seeking protection and asylum, no matter where they come from. Excellencies, UNICEF and our partners are doing everything we can. Inside Ukraine, we continue to face extremely difficult operating conditions. We have seen some progress in recent weeks with our teams and supplies able to reach Sumy, Kharkiv, and Kramatorsk, among others. But this is not enough. Ongoing hostilities prevent us from reaching those most in need in many areas of the country. We saw that last week in Kramatorsk, when our teams were actually forced to stop offloading supplies and had to evacuate to safety following the nearby explosions. We are also helping local authorities to identify and register unaccompanied and separated children. We are providing families with much-needed humanitarian cash assistance and increasing awareness to minimize the risk of explosive ordnance. In Zaporizhia, I visited a reception center set up by local authorities, run mostly by women professionals, for displaced people to access health and psychosocial services, have a warm meal, and rest temporarily. These services are critical, but they are not the solution. Many of those who were able to flee early have been able to find sanctuary in other countries. It is not clear how those who are being displaced now will actually fare. They have been exposed to violence for longer and may have less resources at their disposal. Resources are already overstretched, and local residents live in a state of uncertainty as the sound of air raids and warnings from local officials ring regularly, reminding them that the front lines may soon reach them too. Excellencies, I'm particularly concerned about the widespread presence of explosive remnants of war, which expose children to the risk of death and horrendous injury. Eastern Ukraine was already one of the world's most mine-contaminated stretches of land, even prior to the recent escalation. This reality is rapidly extending to other parts of the country. We are also carefully monitoring the health, rights, and dignity of women and girls as the risk of exploitation and abuse grows. And we continue to reiterate the need to ensure that children who have become separated from their families and who live in institutional care are protected, and that every effort be made to obtain caregiver consent and authorities' approval before these children are evacuated or relocated. In closing, I want to express how proud I am of our UN teams both inside Ukraine and in neighboring countries. The work they are doing is indispensable. I want to also salute the remarkable resilience of Ukrainian doctors, nurses, teachers, and social workers, especially women who have been at the forefront of the response. I was personally deeply impressed by the care they are providing children and families. I visited an underground maternity ward in Lviv that is staffed 24/7 by a team of tireless women assisting birth amidst air raid alerts. Local women's organizations are mobilizing grassroots networks to care for the most vulnerable, even on the darkest of circumstances. Their courage and commitment are a light in the dark. But most of all, I want to entreat all those with the power to end this war to actually use that power. The lives and future of millions of children hang in the balance. Excellencies, the math is simple. Every day the war continues, children will continue to suffer. As humanitarians, you can count on us to continue doing our work, but there's only so much we can do. It is time to end this war. Ukraine's children cannot afford to wait. Thank you.
Mr. Fontaine, thank you very much. I now give the floor to Ms. Katerina Charapaka, who joins us on the video link. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, today I have an honor and responsibility to speak and testify as a part of civil society organizations who stand for protection of independence and freedom of Ukraine for invasion by Russia. Organizations who consolidate their efforts at the national, regional, and community level with state and individuals, men and women, adults and children, who provide assistance, who help to save lives of civilians, often most vulnerable ones, who collect evidences and testimonies of survivors of war crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine, to document them and to help to bring justice. I speak as a women's rights activist, as a specialist, as a mother, and since February 24, as a displaced person. With a full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia, the whole population of the country is under the life threat. Women and children, as it always happened in the wartime, are the most vulnerable ones. In my presentation, I would like to focus on 4 aspects related to the impact of Russian aggression on women and children. Women and children are the biggest part of internally displaced people and refugees who left the country trying to save their lives. Often, they become invulnerable to the risk of gender-based violence, exploitation, and trafficking. Very often, during evacuation, with clearly indicated signs of being civilian, unarmed, carrying children, they are brutally killed by Russian troops. Hit in railway station in Kramatorsk, where civilians, mostly women, children, and elderly, were waiting for evacuation train. The city where our colleagues, women's rights activists, put so many efforts to promote 1325 resolution and its spirit. Hit in maternity and child hospitals, kindergartens. Bombing theater building in Mariupol, where women, children were sheltering, and with a clear signs, children that were visible from the sky. The city that always connected us with sisters and colleagues from Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast. We received calls from women in Mariupol informing about forced deportation of civilians, including unaccompanied children, by Russian troops to Donetsk and further to Russia. So-called evacuation. Women were deported under the threat of rape and killing. Women in local administration, self-government bodies, they are also exposed to threat of kidnapping, torture, and killing. The head of Matizhin village, Kievska Oblast, Olga Sukhenka, was found dead together with her husband and son after being taken by Russian troops who occupied the village, severely tortured and killed, for staying with her community and performing her duty, organizing support, medicine, food to people. The deputy of Zaporozhska Oblast administration, Leila Ibragimova, was kidnapped from her home. Director of the kindergarten in Kievska Oblast, Larisa Osipenko, killed by occupants because of her profession. You should not rise Nazis, they said. This tragic list of crime committed by thousands of ordinary Russian soldiers claiming that they didn't know where they are can be continued. Women are the important actors of peace and security sector in Ukraine, and their contribution during the war is really incredible. Together with activists, volunteers, journalists, they also become the target of the occupants. Ukrainian volunteer Yulia Payevska, Taira, many years for saving lives of people in the occupied by Russian territories on the east of Ukraine, captured by Russian troops while organizing assistance for civilians in Mariupol. A video with captured Taira was shown where she was forced to call to find the solution of the situation. At this moment, there is no information about her condition and what the situation is now with her. Women prisoners of war, exposed to torture, including sexual violence, undressed in front of the male groups, harassed, shaved. Journalist, female journalist kidnapped in Zaporozhye Oblast, 2 journalists, and another one killed near the Kiev while performing their professional duties. Women and girls are particularly vulnerable to sexual violence and rape during the wartime. A number of facts and cases already revealed and reported, but unfortunately, this is just the tip of the iceberg that we'll see. Many survivors remain in the situation of life threat. They are staying on the occupied territory. They are cut off from help, connection, from everything. We receive such calls to the national hotlines operated by La Strada Ukraine. For today, we have 9 cases of rape by Russian soldiers in the temporary occupied towns and villages. About 12 women and girls, children. Reports from Kievska, Khersonska, and Chernigivska Oblast, reported by the survivors themselves and by the witnesses. Raped by a group of occupants multiple times with life threat to survivors, their children, their family members, in front of the family members and other people. Real cases, real people, real facts. We see extreme traumatization, fear for life, not readiness to talk about what had happened. Those who manage to escape somehow to safer place are too traumatized to report. They need support, therapy, recovery first. We know that many of these cases will hardly or even never be disclosed, unfortunately, as many of those suffered are killed already by Russian invaders. We know and see, and we want you to hear our voices, that violence and rape is used now as a weapon of war by Russian invaders in Ukraine. At the same time, the war also shows the important role that women play in standing for Ukraine, in the processes of restoring the peace, strengthening and developing on the country and democracy process. We do not want you to look at us only as victims of Russian military aggression. Women in peace and security sector, volunteers, activists, journalists, human rights defenders are an integral part of the progress and development in Ukraine. We have knowledge, we have skills, we have expertise, we have strength, but we need to be saved and protected now. We call to all members of the Security Council, international institutions, the governments, to stop the war and demonstrate your solidarity in the concrete and practical actions, to find and to use the tools to stop Russian aggression and to ensure that your decisions are not blocked and not ignored. We call to ensure security of children, women, and men of Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank Ms. Katerina Charapaka for her briefing and thank her for joining us today. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. And with that, I begin with Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the United States. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. President. We're honored by your presence here with us today and thankful to the United Kingdom for leading this debate. Thank you to our briefers from UN Women and UNICEF for your remarks and for the work your teams are doing on the ground. I too visited Romania and Moldova and saw your teams on the ground working with vulnerable people. And I'd like to give an especially strong thank you to Ms. Charapaka for being with us today and for sharing the voices of women and children in Ukraine. She's the first civil society briefer we've had brief us in an official council meeting. Thank you very much. When men like President Putin start wars, women and children get displaced. Women and children get hurt. Women and children get raped and abused, and women and children die. Since the start of Russia's unprovoked war against Ukraine, Russia has bombed orphanages and maternity hospitals. We've seen mass graves with dead children stacked on top of each other. On Friday, a train station being used for civilian evacuations, mostly women and children, was struck by a Russian missile. Washington Post reporters saw at least 20 dead, including children. Limbs and luggage were scattered everywhere. A maimed dog shivered next to one of the dead. According to the reporters, a large piece of missile on the scene had chilling words written on the side. In Russian, it said, "For the children." That is what Russia's war looks like. What is happening to women and children in Ukraine is horrific beyond comprehension. Mr. President, when I was in Moldova and Romania, I saw with my own eyes some of the human toll of Russia's brutal war. I met with a few of the 11.6 million people who are now displaced from their homes, representatives of the largest refugee crisis in Europe since World War II. The mass displacement includes over half of all of Ukraine's children. Half of Ukraine's children have left behind their homes, their schools, and often at least one of their parents. Meanwhile, 90% of refugees from Ukraine are women and children. And as our briefers make clear today, being a woman or a child adds an additional risk. Women in Ukraine are at increased risk for gender-based violence, including rape, sexual assault, and sexual exploitation. We know that anyone at risk before war is at a heightened risk of being targeted for physical and sexual violence during a war, and that includes women and children, religious and ethnic minorities, LGBTQI+ individuals, and people living with disabilities. The deputy mayor of Ivankiv told reporters that some girls are cutting their hair short in hopes of avoiding rape by Russian troops. Family separations leave girls in particular at increased risk for sexual exploitation and trafficking. And we've heard sobering reports of traffickers targeting women as they seek protection abroad. All of this is why the United States initiative, Safe from the Start, calls on all humanitarian actors to prioritize resources and programs to address gender-based violence from the onset. Given everything we know about gender-based violence in conflict and the accounts we're hearing, we cannot wait for a lengthy assessment. We should not hold up resources with the excuse of incomplete data. This is an active crisis that grows worse by the day. We need to start interventions immediately to prevent and respond to gender-based violence now. For our part, the United States funded humanitarian efforts in and around Ukraine lift up networks for survivors of gender-based violence in Ukraine and in neighboring countries, and we're supporting programs for child protection and advocacy too. We will continue to support our partners in these efforts. For example, we're highly supportive of UNICEF's mobile child protection teams, and we're working in conflict zones like Ukraine to deliver life-saving supplies and provide emergency social work services. These horrific acts also remind us that we must support efforts to prevent them from happening in the first place. This means ensuring that women's voices and rights are always respected and elevated. And it means ensuring that abuses against them and against children are held to account. There must be pathways to healing and access to justice for survivors. Finally, I want to remind us all that women are far from passive victims in this war. As we just heard from UN Women, women are playing critical leadership roles in Ukraine to address this impact of the war. Some women are valiantly defending their homes, their communities, their country, including many women who've been serving in the Ukrainian military since 2014. Others are protecting their families and their children, bringing them to safety. And still others are the ones supplying food and shelter, water and medicine to those in need. Women are the ones who will get Ukraine through this humanitarian catastrophe, and women must be consistently and meaningfully involved as active participants and leaders in securing long-term sustainable peace. When I met with women in Moldova and Romania, they all had different stories, but they all had the same dream, to return to a peaceful Ukraine, to return to a Ukraine where they have a say in their own and their children's future. Let us ensure women are a robust part of that peace process, and let us hope that day they dreamed of comes soon. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador.
You are just tuning in to a live feed coming into our LiveNOW desk from the United Nations headquarters in New York City. Right now, we do have the UN Security Council meeting to discuss the ongoing war in Ukraine. You just heard from the United States Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, specifically talking about women and children refugees who are at high risk for rape, sexual assault, and exploitation as they try and leave their war-torn country. Thomas Greenfield saying that, retelling some stories that some girls in Ukraine who have not had a chance to leave are cutting their hair short in hopes of avoiding sexual assault by Russian troops. Also saying that traffickers are targeting women as they seek protection abroad. We've been reporting to you here on LiveNOW from Fox. We do know that at least 4.5 million people have fled Ukraine since this war started 47 days ago. And again, the U.S. ambassador saying that there are some reports of traffickers already targeting women as they seek protection abroad. You may remember when this war started that Ukraine had limited only women and children and men who are of a certain age, who are at least 18 years old to 60, that they actually had to stay in Ukraine. So a lot of those women and children who are apparently being targeted and at risk did leave Ukraine alone on their own. So again, just a few reports coming in from that. Also, the U.S. ambassador calling on all humanitarian organizations to try and pull together resources to address this ongoing concern, saying that they cannot hold up resources and calling this an active crisis that grows worse by the day. So again, that was the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, speaking at this UN Security Council meeting. It is 10:48 here on the East Coast. You again are tuning in to this live feed from New York City. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll bring this back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasko, joining you live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just before 11 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and we, of course, do want to bring you up to speed on several top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to bring you this feed that we have coming in from the United Nations Security Council. We also do have a shot of the board here of stocks dipping to start the week. Looks like the New York Stock Exchange is currently down about 161 points at this very moment. Some of the top stories we are following today: the war in Ukraine now reaching its 47th day. The United Nations saying at least 1,793 Ukrainian civilians have been killed since this war started. Also, we have Johnny Depp and Amber Heard set to appear in court today face to face to begin a defamation trial today in Fairfax, Virginia. We did bring you those feeds earlier today where actor Johnny Depp is again suing his ex-wife and fellow actress Amber Heard for $50 million for defamation, and this comes 3 years. This day in court comes 3 years after he initially sued her, after she wrote a 2018 op-ed in the Washington Post about being a survivor of domestic abuse. Now, even though Heard never named Depp in that op-ed, his lawyers say that the piece was obviously about him and damaged his film career and reputation. So again, that is coming into our desk, and of course, as soon as we get that feed, we will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And coming up at 2:15 in the afternoon, we do have President Joe Biden, who is expected to announce some new gun legislation, specifically pertaining to ghost guns. And if you're unfamiliar with those, ghost guns are do not have serial numbers and are usually made from gun kits. So we do know that those ghost guns have been a problem at several crime scenes, specifically in New York City. NYPD in New York recovered more than 100 ghost guns so far this year. So again, these are some of the top stories we are following here on Live Now from Fox. But we do want to get you back to a feed we have coming from the United Nations headquarters in New York City, where we do have the Security Council meeting right now to talk about the ongoing war in Ukraine, which, as we mentioned, is now entering day 47. So let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
To kill indiscriminately, including 5 children. And again, we were told it's not Russia. Haven't we enough of this ridiculous pattern when Russia commits a crime and attributes it to someone else? Who was behind an attempt to overthrow the legitimate government in Montenegro? Who was behind the MH17 plane tragedy hit by a missile? Who carried out indiscriminate bombardments in Aleppo? Who poisoned the Skripals? Who almost killed Navalny? Who is putting the world upside down by a war of choice? All these crimes lead to Russia. We know now that the Russian army doesn't attack civilians except for the residential areas, the schools, the hospitals, the theaters, the kindergartens, and train stations. And we know also that Ukrainian men, women, girls, and children do not qualify as civilians for Russia. They are just a bargaining tool to achieve one man's cynical goal in assimilation and isolation, to force the hand of Ukraine into unacceptable concessions. Life expectancy in Ukraine is now at Kremlin's will. It may decide whether you stay in one of those shattered cities and you starve. It may decide to kill you with its missiles that hit everything indiscriminately. He may also offer the forced hospitality of a Russian camp. Mr. President, as we speak of children, let me end with this note. Reportedly, President Putin is a father. This is one of those words that do not need a definition. And if I were in the unlikely situation to talk to President Putin, the only question I would ask him would be, would you have accepted that your daughters be in the same situation as the 11-year-old Yuri, Ukrainian, who, forced to leave his home, terrified, tells reporters that, and I quote, "Every time there was a shelling, my heart stopped," End of quote. So stop making hard stop. Stop shelling and bombardments. Order your soldiers still alive to go home, your home, Russia. As the Pink Floyd blasted last week, hey, hey, rise up. It is time for the Russians to come to their senses and stop and stand against this savagery. Thank you.
I thank Albania for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France, Mr. Ambassador.
Monsieur le Président,
President,
je tiens à remercier Madame Baus, Monsieur Fontaine et Madame Chéré-Paca pour leurs exposés. Ceci confirme la profonde préoccupation que nous avons exprimée.
Concern that we have been expressing since the beginning of the Russian aggression. We are still reeling from the atrocious attack upon Kramatorsk station on Friday. This may constitute a crime against humanity, as underscored by Minister Le Drian. Indiscriminate attacks must cease. France is deeply concerned by the proliferating allegations of sexual violence. This Council's resolutions on sexual violence in conflict are obligations upon all of us. We support the action of the United Nations on the ground to establish the facts and responsibility. Such abject attacks cannot remain unpunished. France also calls for increased support for survivors of sexual violence, and we condemn in this regard the destruction of health infrastructure and its consequences on access to sexual and reproductive health. As we have heard, overturns the lives of Ukrainian children as well. Murders and mutilations and maiming of children will be a permanent stain upon their perpetrators, as will attacks against schools. We call upon the Secretary General of the United Nations to make use of the tools established by this Council to protect children against serious violations against them. Moreover, civilians are particularly exposed during forced displacements. We support United Nations action to prevent exposed during forced displacements. We support United Nations action to prevent risks of human trafficking. President, in the face
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we enter into a new hour here, listening the past hour to the UN Security Council as they make the rounds to the different country representatives talking about the what is going on there in Ukraine for the past 43 days or so. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here worldwide on Live Now from Fox. We'll keep an eye on the UN Security Council briefing and get you other top stories in this moment right here on Live Now from Fox. We want to actually go out to Florida because the trial is underway. We got opening statements for a man that is accused of killing his whole family back in 2019. And investigators say they believe that this man also stayed with the bodies for weeks at the home while before investigators finally did come to that home. So that opening statement is underway right now. Let's listen into a little bit of that, as a lot of people want to learn a little bit more about this trial.
Prior to entering the home at 202 Reserve Place, did somebody from law enforcement knock on the door?
No, ma'am.
When you go into the home, what, if anything, did you notice?
When we entered the front door, it appeared that there was no power to the residence. It was dark inside the house, no lights were on. The air was kind of stale, and it had a strong foul smell.
And during your career, have you become aware of what that foul smell indicates to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What does it mean?
I've investigated incidences where there's been dead bodies in residences, and that foul smell is consistent with a dead body.
And was that odor, were you able to identify that odor right when you walked into the home?
Oh, you could smell it from downstairs, yes, ma'am.
When you enter the home, do you see at some point somebody identified as Anthony Todt?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the defendant when you see him?
When you enter the front doorway, there was an opening. To the right side, there was a stairwell that actually came downwards, facing the opposite direction. We could hear the voice from up in the stairs, and the defendant started to walk down the stairs to where we could see him over the handrail.
Okay. Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please identify an article of clothing and a location of their seat?
He's wearing a black coat with a blue undershirt and a gray tie.
Did you, when you first enter the home, see any other members of the Todt family?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear any other members of the Todt family?
No, ma'am.
When you get into the home, where do you go?
There was another law enforcement officer that was in front of me. I was behind that law enforcement officer. As we entered the front door, we went down the walkway that led to the stairwell, and we stayed at the bottom of the stairwell initially.
Did you change locations after the initial encounter?
Yes, ma'am. Once Mr. Todt came down to the bottom of the stairwell, maybe a minute or two of some conversation, then I made my way up the stairwell.
What was that conversation consistent of?
I asked Mr. Todt if his wife was at the house. He stated that she was upstairs sleeping. I asked, I believe, if there was any children in the residence. His statement was somewhere along the lines, I'm not sure if they're at a friend's house sleeping over.
Did you go upstairs?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you go into the master bedroom of the home?
Yes.
When you get into the master bedroom, what did you see?
So as we walked up to the top of the stairs, kind of off to the right, was the master bedroom. The door was partially, I'd say about halfway open. I could see inside of the door, I could see the bed, and there was a silhouette of a person that was laying on the bed, but they were fully covered up with blankets.
Did you see anything on the floor?
Yes, once we entered the bedroom, pushed the door all the way open. It was a fairly large master bedroom. On the floor were two mattresses that were side by side. Also, there was a body on one mattress, a body on the other mattress. They were also covered with blankets.
How many people did you, or how many bodies did you initially see when you walked into that master bedroom?
Initially, we could only see 3 bodies.
Which body did you not locate immediately?
It was a juvenile female, maybe about 5 years old. We could not locate it initially.
And that would be Zoe.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, this being a master bedroom, was there a bathroom and a closet in this bedroom as well?
Yes, there was.
Did you enter those areas?
Yes, we checked the bathroom as well as the closet.
Initially, did you find Zoe?
No, ma'am.
What did you do after that?
So after we thoroughly checked the master bedroom, we exited the master bedroom. There was, I believe, 2 other bedrooms upstairs. One of the rooms, the door was locked. We kicked that door in. There was nothing located in any of the other rooms upstairs. So we went back to the master bedroom, searched around some more. At the foot of the bed, there was a pile of blankets that were piled up. We started kind of peeling the blankets apart, and that's where we located the juvenile female.
So all the members, except for Anthony Todt, were located in the master bedroom deceased.
Objection, leading.
How many members of the Todt family were located in the master bedroom?
In the master bedroom, there was the adult female on the bed, the juvenile female on the bed, and then 2 juvenile males on the floor.
Were you aware of a family pet?
No, ma'am.
About how long did you spend looking for Zoe's body?
I would probably estimate maybe 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
And while you're doing this, where is the defendant?
The defendant is at the bottom of the stairwell with another law enforcement officer.
For the record, I am approaching the witness with what's been marked state VV for identification previously shown to defense. Did you have an opportunity to view the contents of that video?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Does that video fairly and accurately depict the residents and some of the conversation with the defendant that took place on January 13th of 2020?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states VV for identification, and evidence is states 3.
No objection.
VV as in Victor will be received as States Exhibit 3.
Permission to publish?
Grant.
Recording.
Good.
Tony, you coming downstairs? All right.
30 on left, 97 reserve place, reference both 930.
Clear left. Is he upstairs? I think so. Tony, you upstairs? Hey, come downstairs, bud. All right. Yeah, take your time. Need some help? All right. Everything's all right, man. Just stay calm. All right.
Ready? Hey, we're gonna check this.
Goes to the kitchen.
Or whatever that is.
Any children here?
I can't remember if they went to a sleepover last night.
Keep coming down.
Oh,
Keep coming down. Yeah, like 707.
Mm-hmm.
Where's your wearing sleeve at?
Gotcha.
If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're taking a look here at the police-worn cameras as they were entering the home there of Anthony Todt. And you can see there the investigation continues. They just entered the home there looking for the wife and kids here. And soon they will, unfortunately, find the bodies deceased. Let's listen and listen in here live.
Medic. All right, come on down, buddy. Come. All right. Yep. All right, just sit, have a seat. You good? I got you. Just have a seat.
Megan.
Face forward for me, all right? Put your hands forward too, all right?
Megan?
Got a locked door right here.
Megan?
Bed 7, looks like, guys.
What's that? Sorry. All right, just stay still on it. Hang tight.
One 24-011. EB 51 over here. I believe we got 2 signal 7.
All right, hang tight. You want me to get a chair for you to sit down in? What's that?
Hey, can you run out there and grab some gloves?
We got it.
We still can't find the daughter.
What?
Where's Zoe?
I haven't seen her. She went with you. Oh, no, I didn't see her. I was sleeping. She wasn't here. I didn't see anything. You think I'll have to check the garage. The garage. Mm-hmm. Yeah. There are a lot of her toys still in the garage. She might have gone there.
Did you also go to 211 Longview Avenue?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
About how long did it take you to get to this area?
To drive there, it's maybe 3 or 4 minute drive in the vehicle.
When you got to 211 Longview Avenue, what did you do?
I was tasked with Mr. Toad's vehicle was located in the parking lot near that residence, and my task was to stay with that vehicle until it could be picked up by a tow vehicle.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Deputy, you observed Mr. Toh on top of the stairs,
Yes, ma'am.
and you observed him when he was walking down the stairs stumbling,
Yes, ma'am.
holding onto the rail,
Yes.
to the point that some officers even assisted him to come down.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
You observed Mr. Toh to be mumbling.
Yes, ma'am.
You observed him not to be coherent.
Yes, ma'am.
You observed him walking slowly,
Yes.
and you observed him shaking.
Yes.
And just to be clear, you weren't present to see what actually happened in this home, correct?
Before my arrival, no, I was not present.
A moment to confer.
Of course.
No further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
During the entire time that you were at 202 Reserve Place, was the defendant awake?
Yes, he was.
How many members of the Tote family were alive when you responded there on January 13th?
Just Anthony Tote.
No further questions.
Thank you. May Deputy Bose step down?
Yes, sir.
Is he excused from subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We briefly approach.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break before the next witness comes to the stand. Let's take that right now while we have it. Here we go. From across the country. We're going to actually go back out to Florida here for that trial that's just getting underway for the Florida man accused of killing his whole family. Let's listen in here a little bit more on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Emily Seda. First name is E-M-I-L-Y. Last name is S-E-D-A.
How are you employed?
I'm employed by the Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the Sheriff's Office?
I am the forensic supervisor over our forensic unit.
Back on January 13th of 2020, what was your role at the Sheriff's Office?
On that date, I was assigned as the primary technician on a homicide investigation.
What is some of the training and education you received to be able to perform duties as a forensic technician for the sheriff's office?
I currently have my Bachelor of Science degree in forensic science with a minor in criminal investigations. I've also completed a 12-week crime scene training program while employed at the sheriff's office that consisted of proper evidence and crime scene documentation, as well as the proper collection, processing, and packaging of physical evidence and how to properly write a crime scene report.
How long have you been a forensic technician?
I've been a forensic technician for 8 years.
When you mentioned that you were assigned as the lead technician with regards to this case, what does that mean?
Being assigned the lead technician means that I have the primary responsibility for documenting and processing evidence at the crime scene, as well as collecting and processing the physical evidence at the crime scene.
Did you respond to 202 Reserve Place in Celebration on January 13th of 2020?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that part of your responsibilities are to document the scene. Do you do that right when you arrive?
I do.
How do you do that?
I do that via photographs.
With regards to this particular case, did you respond to multiple different locations?
I did.
Did you also go to the garage apartment 202B Reserve Place?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you document this the same way using photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
What about 211 Longview Avenue, apartment 9306?
I also documented that using photographs.
May I approach the witness with what's been marked States LL?
Yes.
Can you take a look at States LL for me and we'll get up here that way?
If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are continuing to take a listen here of the first day of this trial here, where in January of 2020, deputies discovered the bodies of Tote's wife, Megan Tote, who's 42, and their 3 children, Alex, who's 13, Tyler, who was 11, and Zoe, who was 4, at the family's Celebration, Florida home. The county sheriff said that Tote also killed the family dog named Breezy. According to an arrest affidavit, when deputies first made contact with Tote, he told them that his wife was upstairs and believed to be sleeping. Agents and deputies reportedly began calling for Megan with no response, and then additional agents and deputies conducted a sweep of the residence. The witness that they have up here works for the sheriff's office and is just going through some notes right now as they're going to bring in more evidence here. A toxicology report deemed the deaths a homicide caused by unknown violence and a Benadryl overdose. The full autopsy report showed that Megan and 2 of the 3 children were also stabbed. Federal agents said that prior to Tote's arrest, they were investigating him for healthcare fraud. They said that he had billed thousands of dollars worth of fake physical therapy sessions to Medicaid and private insurers to fund a lifestyle beyond his means. And so right now they are continuing to talk about the evidence that will be brought up here in this trial. But let's take another quick 2-minute break here while we have it. Stay right here on Live Now from Vox.
A few weeks ago, over 20,000 Indians were stuck in Ukraine, and most of them were young students. After a lot of hard work, we were successful in getting them all out safely. One student, however, lost his life. During this entire process, I spoke several times on the phone to the presidents of both Ukraine and Russia. I not only appealed for peace, but also suggested that there be direct talks between President Putin and the president of Ukraine. We had extensive discussions on Ukraine in our parliament as well. Recently, the news about the killings of innocent civilians in the Bucha city was very worrying. We instantly condemned the killings and have called for an independent inquiry. We hope that the ongoing discussions between Russia and Ukraine will lead to peace. Excellency, we have also emphasized the importance of the security of civilians in Ukraine and the unhindered supply of humanitarian assistance to them. And you mentioned this, in fact. On our part, we have sent medicines and other relief material to Ukraine and to its neighboring countries. 25 years of its independence. And we are also celebrating the 75th anniversary of our diplomatic relations as well. I am confident that our friendship with America will be an integral part of India's development journey over the next 25 years. Once again, my thanks to you for organizing this event.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. We're going to hold for just a moment, Mr. Prime Minister, while leaves the room. Leaves the room.
All right, so apparently that's all we are going to see there from that virtual meeting there as both the leaders had opening statements. You're watching Live Now from Fox. A little bit later, we will see President Biden at the White House, where he will be addressing gun changes and gun rights here in our country. So we'll be listening up for that coming up a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. We'll play it out for you in full once that does get going. In the meantime, everybody, we're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take it back out to that trial where a Florida man accused of killing his whole family. And right now they're continuing to show more evidence here at this day one trial. Courtroom near Celebration, Florida, where we are listening to day one to trial here of a man that's accused of killing his whole family. And right now they do have a sheriff's office witness up on the stand right now for the prosecution. Let's listen right here as they're talking a little bit more about the neighborhood and what investigators found when they entered in the home.
That can be seen at in this photograph, is that the intersection of Reserve Place and Longview Avenue?
Yes, it is. That photograph is an overall shot of the front porch and is an overall shot of 2 cell phones that were located on the table there on the porch.
When you walk up the stairs to 202 Reserve Place, is this on the left or the right?
That is on the left side.
in this photograph?
In that photo, you see a close-up view of the two cell phones that were located on the table that was on the porch.
In this photograph, it looks like there are more than 2 cell phones. What else is shown in this photograph besides the cell phones?
Cases, cell phone cases.
This is photograph LL10. Which door to the residence is this?
That is the front door.
The item that appears to be on the floor mat, was that ultimately collected by you?
No, it was only photographically documented.
It was photographed by you, though.
That's correct.
This is photograph LL11. Is this the item that was located on the floor mat?
Yes, it is.
And do you recognize what this is?
A business card that was left by a member of the sheriff's office by the name of Barroso.
This is photograph LL14. Where are you standing when you took this photograph?
I'm standing just inside the front entryway, looking back towards the front door.
And is there a room to your right as you're standing taking this photograph?
Yes, there is.
This is photograph LL15. Is this the room to the right?
Yes, it is.
As you move further into the residence, what's the next room that you come to?
On the other side, directly across from that dining area, or from that living room space, is a formal dining room.
This is photograph LL18. A little bit dark, but can you see the entrance to the formal dining room in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the area that's going to be on the left-hand side of this photo?
Yes.
This is photograph LL19. Where exactly are you standing in this photograph?
I'm standing just inside the entrance near the dining room area.
And what is the room that you can partly see that's directly across from the dining room?
That was a room that was set up, what appeared to be a playroom with like toys and books.
This is photograph LL20.
Throughout the day today, we will continue to check in here of this trial here, but they're just going through some photographs and evidence of just what they encountered when they came to the home. Once other witnesses step up there, of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. When we come back, we're going to actually take everyone out to Texas. Governor Greg Abbott talking about border security, and we'll have that for you on the other side of this break right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to hear from Governor Greg Abbott, and here are some other Texas officials right before the governor.
Your comments. I can't find a hat that fits. That's the problem. But I'll give you some pointers on how a mayor is supposed to dress. Like this. All right. Next, I'd like to introduce our El Paso County Judge. Ricardo Samaniego was sworn in as the county judge January 1st, 2019. Born and raised in El Paso, a proud graduate of Thomas Jefferson High School, recently named the 2019-2020 Outstanding Act. Has 3 graduate degrees from the University of Texas at El Paso and New Mexico State University, which includes a master's degree in international economics and public policy from the University of Notre Dame. Prior to taking public office, he worked both in the private and public sector, has a professional background, all-encompassing as he has experience in human resources and as a teacher. He takes pride in his family roots, as they have a long record of public service to El Paso, the community they all love and call home. He's committed to working on initiatives related to mental health, veteran services, county infrastructure, economic development, and most importantly, community outreach. Please join me in welcoming our El Paso County Judge, Ricardo Samaniego.
Thank you, Sheriff Wells. Governor, welcome to El Paso. Thank you for being here. This is, to me, I don't think I understood or could even begin to understand the importance of law enforcement had it not been for the pandemic and some of the crises that we went through. Just knowing that that our sheriffs, unbelievable, our sheriffs, our constables, just knowing how in tune they were to helping us out. I started my career in the political world. We lost a sheriff, and because of this occasion, I think we still have to honor Pete Herrera. We had not had any sheriff killed like that in 40, 50 years. And Peter Reda was murdered in March. I had just started. And the camaraderie, not only from El Paso, but from every organization, was just, it just taught me about how people work together and get together. The sheriffs came together. I've never seen anything like that happen. They gathered around the family, the husband, the dad and the father at a moment that was so important. So I've gotten to know a little bit more about law enforcement, first responders, and how important it is. You know, the sheriff said something very important, and that is that the border is very unique, extremely unique. And so we have to look at it from that perspective as to what does it mean to be on the border, the dynamics, the synergisms, the symbiotic relationship we have across the border and all around through the whole border, not only here, but all the way from California, Arizona, all of the New Mexico, and of course, Texas. So I want to thank you for being here together and also work on what are some of the challenges that we have. The pandemic is, we're trying to get out of the pandemic, but there's so many post-pandemic challenges that we have that we cannot forget that. We cannot forget that here in El Paso, we have so many people died. Went over 3,400 people died, and with underlying conditions. So we have a lot of challenges, but I feel extremely comfortable that the sheriffs, all of you here today, are going to be part of this. What do we do going out, having an appreciation for life, and really understanding what needs to happen? I want to reiterate that being the safest city has a lot to do with the relationship that we have with each other. It's been almost 3.5 years that the bishop and myself have been meeting with all the immigration agencies, we have law enforcement, and we have this discussion as to how do we handle any situation that comes up. We now are meeting almost, once a week, plus this other Friday meeting, because we have to address Title 42 and what it means to our community. And we're trying to do everything to anticipate that we are able to understand what we need to do. We have a tremendous relationship with Juarez. And so by working with Juarez, it allows us to have their support, having people at shelters across the border, being able to address situations on the other border as they're coming through. So once again, I know it's going to be a challenge. I know things are going to, are coming at us pretty quickly. But like I said, thank you for being here today. I really hope that you get to meet the people of El Paso. When we have companies that come to work here in El Paso, not want to work here, but want to start their business, like Amazon, TJX, all of these companies, the first thing they tell us is they're astonished at the people that live here in El Paso. So I hope you feel the same. I hope you spend some good time here in our county and our city. And I hope you go back as ambassadors. This is a very giving humanitarian community. And I think we need to respect for that. And so I hope you come back. I hope that you do tell other people how you were treated here in El Paso. And I know you'll be received extremely kindly and generously. So once again, welcome to El Paso. Enjoy our beautiful city and county. And just have a great, productive conference these few days. Thank you.
Without any more to do, it's my honor and privilege to introduce a man to you that everyone in this room who has watched the news has seen and know about. It's my honor and privilege, everyone, to the great state of Texas, our Governor, Greg Abbott.
Thank you very much. It's good to see you again, and it's great to be back again with the Sheriff's Coalition. I cannot overemphasize the gratitude that I have as governor. In the state of Texas, we have a coalition of sheriffs who are working on the front lines of all different kinds of enormous challenges. and whether it be from El Paso to Cameron County, in all places in between. The ultimate demonstration of effectiveness of law enforcement is collaboration. And that's exactly what we see. We have longtime leaders like Clint McDonald, who's been involved in this process for many, many years. And Clint, we appreciate your leadership. But it's with great gratitude that I'm able to come and say thank you to all of the sheriffs who are participating in the border coalition. But obviously we know there's more than just the sheriffs that's a part of this process. We have other different types of law enforcement officers and agencies involved in this. I talked to somebody here from the Border Prosecution Unit that is playing a vital role in what we're trying to achieve here on the border. I see Susan Kibbe here, and for those who don't know who Susan Kibbe is, why don't you just raise your hand, first of all. I think everybody knows who you are. They're not going to raise your hand. Anyway, what she does, and there may be some others like her here, she represents and advocates for property rights owners. And if you, I don't know the extent to which property rights owners are suffering in El Paso the same way they are in Eagle Pass, the same way they are in Uvalde, the same way they are in Mariupol County and some other places up and down the border. All I can tell you is that in most of the border-related regions, property owners, ranchers, farmers, people whose property is on the border itself, they are going through catastrophic challenges that they never have dealt with before. One thing that we all need to come to grips with is this fundamental reality, and that is what is going on the border today is different than it's ever been in our adult lives. I'm going to go back in time to early in the lives of my wife's family. Some of you know, maybe not everybody. My wife's family is from Monterrey, Mexico. And they came to the United States of America like so many other people had during a time period when it was very common for people to migrate from Mexico to the United States or to Texas. And if they didn't migrate here, maybe they came and worked here and went back home to Mexico. That's not what we're dealing with today. Just in the past 2 weeks, and reports provided to me by the Department of Public Safety, if you look at the people coming across the border, it includes people coming from Russia, coming from China, Iran, and those are what's categorized as special interest nations that pose a unique potential threat to the United States of America. And then there's a long list of countries that some of you have heard of before, some of you have never heard of before, some of which may be hard to pronounce, like Burkina Faso, and countless other countries, and that's just in the past 2 weeks. Over time, over the past year, there have been people come from more than 155 different countries across the globe. And so it is a time when we gather today, this both of historic precedents, but also a time when our operational collaboration is more important than it's ever been. That said, the first thing I want to do is I know that there are different law enforcement agencies and officers in the room, but this obviously is a Border Sheriff's Coalition, so I want to express my gratitude for the role that sheriffs play in the great state of Texas. Not just on the border, but in everything that you do. Listen, I've been working with sheriffs since my time, back when I first began my professional career in Houston, Texas, many decades ago. And during that time, I've seen the role that sheriffs play time and again. And what I know for a fact, whether it be from jail operations to responding to multiple different types of calls to your everyday tasks that you must perform. Being a sheriff is a full-time job. When you have to layer on top of that the challenges of being a border sheriff, the job description just gets even more complex. even more burdensome. And then when you layer on top of that the way that the border has changed over the past year compared to prior years, it means that you and your team are both expected to do more. You probably, if you're like, I see some folks at this table, and other folks at this table, they've been getting a lot more demands and complaints and requests for response than they probably ever have. I think the same probably is true at many other tables of sheriffs and other regions across the entire state of Texas. The point is this: you're called upon to do more than you've ever done before in the past. And as governor of this state, I want to express the gratitude of the people of the state of Texas for what you do by stepping up and doing everything that you possibly can to fully utilize the full complements of your resources to protect and to serve the people of your community. And it's our respect, it's our honor, it's our reverence for a sheriff that has led to our unwavering support. And what I've provided as governor is what the state has provided. Just running through a couple of examples. When we saw a rise in the targeted attacks against law enforcement officers in downtown Dallas a couple of years ago, as well as other regions across the state and across America, I signed a law to make it a hate crime to target a law enforcement officer simply because of the uniform they wear. When rioters use dangerous tactics to threaten law enforcement officers during times of protests, I signed a law making it a felony to use fireworks or laser pointers to interfere with law enforcement activity to cause bodily injury to others. When we saw the city of Austin adopt as a standard programs that we saw that were being adopted in other states like California, Oregon, and Washington State, and Minneapolis, some other regions, where the ideology was that they were somehow going to make the community safer by defunding law enforcement. And when we saw the city of Austin defund law enforcement to the tune of more than $100 million, we said, not on our watch are we going to allow law enforcement in the state of Texas to be defunded, because in Texas, we support our law enforcement officers, period. We passed that law prohibiting any city or any other political jurisdiction from defunding the law enforcement, and that required actually the city of Austin to now refund their law enforcement program by more than $100 million. And when your counties have been overwhelmed with the number of migrants coming across the border this past year, I created Operation Blue Star to support you in the state's effort, to assist you, to work with you, to make sure that you as local officials, as well as the state itself, would be able to respond to these challenges. And Operation Lone Star just celebrated a one-year anniversary, and I got to tell you, the first year was even busier than what we anticipated it being. One thing, just speaking for the Operation Lone Star program itself, among other things, what they did, they have seized more fentanyl coming across the border that is enough to kill every man, woman, and child in Texas and California and New York and Illinois and Florida combined. We also arrested more than 11,000 people, including cartel members, drug traffickers, murderers, child rapists, and MS-13 gang members. These are people that somehow had evaded Border Patrol as they came across the border. These are people without Operation Lone Star would have been able to permeate across the state of Texas and maybe across the United States of America, and who knows the havoc they could have wreaked on communities and the ways in which they could have endangered the lives of the people in the state of Texas. That is one reason why Operation Lone Star is so critically important. And then on top of that, as you all know, one thing that Texas is doing is we are working in several regions where Texas is building its own border wall. Now, all that said, that brings us up to where we are today. Where we are today, however, is nothing compared to what we're going to be seeing in about a month from today. what we're going to be seeing based upon the prognostications of the Biden administration itself is going to be cataclysmic in what happens in border-related regions. I'm sure y'all seen these numbers about the prognostications by Biden's Department of Homeland Security. They're saying that with Title 42 expulsions ending, to expect about 18,000 people coming across the border every single day. If you just do the mathematical calculation and assuming that is going to be happening every day for an entire year, over the next coming year, beginning in May when the Title 42 expulsions end, until the following May, that would mean that more than 6 million people will be coming across the border. Let's assume just hypothetically, however, it's not going to be that level of prognostication. Let's assume it's only going to be half that much. That would mean more than 3 million people coming across the border in just 1 year. To put that in context, that would be more than double the number of residents of El Paso. It would be larger than Texas' largest city, Houston, Texas, coming across the border in just 1 year. And it is going to completely overwhelm law enforcement capabilities in all of these communities, but especially in the smaller populated communities, where the law enforcement officers numerically are not going to be able to keep up with the level of activity that's taking place on the ground. It's going to lead to extraordinary demands on health services, on community services, on the functionality of every single county, especially in the border region, but candidly across the state of Texas. Because of the high volume of people coming into the state of Texas, I think that communities are not prepared for it. It was great to hear, I think it was the county judge talking about how you have been in meetings already, working with other officials, talking about getting ready for what's going to happen in Title 42. And I think whatever is anticipated, whatever calculations are made, whatever response strategies are put into place, it probably is not going to be enough to deal with the volume of people who are coming across the border. I want you to know that what we as a state are doing, we are going through all of that same analysis, with the bottom line priority being this, and that we want to be there to assist you, the Border Sheriff's Coalition, to work with you in helping you in your county respond to the challenges that you face. But I cannot overemphasize this, and that is the time to prepare is now. If you wait until May, maybe too late. If you wait until May 23rd, which is supposedly the day when the Title 42 expulsions are going to be ending, I can guarantee you it's going to be too late, because you're going to be completely overwhelmed. Well, the state of Texas has already announced some steps and have taken some steps as we begin this process of getting ready. Let me run through some of these and explain to you in greater detail about what is going on, especially with regard to this first one. The first one is you have heard something that we announced last week, and that is we will be using buses to move migrants from the border region to Washington, D.C. or other places. Let me tell you what brought about this, how this program works, and the availability for you and your communities. I was on that day earlier in Uvalde, and I was visiting with some sheriffs in that region, as well as county judges, as well as mayors. And they were talking about a new phenomenon that they were dealing with that had not been happening before. You all know the process about the way that it's supposed to work, the way that it typically works, and that is the Border Patrol will apprehend somebody who's come across the border illegally, and they will process them, and then they will send them to the next location, which should be some either detention facility or some movement to where they're going to transfer them elsewhere in the United States, with the responsibility for them to be in touch with ICE and other federal authorities as required by law. But what had begun to happen in Uvalde and some other places is that after the Border Patrol had processed the people who come across the border illegally, they were put on buses and then just dropped off in large numbers in small communities like Uvalde that have no infrastructure, no capability of dealing with this extraordinary high volume of people. And they didn't know what to do. And so they themselves made the decision, not just Uvalde, but others, to put people on buses and move them to San Antonio. Well, I'm sure San Antonio was very happy about that. But the fact of the matter is that we should not be reshuffling the deck of the people who are being brought here, especially knowing what we do know about the extraordinary volume of people who will be coming across the border, which is multiples of what are coming across the border right now. And so to be prepared for that, we wanted to make sure that we would have available to all local officials the ability to transport people away from your communities where you are incapable of responding to the high demand for resources and support, as well as to assist you with regard to public safety in the communities. So what we have done is we speak today. We have buses available in every region, where in any county, wherever you may be. Either there's a bus there already, or we can get you a bus in an hour to make sure that if Border Patrol drops people off in your county, you will be able to work with the state to transport those people out of your county to a location where they will be immediately connected with either Border Patrol officials or ICE officials or other appropriate federal authorities. And to make sure that this is going to be done, we have the buses available for you already. All you got to do is call it. There are many people here who know the name NIMKID. NIMKID is the chief of the Texas Division of Emergency Management. He's the one who organizes efforts like this whenever we may have a hurricane or something like that. If you need a bus, all you got to do is call NIMKID, and Chief NIMKID will have a bus available for you. So if you don't have his name and number, in your county you have an emergency manager coordinator. Just talk to your emergency manager coordinator to make sure that that will be able to get done. In addition to those buses that will be available, another thing that we're a new, I was going to say a new tool, a tool that we have deployed in the past is going to be expanded in a very substantial way by bringing in multiple agencies and multiple assets. And that is to create what we categorize as boat blockades. Now, to say the least, this obviously will work only on locations of the border where there's navigable water. But it could even be low water crossing areas because we have access to boats that are going to be operational in low water crossing areas. And we want to create a boat blockade to prevent people from getting in the first place. And in addition to that, we, as some of you have noticed, we are laying down razor wire, miles of it already. The reason, again, for this are these. For one, it costs little, it's easy to deploy, but also serves as a deterrent of people crossing and coming into your community. And then the last thing I'll tell you about this, and that's these are just some of the strategies that the state is working on to deploy as we speak right now. Each county will have its own unique challenges. Each sheriff is going to have your own unique challenges. Texas has the flexibility and the capability to make sure that we can assist you in responding to whatever challenge you're dealing with. All we need is to maintain that high level of communication so that we can achieve the collaboration that you need.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here, and then we are going to be monitoring coming up a little bit later. The Pentagon briefing should be happening in about 50 minutes. We'll have it for you at the top of the hour right here on Live Now from Fox. today. Taking out live right now to Houston, where this is called the Houston Fund for Social Justice. Soon, Mayor Sylvester Turner will join Verizon Foundation leadership. And we'll be talking about a significant grant donation to the Houston Fund for Social Justice and Economic Equity here. So we'll have that for you right here on Live Now from Fox when that does get going. This is actually a funding to support mission enact transformative change by providing tangible resources to organization initiatives that empower communities of color.
Good morning. How you doing, Madam President? There we go. Well, welcome to TSU, Texas Southern University. I am Stephanie Nellens Page, Regent Stephanie Nellens Page, and it is a pleasure to have all of you here today. You're going to be hearing from a number of people about this exciting opportunity to include our mayor, and then leadership from Verizon, Rose Stuckey-Kirk you'll be hearing from. You'll be hearing from the president of the Houston Fund for Social Justice and Economic Equity, Thomas Jones, and you will also be hearing from our illustrious president here, President Alicia Crumpton-Young, and a bunch of our stakeholders are here. So we are welcoming you today, and so glad for you to be here for this most exciting opportunity. Now, I'd like to just bring to the stage my mayor, my favorite mayor in the whole wide world. I have the honor of serving as his staff liaison as he leads the African American Mayors Association, as he leads the Climate Mayors, and as he leads Resilient City Mayors, and as he serves as a trustee for the U.S. Conference of Mayors. So he's not only running this city, he's running the country. So without any further ado, let me bring to the microphone Mayor Sylvester Turner.
Look, let me thank Stephanie for those very gracious comments. And Madam President, she does work for me on many different levels. I pay her quite a bit, and probably $1 a year for all of that. But Trustee Stephanie Nellens Page, thank you so very, very much. Madam President, it is just good to be on the campus of Texas Southern University. Quite frankly, I can't think about the growth of Houston without considering Texas Southern and everything that Texas Southern brings to this city. And under your leadership, just in a short stay, a lot of positive things are happening. Seem like almost every day. We've been here several times just recently, so it's good to be with you, and thank you for your leadership. Certainly to all of the people who are here today, the leadership of the Houston Social Justice and Economic Fund, all of the board members who are present, and there are some distinguished folk who are here. It's good to be with them. To Gerald Smith over the foundation here at Texas Southern University, making his way in his own route, right? So it's good to be with him. And then I've got two outstanding council members who are with me. Do I have three? I got three. Yeah, these three are my favorite. These are my three favorite council members. But let me start with, because we're in the District of Destination, District D, Carolyn Evans Shabazz. She reminded me I have 30 minutes to be in 3rd Ward, and then I've got to exit, you know. And then we have Council Member Sally Alcorn at large. And then a neighboring council member from District B, Councilmember Tarsha Jackson. And then, of course, this is a special occasion that's because Verizon, so Rose Stuckey Kirk is also here, and welcome to the city of Houston. Look, let me be very brief. There are others who are going to be following me, so let me just say good morning to everyone. As has been highlighted by Stephanie Nellon's page, one of our priorities for the city of Houston, is to strategically address needs within this city for small businesses and not-for-profit organizations that are vital to the well-being of our diverse community. And this opportunity that has been generously afforded to the Houston Fund for Social Justice and Economic Equity via the Verizon Foundation grant fuels transformative traction for Houston small businesses and not-for-profit organizations. When we announced the Houston Fund for Social Justice and Economic Equity Fund not too long ago, we envisioned collaborations with corporations such as Verizon that would help to undergird and actualize the vision that we have for our community. We recognize that the city of Houston cannot do all things and be all things to everyone. And it is so important for us to partner with the private sector, like Verizon, to partner with our academic institutions, like Texas Southern University, in order to make transformative change and enhancements within our city. Today, we are honored to accept the Verizon funding. This $300,000 donation will help build upon our efforts and provide support to Houston's diverse small business owners and nonprofit organizations. But quite frankly, for Verizon, this is not the first gift. I have stood with Verizon right here at Texas Southern for previous contributions that have been made to this institution and to our city as a whole. So this is consistent with Verizon being very supportive here on the local level, as well as being supportive on the national level with the African American Mayors Association, which I chair. As the 4th largest city in the country, with many people seeking employment and opportunities, small businesses play an important role in the Houston economy. It is a benefit for our city to provide every tool needed to help them to succeed. And many of our businesses owners are in this ecosystem called, we're trying to help and grow entrepreneurs. And finally, they start from the ground up to shift the wealth trajectory of their family lines upwards. Your contribution to the Houston Fund for Social Justice and Economic Equity allows us to continue fueling traction towards economic development for our communities by making an investment in Texas Southern University's programs which focus on small business and financial literacy. This investment by Verizon into the fund would allow continued opportunity to support organizations and nonprofits as they seek to be innovative, expand, and evolve in a way that meets the needs of our communities. So it was worth my time and the members of City Council to be here to say thank you to Verizon. We appreciate that and look forward to a growing relationship. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Darryl Carter back there, who has worked with me going back all the way to 1991 when he was a driver for me. He represents how you can start as a driver and through your entrepreneurial, when opportunities are presented, you can rise up to the greatest height. In this city, it is a city of opportunity. And I'm not going to just talk about Darryl, you know. I too grew up in the hood, still live in that same hood. And when you come from a family of 9, where Mama May reared 9 kids and end up being the mayor, this is a city of opportunity. And I want Verizon to know. So I want Verizon and Rose to know that the contribution that you're making to the fund. And you're sitting next to with Nell from HEB, who provided that fruit back there that I've gotten full up. You know, I'm in the hood. I should have brought some aluminum foil so I could put it back. Let me stop. Madam President, I backed it up right now. But no, this is a great day, and I really appreciate the contribution from the Rise. Thank you.
So it's really, really hard to follow all of that.
Houston Mayor, there's Lester Turner announcing that fund for the Houston Fund for Social Justice coming from the Verizon Foundation. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to take you out live to the UN Security Council. We have Ukraine representative speaking now. Right before that, the Russian representative was speaking as well. We'll have that for you. It's all ahead of the Pentagon briefing that is expected at the top of the hour. We'll have that for you in full when it gets going right here on Live Now from Fox. Hour, we will have the Pentagon briefing and talking about the very latest that is happening in Ukraine. And then coming up at about 2:15 Eastern, President Biden will be addressing gun violence in America. We'll feature that for you as well in full right here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to go out to the UN Security Council as we have the Russian Federation speaking right now, then Ukraine as well. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
За последнее время совместная западная и украинская фабрика по производству фейков
Western industry for the creation of fakes has reached a new level and has started creating fabrications and staging events in the best traditions of the infamous British Syrian white helmets. Everyone is still hearing about the unprecedented, both in its cruelty as well as in its crudeness in the way it was performed, the provocation in the city of Bucha in the Kiev Oblast. It is still being promoted as a supposed crime committed by the Russian army, in spite of irrefutable evidence about the staged character of what took place, and this evidence is only increasing. I won't get into the details. We have informed the Security Council about most of them last Tuesday. after the British presidency, in contravention of the basic rules of procedure of the Council, did everything so as not to allow the organization of a separate meeting on this provocation. I will simply say that after a thorough analysis of the actions of the Ukrainian Nazis, it's hard to shake a sense of déjà vu. In 1944, the intellectual forefathers of the Kiev radicals, acting in the best traditions of the main Hitler propaganda czar Goebbels, organized a provocation with the supposedly brutally murdered civilians by Red Army soldiers in the town of Nemmersdorf in eastern Prussia. That was preceded by a circular letter sent to the biggest German newspapers, which described in detail how best to present the so-called atrocities of the Soviet soldiers. Today, people read the newspapers less and less, and such guidelines are appearing on social media, and there's no particular attempt to even conceal them. Creators are recruited for crowd scenes and given instructions on what aspects to focus on. In other words, Goebbels would have been very happy with the ambition of his Ukrainian descendants. However, they were betrayed by the quality of their performance. The staged events in Nemmersdorf, aimed at creating the legend about the so-called mass murders and rapes by the Red Army, were subsequently and convincingly debunked by various experts. And the name of the town became synonymous with the crude propaganda stunt, just as the one that was organized in Bucha. However, the Bucha provocation last week was overshadowed by another one, which Ukrainian Nazis organized in the town of Kramatorsk, which for the time being is still under their control. This is a classic false flag operation. I'll dwell on it in a little more detail, especially since many mentioned it today. On the 8th of April, from the area around the town of Dobropolye, in 45 kilometers to the southwest of Kramatorsk, the Ukrainian armed forces conducted a strike using the rocket .U on the main railroad station of the town of Kramatorsk. Over 50 people were killed, including 5 children. 98 people were wounded were delivered to the hospitals of Kramatorsk, including 16 children, 46 women, and 36 men. Why are we speaking? Why are we so sure about the responsibility of Ukrainians rather than Russian army, as was immediately stated by the Western media? For several reasons. I'll mention 3 of them. First of all, the Russian army doesn't have the tactical missile systems .U. They're obsolete. They have been replaced by Iskander rockets a long time ago and are only actively used by the Ukrainian army. Secondly, the pictures taken by witnesses shortly after the strike and before the arrival of Ukrainian propagandists made it possible to unequivocally determine not only the type of rocket, but the direction from which it was launched. And that area is under the control for the time being of the Ukrainian army. Lastly, thirdly, using the same pictures, it's easy to identify the serial number of the .U rocket. It is part of the series Sh-915. Rockets from this serial group were regularly used to shell the cities of the Donbass. There are fragments from those rockets with the same serial numbers. The same type of rocket was used on the 14th of March by the 19th Separate Rocket Brigade of by the Ukrainian army to conduct a rocket strike against the center of Donetsk. 21 inhabitants of Donetsk were killed, 36 were wounded. The horrific pictures of that strike are still continue to be passed off by Western media as the shelling of Kiev. So, the provocation in Kramatorsk was not very successful either. However, Ukrainian propagandists clearly are trying to learn from their mistakes and to work better. They're really trying hard. Just over the past few days, we have transmitted to the UN information on the following provocations that are being prepared. A staged discovery of mass graves in the town of Rakovka near Kiev. Now, Western journalists have arrived in the town of Kremenaya. Their goal is to report on the prepared provocation by the Ukrainian army of a supposed shelling by the Russian army of ambulances transporting patients. In the town of Belogorovka, a chlorine reserve has been mined on the territory of a water canal. The plan is to blow it up when units of the national militia of the Luhansk People's Army approach. In the town of Irpin, in the Kiev region, a provocation using the same script as in Bucha and Nemersdorf is being prepared. Members of the Ukrainian security forces intend to transport bodies from the morgue of a local hospital and put them in the basement in the suburb of the town. The bodies then the Ukrainian forces will organize a staged event of the shooting and elimination of supposed special operation group from Russia that came from Irpin to kill witnesses of Russian war crimes. At the same time as undisputed, quote-unquote, undisputed evidence, bodies of Russian soldiers taken prisoner and killed by Ukrainian nationalists under torture will be placed there. We expect the circulation of videos from the stage event by Western media. Just today, the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation stated that in the Sumy region, the town, in one of the towns which was earlier under the control of the Russian forces, Western media have been invited to organize a staged event. In the town of Nizhnya Saravatka, next to Sumy, in one of the basements, bodies are being carried to be placed in one of the basements. The staging of the so-called atrocities of the Russian army are being conducted by British film directors. The Russian forces, I just want to remind you, left that town 3 weeks ago. All these reports are coming from the inhabitants of these towns, from residents, and who obviously are not indifferent to the aims of our military operation. I also can't forget about reports from residents of Odessa that there are many members of the Ukrainian army that have been noticed there wearing Russian military uniforms. It seems that a large-scale and bloody provocation is being prepared in that city, or rather a false flag operation. So, colleagues, please don't tell us later that we didn't warn you about this. The already organized and planned provocations, along with the widespread practice of using civilians as a human shield, are shocking by their inhumane attitude to the fate of the people of Ukraine, and are a testimony of the complete disregard by Ukrainian Nazis of the norms of morality and international humanitarian law. Russia, as we have stated more than once, does not wage war against the civilian population. Mr. President, since today's meeting is also on the topic of women, peace, and security, I feel duty-bound to comment on this topic as well. As it applies to the Ukraine, of course, it has also been determined by ideology and full of provocations. We see a clear intention to present Russian soldiers as sadists and rapists. Just as in the past, the Soviet soldiers, victors of the World War II, were presented as sadists and rapists. we see that neither the goals or the Russophobia of the propaganda methods inherited by Ukraine has changed. However, reality is quite different. In spite of attempts to distort, even Western audiences sometimes get information about the brutal torturing of peaceful civilians by sadists from Ukrainian nationalist battalions. And women have also become victims of such atrocities. For example, in the building of primary school number 18 of Mariupol, which was held for a long time by the Nazi battalion Azov. Even seasoned soldiers were shocked by what they saw when they got there. On the floor in the corner of a basement, there was the body of a woman. Her hands had been hacked off, her face maimed, and a swastika was burned into her stomach. It's noteworthy that these horrific and published photographic evidence in Ukraine and the West are still being passed off as Russian war crimes. Mr. President, Ukrainian society has consistently been under the influence of nationalists as a minimum for the past 8 years. This is why, unfortunately, Ukrainian women, are presented in a very strange and I would say even savage light. This is best illustrated by the patriotic video, which has actively been disseminated on social media in the past few days. It shows a Western Ukrainian actress, while uttering chants and curses against Russia, as she's using a sickle to cut the throat of a tortured Russian soldier. Now, the only association that this video brings to mind is the terrorists of ISIL, which also circulated videos on which they cut the throats of their victims. It's sad that Ukraine has reached the depths of such unbridled cruelty, the depths of such blind radicalism that is in line with ISIL and extremism as well. So seeing this, we're only further convinced of the necessity of the special military operation conducted by Russia and that we had no other choice. The operation is necessary for the future of Ukraine and for the security not only of Russia, but of all the neighbors of Ukraine. For example, I very much doubt that peaceful Poles can feel safe in a situation where the perpetrators of the Volhynia massacre, which took the lives of tens of thousands of Poles in 1943, are hailed today as national heroes. I'm speaking specifically of peaceful Poles rather than the Polish authorities who have been blinded by Russophobia. Their policies have lost any degree of common sense a long time ago. Mr. President, in conclusion, I'd like to say something more optimistic. There is another Ukraine, which is being given another chance for peace and good neighborly relations thanks to our special military operation. And that Ukraine is already gaining its own symbols, including women. For example, few were left indifferent by the widely circulated video, circulated on social media, which was filmed in one of the villages where the Ukrainian army entered. Now, a very elderly woman, a babushka, came to greet them, and she mistakes them for Russian soldiers. And so she brings out the red Soviet flag of victory. She greets them and tells them happily how long she's waited for liberation by them. Soldiers, and we have to pay them their due, do not harm the old lady. Quite to the contrary, they gave her a bag full of food. However, in exchange, they take the flag and start stomping on it. And then the old lady, realizing her mistake, demonstratively returns the bag with food to the soldiers and demands that they return the flag under which her parents fought. The video ends there. We very much want to believe that nothing happened to the old lady, because her brave act and courage have inspired many people already. We also want to believe that very soon she will live to see her liberation, and we'll be able to bring out the red flag on the day of it.
UNFPA and other agencies for their reports that highlight the key areas of concern for Ukrainian women and girls. More than that, we thank them for the actions they're taking to help women and girls fleeing and trying to survive this war. We also applaud today the brave women of Ukraine who are fighting for peace and for their country. We recognize with admiration the women who are leading in government and civil society in pushing us all to a peaceful resolution of the war. Mr. President, in the last year, our delegation has been in the Security Council. We have spoken regularly about women, peace, and security. Most often, it has been to applaud the role of women as peace builders and to urge their participation in decision-making at all levels. Today, I urge that we let the full weight of the suffering of women in Ukraine to settle in our minds. Perhaps then we will have the will as the Security Council and the international community to attain a ceasefire, and the boldness of vision to undertake a diplomatic dialogue that can provide lasting security in Europe and globally. The victims that I'm speaking about are fleeing bombs and bullets overwhelmingly fired by young men on the orders of their older male superiors. These men are themselves dying in large numbers, and in doing so, their mothers and sisters and daughters are mourning them. On either side of the violence of this war are women, the ones who are suffering the effects of the war in Ukraine, and the mothers of the soldiers in the Russian Federation who must wait in agony, wondering if their sons will return home or have been involved in attacks on civilians. No one knows a greater agony than the grieving mother of a fallen soldier, or the grieving mother of a soldier who has returned home from a campaign that featured atrocity. Mothers are on either side of the war. They are suffering the dangers and atrocities being carried out on their children and by their children. It is therefore exceedingly inappropriate that in the public reporting of the negotiations for a ceasefire, we see few women and mothers at the table. We urge all relevant actors in the ongoing negotiations and those that follow to ensure the inclusion of women as participants and decision makers. The same should be the case for all the institutions and operations that are responding to this war. We call for humanitarian corridors to be established and protected. We urge that the humanitarian actors make certain that their operations have the ability to aid women and girls, particularly those who are survivors of rape and other forms of gender-based violence. If the war continues much longer, it will harm the food and energy security of many millions around the world. It will destroy livelihoods, increase poverty, and cause economic crisis. For a global community barely starting its recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine is a damaging blow. The result will be early deaths, political instability, and the escalation of other conflicts. The humanitarian and developmental response to that suffering must leave no country or region behind. In this regard, Kenya continues to urge the Secretary General to rally the United Nations, the major economies, and international financial institutions to design instruments that offer the most vulnerable countries, particularly in the Global South, needed support. Mr. President, I finish by once again reaffirming Kenya's lasting support for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of Ukraine. I thank you.
I thank the Ambassador for Kenya's statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the representative of the United Kingdom. May I begin, first of all, in joining others in thanking the insightful and expert and deeply thoughtful contributions of our briefers. My thanks go to Seema Bahaus from UN Women, to Mr. Manuel Fontaine from UNICEF, and of course Ms. Katerina Charapako gave us a direct insight of the situation on the ground in Ukraine. And in doing so, it reminds me that the Geneva Conventions contain numerous provisions that afford special protections to women and girls as civilians in conflict zones. Yet, what we see today with our own eyes, and as today's detailed briefings testify, is harrowing evidence of how women and girls are suffering. Mr. Putin's invading forces are absolutely oblivious to even the most basic tenet of the Geneva Conventions, the distinction, the absolutely essential distinction between civilians and combatants. Today, sadly, we've once again heard Russia trying to deflect from the facts, the reality on the ground, muddy the waters by what can only be described as quite extraordinary statements and even lies. Yet what is true, what is fact, is that Russian attacks on civilians and residential areas have been truly barbaric. Yet what we've seen shine through this as a real beacon is the Ukrainian people themselves. Ukrainian women have demonstrated incredible fortitude and demonstrated the real resilience of the Ukrainian people. Indeed, that was reflected in the engagement our own Prime Minister had in Ukraine recently. And I myself, as we heard from the representatives of UNICEF, from UN Women, and indeed the representative of the United States, I've also had the opportunity, and I'm pleased we're joined by Poland. When I visited Poland, I saw the strength and support of the Polish people, the incredible welcome being given to fleeing refugees, but also the resilience of Ukrainian women, predominantly women, as we've heard from many statements today, who are crossing the border. They're being forced to cross the border because they want to protect their children who accompany them. We've also met and seen female members of parliament who have resorted, because they can't sit as parliamentary members, to take up firearms, to defend themselves, to defend their people. We've seen incredible courage from civic leaders refusing to leave their communities, to the countless and absolutely incredible untold stories of heroism across Ukraine, as women have stood up to Russian forces, many armed with little more than patriotism, their own sense of courage and resilience, and a fair sense of injustice. Emerging reports paint a deeply disturbing picture, including alleged rapes and sexual violence within Ukraine's borders. The violence and exploitation does not end there. Beyond the borders, displaced Ukrainian women and girls, as we've heard again today, face heightened risks of trafficking, a point made by UNICEF, and also sexual exploitation by criminal gangs. The mounting evidence of war crimes in Ukraine compels us, surely as the international community, to come together to stand and do more and stand with Ukraine, and stand with those who have faced such unspeakable violence. The vote recently to suspend the Russian Federation from the Human Rights Council was proof of our collective will to do just that. We must now work ceaselessly to investigate these crimes and to hold Mr. Putin, Russia, and the forces of Russia to account. And that is why the United Kingdom has worked closely with partners to refer this illegal invasion to the International Criminal Court, to establish a commission of inquiry through the Human Rights Council, and to establish an OSCE mission of experts. Ukraine's women, like many women around the world as they continue to do today, help build that open, democratic, free Ukraine, a society that for some reason Mr. Putin fears. And Ukrainian women's participation at all levels, as we heard today from colleagues from Ireland and Kenya, amongst others, will be central if we are to build a sustainable and lasting peace. And any peace settlement must also reflect the disproportionate impact of this conflict, this war, on the girls and women of Ukraine. In conclusion, today's UN Security Council discussion and meeting is a rallying call to us all, the international community, to recognize the impact of this illegal war, the impact of this illegal war on the very basis and foundations of international law, on the very basis and attack on the very foundations on which this institution, the United Nations, is based, the actual charter of the United Nations itself. And it is an illegal war on the women and children of Ukraine. And ultimately, we must come together and act together to hold Russia to account for these crimes. I now resume my function as President of the Council. Before we go to the countries who are not part of this Council, I've had a request from the representative of Albania, who's asked to take the floor to make a further statement. Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. I listened carefully to the Russian colleague, and I'd just like to highlight three short aspects. First, we do not come here to make propaganda. We all know where the propaganda comes from these days, and it is not certainly from here. Second, what we say here is fact-checked and corroborated. Facts and truth are not for discussion, even when we do not like them. Third, if we are here to talk about these issues, painful ones, it is because of Russia's actions, including this aggression. Continue to claim that there is no war of aggression in Ukraine is equal to continue to claim that the world is flat. We know there are people who believe it, but that doesn't make it true. And finally, the only true threshold here is the appalling degree of unspeakable crimes we are discovering in Ukraine, unseen in Europe since decades. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I now move to other contributions, and I now give the floor to the representative of Ukraine. Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished members of the Security Council, Madam Executive Director Sima Bahaus, Mr. Manuel Fontaine from UNICEF, Ms. Katerina Cherepacha from Ukraine, La Strada. I also recognize a representative of Putin's regime in the permanent seat of the Soviet Union. Although a more appropriate seat for Russia government's representatives seems to be at a trial for war crimes committed in Ukraine, since today's lies from Putin's representative predictably contain everything but the kitchen sink. As one says these days here in New York, we know Russians lie because their lips are moving. There is nothing to write home about, as the Russian comrade hasn't even shown himself out of the chamber after that embarrassment of an intervention. Lights are on, but nobody is home at the Russian mission. Mr. President, George Orwell believed that totalitarianism and the corruption of language were closely connected. Now I have to put my earphones to listen carefully to the Russian interpretation of the next couple of sentences. It is an important development that the Security Council is now addressing the issue of the Russian war against Ukraine under a new agenda item: maintenance of peace and security of Ukraine. I would like to thank those Security Council members who supported his introduction. I find the interpretation I have heard quite satisfactory. What I find not satisfactory at all is how the Russian diplomat, in his statement upon the approval of the agenda item, used the Russian language to impose a different concept of reality. The agenda item, as approved, reads as follows. Once again, maintenance of peace and security of Ukraine. It is neither on Ukraine, na Ukraine, as the Russian diplomat purposefully manipulated, nor any other linguistic fantasies of the Russian mission. In fact, it's not the first time the Russian mission hopes to avail of the fact that the majority of you do not speak Russian, like it was in the last session of the Security Council when Ambassador Nebenza tried and failed to quote a Russian language interview, rather. The language used for the title is exceptional for conflict-specific issues, which are mostly refer to situations in specific countries or questions concerning them. It is an acknowledgement that peace and security of Ukraine have been violated from abroad, and the Security Council will remain seized of the matter until they are restored. Along with the letter dated 28 February 2014 from the Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the UN, addressed to the President of the Security Council, concerning the threats to the territorial integrity of Ukraine due to the Russian attempted annexation of Ukraine, the new agenda item will serve as a framework for the Security Council's actions in response to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. We may defeat militarily Russia in Ukraine sooner than we may deoccupy Crimea. That is why I hope, and I'm sure, that the Russian proposal to remove the letter of 2014, that is basically about Crimea, will not be supported by the necessary number of the Security Council members. Mr. President, on the 24th March, an overwhelming majority of the UN member states adopted the General Assembly resolution Humanitarian Consequences of the Aggression against Ukraine. They particularly demanded in that resolution that civilians, including humanitarian personnel, journalists, and persons in vulnerable situations, including women and children, be fully protected. Russia voted against, thus openly showing it considers civilians, including women and children, to be a possible target. Since the beginning of its invasion, this Russian approach has proved to be true almost on a daily basis. Just last week, in the presence of the President of Ukraine, the Security Council addressed the massacre committed by the Russian troops in the city of Bucha and other towns and villages of Kyiv region during the period of occupation in March. Over the past week, a number of foreign officials, UN representatives, and foreign journalists have attended the crime scenes. Shock and outrage were the main responses of those who saw those killed and tortured, who listened to those raped and robbed. The investigation had just started, but the futility of Russia's shameless attempt to decline responsibility is clear to everyone. Unfortunately, Russia persists in adding newer and newer items to the list of its war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. On April 8, Russian missiles hit the Kramatorsk railway station, where almost 4,000 civilians, mostly elderly, women and children, were waiting for evacuation trains from the war zone. More than 50 people, including 5 children, were killed. More than 100 were wounded, many of them severely. I will not develop the false theory of Russia that Russia does not possess .U, including because Russia deployed many .U's in the territory of Belarus. It speaks volumes that Russian attempts to conceal the trace.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Pentagon briefing just underway right here. Let's get into it here on Live Now from Fox.
Speaking of exchanges, I think you saw this morning the Secretary had a chance to meet bilaterally with the Minister of Defense of India, Minister Singh. Exchange of views, as you might expect, on a range of regional security priorities. Quite frankly, everything from what's going on in the Indian Ocean to East and Southeast Asia all the way to Europe. It was a good discussion and a good precursor to the 2+2 ministerial that the Secretary will be attending this afternoon over at the State Department with Secretary Blinken. There'll be a press conference at the end of that, so I'm sure each of the ministers will have a chance to talk to the press about that discussion and progress what we're making in deepening our bilateral relationship with India, and here at the Pentagon, focusing on this defense partnership with India. Finally, in some personnel news, we're excited to welcome Miss Rebecca Hersman. I think she's a familiar name to many of you. She's coming in as the Director of the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, otherwise known as DTRA, D-T-R-A. As you know, she has previously served as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for countering weapons of mass destruction. And of course, we owe our thanks to Dr. Williams, who has been the acting director of DTRA now for the past 15 months. And we're certainly glad to welcome Ms. Hersman back to the Pentagon. I also have a personnel announcement here in public affairs. Today, we welcome Ms. Sabrina Singh, who came over to us from her duties at the White House. She'll be taking over a new position here in OSD Public Affairs called Integrated Campaigns. She's going to basically be helping us do a better job of stitching together all the different vehicles that we have available to us and communicating and making sure we're doing that more effectively and more efficiently. And we're really, really glad to get her here. We've been working for weeks to bring her on board, and we're really excited to have her here. So with that, Bob.
Thank you. John, on Ukraine, can you describe the extent to which you are seeing the Russians shifting their forces from the north to the east, and also to what extent are you seeing any evidence